Hey, Clash Nagash, what's up, man? We're just getting started. Good to have you with us. Hmm. No power, gang. Oh, shit. Everything good there, Clash? Oh. There's a big-ass storm over Kansas City, and you lose power almost every single storm. That sucks, man. But regardless, it's 9 o'clock. It's time for Coast to Ghost. Here is your photosensitivity warning. Here's the only warning you will get. Elon Musk has initiated Order 66 and bought Twitter. The ramifications of this will either be irrelevant or far-reaching. Regardless, and completely unrelated to this purchase of Twitter, the U.S. government is magically now forming a misinformation board, where the Ministry of Truth will decide what is and is not true on social media and the internet in an effort to protect itself. We'll go with that. So, that's what's been going on. Oh, what else? So, Amazon took a huge dump on the market today, being one of the largest, most ridiculously powered companies in the world. That's probably not a good sign for trends to go forward. Inflation continues to rip and destroy everyone's purchasing power, left and right. Oh, it has been a hell of a week. Also, some internet spurgs want to go start a boxing match for some reason. Boogie and Sam Hyde, I believe, have already agreed to it. I guarantee... that's probably not going to happen. That's probably definitely not going to happen. But I'll wait for my co-host to get here before I comment upon this further. But realistically, come on, guys. We've all been around a while. It's not happening. But while I wait for my co-host to show up, we'll jam out with some Vampire Survivor. All right, Mr. Poe Racho. You heard Boogie was already saying he's gonna throw it. He's in for the money. Like I said, he's not gonna do it, Clash. Like I know Boogie said, "Oh, I'm all down for this. Let's go." But like, come on. You know he's gonna back out. Like, come on. Like, I want this to happen as much as you do. You started playing Vampire Survivor 20 minutes ago and 4 hours passed. What the fuck? Karn, I know the feeling. I would say, Clash, even talking all this shit and agreeing to all this, I put the odds of the Boogie Hassle fight happening at less than 20%. It's just, it's not happening. More like Time Vampire Survivor. Damn right it is, Karn. Look, it's not my fault it's a good game. I didn't make it a good game. That weirdo Italian dude who just works on this and sells it for $3. Bless his heart. What a fucking Chad. We are not worthy. Wait, how many books here? That's not one book. Shit. Oh, I'm sorry. Wait. Isn't it Hassel? Wait, is it Sam Hyde? Hold up. Is it Sam Hyde? Fuck me. I'm sorry. Hassel would make the most sense, but, where is this? Oh, it's Hyde. Shit. I'm sorry. It's Hyde. It's Hyde. What? Why would Boogie box Sam Hyde? What did Sam Hyde ever do to him? Like, it would make so much sense if it was Hassel. I'm sorry. I was just confused. Oh, look who's here. The man, the myth, the legend himself. Let me get you your spot on the couch, Mountain Walk. Give me a sec.
Excellent.
Let me go grab the Mountain Walk. Okay, it's Boogie and Sam Hyde that are fighting. I mean, I wish it was. I wish it was Boogie and Hassel. That would have been hilarious. It'd be like full circle, you know.
Yeah, that would be pretty great.
You'd be able to do the Hassel doctrine in the ring.
Yes. I mean, it would be more like something from like the WWE, I think, rather than like an actual fight, because like there's so much drama and stuff.
Malwa, check it out. I got you in front of your chair.
Oh, that's great. I love it. It's a big dinosaur.
And it blinks too.
Oh, wait, really? Oh, no way. That's awesome.
This is perfect because the Jurassic Park trailer did come out yesterday as well.
Oh, yeah, for Dominion, like the last...
That's the third Jurassic World one, right?
Yeah. A new trailer dropped.
Oh my gosh, we'll watch that tonight for sure. I wanna see that. So this is after what they... So this... Spoiler alert, if you don't want to hear what happened in the second Jurassic World film, mute for about 5 minutes, okay? If you... I know, but effectively, right, at the end of the last Jurassic World movie, right, like, there was that... They freed, like, the dinosaurs from, like, that auction, right? And then like, they're loose in, like, Beverly Hills, I guess, or something.
It's Northern California.
Sorry, NorCal. Yeah.
So there's everywhere.
Was it? But like, it was just the ones for the auction, I thought.
Yes and no.
Because didn't the birds escape?
Oh, the pterodactyls?
Yeah, that was like
sure, but they're
just the first one though, I think. So, or the first one is in the
right. The first one's on like Ila Nubar, right?
Yeah. That's when the park goes to shit. Again.
Right, because no one could have predicted that a dinosaur park would not work again a second time after the events of Jurassic Park. And then it's almost like they kind of forget the events of 2 and 3, and just kind of that didn't, the other island didn't happen, all that. But like, it's like, yeah, whatever, fine, I get it. Those movies didn't do as well. Oh look, it's the original lobby from okay. But basically, and then Jeff Goldblum does it's a Jurassic World now, and like of course this doesn't really hit because like, well, I mean, there's like 100 dinosaurs out in the wild, but like they're not just gonna like breed like 5 billion of them in like a second, but like
Well, there's like from the first Jurassic World movie where they're talking about like, oh, let's just weaponize the dinosaurs,
right? Because that's the whole conceit of the second one, right? They're at like an auction house and some wealthy like gangsters and criminals are all there. Like, we want dinosaur pet to be.
Right. Because I remember they escape with the formula for the island.
Yeah, so that's actually what Nedry was doing in the first film.
Nedry was the fat guy, right? He was the...
You
see that? No one cares, right?
He's from Space Jam.
I was going to say, it's the dude from Seinfeld, but...
He's the meme, like, you hear that? No one cares. Yeah, exactly. Life finds a way. Exactly, Karn. Life does find...
Dotson! We got Dotson here! Nobody cares.
You got a Dotson.
What are you, James Bond?
That's so great. I love that whole fucking scene. It's so good.
Yeah, it's a meme. You see here? See, nobody cares.
It's funny because, like, Dodson's character, he works for Biosyn, who are basically
the main competitor to InGen, right? Or no, InGen.
Yeah. So InGen's like the main guys who did all like the stuff for.
It's all Harmon.
Huh?
Yeah, that was all Harmon, right? Harmon was
Hammond. Yes. Yeah. And so they're not named. Biosyn isn't named exactly in the movies, but it is in the books.
Right, they're very apparent in the original novel, right? Because that's the whole intrigue of why the island. I mean, why the island is sabotaged, right? Because he turns off the fences because, like, hey, I got this really narrow window to get this out, and this is my only chance.
Right, exactly.
And I'm gonna be rich. They're gonna pay me all this money to steal the dinosaur formula.
Right. And so they had this for a little while. Probably around when Jurassic World got started. Like, obviously...
They've been working on it for years, probably.
Yeah, exactly.
I do have to say, Jurassic World, when it was when Wu showed up, that was pretty cool. It's like, oh my gosh, they got the original guy too.
Yeah, he hasn't aged.
Yeah, he's magically.
He's Asian. That's young. Just what. Yeah, that's
He's got superpowers.
Yeah. Oh, it's like that the Emperor guy from Big Trouble in Little China. It's just like that. Yeah, he's like got magic powers, so he just doesn't age.
I mean, to be fair, like Asian men either go like don't age at all, or when they do start aging, they age hard quick. Though.
Yeah, it's kind of weird. Like same thing with the women, sort of, where it's like they're fine, and then it's like turbo granny.
Well, it's like the warranty runs out. I think that's what my that's what my dad used to say. But yes, and Yellow Lantern, sir, how was your week? I just finished enjoying my day off from work. I slept all day. I was like, I got Friday off. Have my company mandated like free day for the month. Oh, it's fucking awesome.
So you get Fridays off now?
Like the same luxury, but I agreed to take someone else's shift because they had to be somewhere.
Oh, I'm sorry. That sucks. Did you have a good Easter?
I had 2 of them, so.
Well, I know the Orthodox one is like a couple weeks ago, like a week ago or so, or maybe was it last Sunday?
Something.
Okay. Is it any different than normal? Is it just like a meal, or how does normal Easter work?
Well,
if you're just like celebrating Easter, it's like a Christian, like at least in America, you're just like maybe you go to church or something.
Yeah.
Not on like the actual day it's observed, like in the Orthodox Church, which has like this huge thing like 40 days leading up to it, and then all this stuff after. And
Do you have like an advent calendar or something, or?
Well, isn't Lent
the
basically
Julian
the same
calendar.
thing?
And the Julian calendar is off from the regular one about a week, but every decade or so, 7 to 10 years, our Easter does Pascha does align with traditional Easter.
But this year it was off by like a week, I think.
Yes. I think the last time we actually had an alignment was 2017. Or was it 2016? I can't remember.
Oh, really? That's interesting.
Yeah. Well, not much has been. I mean, like I said, it's WWE on the drama front.
Oh my gosh, yeah. I mean, we don't have to talk too much
Knoxville
about that.
2, baby.
But like,
Go.
let's all be honest here. Andy and Ralph are not gonna step in a ring. Like that's not gonna happen. Like
I do want to see Boogie versus Sam Hyde though. I want to see.
Why are they fighting? I don't understand. Like, shouldn't it be Hassel?
Boogie said he'll do anything for the fucking money. I mean,
No,
he
I
literally
get
tweeted
that, but
out.
like,
So-
wouldn't Hassel make so much more sense? Like, I feel like that's what Hyde would do. He wouldn't even go. He would just send Frank Hassel in his place, dressed as him. Like, that would be the Sam Hydean thing to do. It feels like.
That's why.
Okay, but
Go.
they're-
Now you just sold tickets to the event. You unintentionally just sold tickets.
That's funny.
I'm telling you, that's what's gonna happen. All right, is that Hyde's gonna say, "Oh yeah, I'm totally gonna do it, and then who's gonna be in the ring? It's gonna be Frank Hassel in a luchador mask, and it's gonna be like, no, I'm just Hyde, man. I just put on weight so I can match his weight class. Okay, it's definitely what it is.
I'm telling you, it's just like WWE, man. Like,
And Kalashnikov, Andy has said, yeah, he's gonna do it. Like, and, look, I believe Andy would go. I believe Andy 100% would be like, yeah, fuck it, yeah, get me in the ring. I wanna beat up this guy. But I think this fight's not happening for sure.
yeah, Andy,
Or not at least fight PPP.
at least
At least they're in the
fight.
same weight class. I mean, that seems like that would be more fair.
That's
but-
true. That's true.
I don't know. I feel like they'll just end up having like a wet T-shirt contest and give us all nightmares for years. I don't know.
Oh, gosh.
Yes.
Ugh.
But I mean, like, it's not happening, unfortunately. Like, as fun as it would be to watch.
It's like time has been frozen in 2014.
Yeah, that's a good way to put it.
Well, I
They
mean,
often
if Elon Musk succeeds with Twitter, maybe we can go back.
Oh my god,
a little bit.
Is this part of Sargon's plan? Is this like
This
Gamergate?
was always Sargon's plan. Imagine if Elon Musk does tweet Gamergate.
I actually did see like an account from that era that was banned in 2019. It came back, and I actually I think there was this one like person from Japan that was pretty big during the GG days, and the reason they were banned, I think Mombot was the name.
Oh
I think
yeah, that.
No.
the reason Mombot was, I think it actually was something that was actually really was BS. It was a copyright strike.
A copyright
really?
strike. Oh, the worst.
Yes. You can actually be people don't know that's actually one of the features you can be banned from Twitter's for copyright strike on your account can actually just
Well, I have a question though about that. Like,
Oh
what does
my
that
God,
mean, copyright? Like, how does that work? Like, is it if you claim something's yours that's not, or if you just like people play copyrighted material all the time on Twitter? I'm trying to understand like how you get the like.
Yeah,
studio would send out like a cease and desist. Like this
Maybe
happened when Trump went on Twitter. He did did a meme with look at this photograph, and of course I think someone probably made up a fake copyright claim to take down that meme. Because you can actually see this video is not available because the copyright holder has filed a claim on it or something.
I
like
think
that.
that's
Okay,
maybe
so
both
so that's
full.
but that's the difference, right? That someone has to make the claim on it, otherwise Twitter will just leave it as is, right?
Yeah.
Okay, that makes sense. I mean, it's dumb, but like, it's like you're not.
It's mostly for spoilers now, though.
Hey,
Like,
spoilers are
not
important.
Yeah, or if you have like leaked footage, that's the only time I've seen mostly copies, except in the
Well, yeah, it's like, hey, this isn't legally available anywhere. Maybe. I understand why a company would make a claim on that, but yeah. Okay. What's your take on Elon Yellow Lantern?
Well, I mean, I don't think
Put his
he's-
money where his mouth is. I mean, like,
Yeah, this all started, remember, because, because he enjoyed a satirical website, the Babylon Bee, and they got locked out of their account because they made fun of
Right.
Rachel by calling her the male to female transgendered person a man of the year as a joke, and it caused them to get locked out of their account. Well, Musk didn't.
but wait,
like it, right?
didn't Bruce
Well,
Jenner
this is Leah Thomas.
already win Man of the Year?
No, you won Woman of the Year.
Oh,
Woman
Woman of
of
the Year.
the
Got it.
Woman of the Year,
But Twitter takes aside, like, the people running it basically say, like, if they're not neutral on that. They will ban you if you go out of the way to say you're not actually a guy or a girl. You're actually this.
Yeah,
Apparently,
that was
they call
actually.
it dead naming.
It was even
I mean,
brought up
like,
in the
it
it
could-
was brought up in the simple Twitter debate too. Remember when he talked to Jack Dorsey? He did call him out on it. And they were saying,
I have a question. Does the blocking feature still work on Twitter? Can you block people on
Yeah.
Twitter? Okay,
You
because I don't
can.
I don't block anyone on Twitter. I only mute like corporate accounts that are doing ads to make my Twitter timeline ad free. Like that's the only moderation I do when I run my Twitter. It's like, hey, I just don't want to see ads, okay? But like, I don't block anyone because I just ignore people.
yeah.
I would just ignore people who would give me shit, but like... Yeah, okay. So the block function still works, right?
"Yeah,
And
I'm still
I
blocking
imagine
a
that
lot of-
Elon's not going to get rid of the block feature, right?
No,
No.
Okay.
No.
Like, I mean, I don't see any reason why not to. I mean, like, yeah, if you don't want to hear people, like, shit on you relentlessly, I understand. I mean, like,
I mean, people could still see your tweets if you're like in private mode, like private browsing or just log off.
yeah,
I see.
But like,
Okay, so
people-
I mean, from like a purely just autistic looking at this perspective, it's like this all sounds fine and dandy, and this doesn't seem like a problem. It's just like, oh, like a bunch of mean people can talk on Twitter. Oh boy.
yeah. He said He said, according to Elon Musk, he said the only thing would get you banned on Twitter once he takes over is if you threaten somebody.
If you say, oh, threat, yeah, I mean, like, so threat of violence, which, I'm a bit more libertine on my views of threats of violence. I think, that's protected speech. I just think I also have the right to shoot you if you threaten me with violence. That's
Yeah.
that's my position. It's like, not a smart or optical thing to do, but I think you should have the right to do it.
like I said, I don't run into these moderation because I'm too much of a good like I'm not some nihilist who wants to constantly push the boundaries. Because I think someone said, I think the way the ban
Oh, yeah.
works. is
But
like
I mean,
your
I feel like
account
those
gets
that
a
boundary
level of
pushing
feed.
is important. That's
Yeah, but
very
I'm not.
important.
Like, I'm not.
No,
like
I
a
understand. I
nihilist.
understand that's not who you are, but I think it's important. I mean, like,
I know, and I know.
it's
it
like if you
doesn't
give anyone an
always
inch, they'll take a mile. That's why we have to just constantly have to constantly be working at it. But no, I get you.
Yeah, and
You're a
Elon's
nice
not
guy.
perfect.
At the end of the day, everybody has a red line for speech they consider that's unacceptable.
I have
It's
no
not
red
an
line. Not at all.
It's not an accident that mainstream political commentators.
Wait! You
are-
just said something that's factually untrue.
What do you
You
mean?
said everyone has a red line for speech, and I said no, there's no such thing. I have no
there
red
is-
line for speech. Not at all.
Well, until you do.
Nope, no red line for speech.
Like
Not at
in
all.
general, like every society is going to have taboos that can be crossed without.
That's a very
Yes.
different statement to make than say everyone has a red line for speech.
Well, I think that what I'm trying to point out is that the concept of no place on earth has like absolute free speech because everyone has the cultural elites and will have norms that are considered unacceptable or taboo to break. So, in the case of ours, the norms are like, if you just try to mention stuff that was not controversial even 10, 15 years ago, that's how fast it is.
Yeah,
It's like,
I would argue that I mean, this is why they're making their misinformation board amazingly coincided right when the time when someone has threatened to bring actual free speech to Twitter.
Yeah.
You know, the government.
remember-
This isn't just come out of nowhere. You know, like someone made a viable threat, and this is the U.S. government responding to that threat. You know, by saying that okay, well now we're gonna make our own Ministry of Truth, which is what it is.
And because honestly, you can argue to Elon Musk better than to Jack Dorsey that Twitter has become literally the town square of the world.
I think Elon made the exact same argument too.
Yeah, Twitter is not just a social media platform. It does have like an effect on
Public utility at this point. Now.
It's a universal commenting system is what it's become. You know, it's like the world needs a commenting system, and that's what it is. That's what it's chosen. There's a lot of arguments. Twitter has, let's just say, very glowy origins, and I don't find those to be uncredible claims by any stretch.
I mean, yeah, they never were private companies in the first place. I think the point is, someone said, the Michael Rechtenwald guy has pointed out and called them governmentalities.
Oh, isn't there an argument to actually have the internet become a public utility because of the necessity that it is now? Twitter might be included with that.
Could you repeat that?
I'm saying, isn't there like an argument for like Twitter and like the internet now to become like a public utility because of how valuable it is to public discourse?
Well, is it valuable for public discourse though?
Well, I mean,
Well,
it's
I think it's revealed a lot of probably previously under wraps, like, forces of society, if only for the fact of how blatant people have become.
I mean, it depends. Like, it is valuable as like a sort of town square, but like, look at the conversations taking place on Twitter. I mean, it's
That's a heavily regulated.
Yeah, Twitter is pretty heavily regulated, I would say.
Well, I would
Heavily
just say
regulated, and I mean, this is the problem with the public utility argument: is that what is the government taking over that got less regulated or less controlled ever? You know, like
Sure, but
like I'm just saying, like I don't imagine that if you gave, you know, public utility control to the U.S. government of all people and the U.S. intelligence community by proxy, you know, if you made that official, I don't imagine them taking a more hands-off approach just because you formalize their interactions with social media and tech companies, right? Like,
I mean, yeah, but like my argument isn't about like how free or good or whatever. I'm
not making
my
that argument
is that-
either. I'm just saying though, like,
Okay.
I'm responding directly to the idea of making the internet and, you know, these internet companies public utilities, and my point is just that, like, this doesn't change the calculus too much at all. I mean, it just formalizes what's kind of well understood about these tech companies, right?
Yeah, I mean that's sort of what I was going to say, although it's going to go in a different direction. Like, it doesn't really matter how free or whatever Twitter is, because like the problem is like what kind of discourse is taking place on Twitter? Like, what are these people talking about? Like, I mean, ask your friends about politics. Like, you're gonna hear the dumbest shit you've ever heard in your entire life.
I talk to you guys every Friday.
You know what I mean? Like, it's
true.
So the point is, it's like, it doesn't matter like how free or whatever Twitter is. Like, oh man, all these, you know.
Well, what do you mean by
really
what do you objectively mean when you say how free Twitter is?
Well, like, what you're free to say whatever you want. You can say like, oh, I think if you have, you know, an XY chromosome, like, you know, you're a man or you're a woman or whatever. Like, I mean, like, sure, saying stuff like that, I guess, is nice, but like,
It's not
people
really
are-
it's not really addressing anything, right? It's just like taking what you already believe and just kind of conveying it, right? Like it's not furthering the public discourse at all, is what you're saying?
Well, yeah, I mean, the problem is, like, the education system and how people have been educated for, like, the last 100 years, like, our culture itself.
Yes, what your point is that the institution, it doesn't help the institutional rot that we already have, right? It doesn't solve any of that problem, which, yeah, I'll give you that.
I mean, I mean, sure, it's nice or whatever. People can come and have, like, these conversations or whatever on Twitter, but, like, the real problems are much, much deeper. Like, this is
I would say, though, what this does is, I say this decreases the chance of violence in the near future.
I mean, I don't know. Like,
I think so.
I couldn't even say.
I think while people are talking, they're less likely to
Yeah.
violent.
Also,
like, for me, like, I don't want anyone to get hurt, and all this, and I think that's good because people should not be dying over disagreements on the internet. I think this reduces the chance of that.
I mean,
by the way, speaking of Twitter, Elon Musk has now just reported that he is going to replace the current CEO of Twitter.
Oh my gosh.
With somebody else.
That's
Wait.
so wonderful.
Was it the Indian guy?
No. He was the head of the board of directors, right? Wasn't that Parag Awal? Or,
Yeah.
I believe he was the head of the board.
Yep.
So the
he's
guy who
head of the
replaced
board.
Dorsey is going to be replaced, basically, right?
Yeah. And he's also talking about firing Vajihah Gale from Infamous
The lawyer?
from the Go Road. Yeah, the lawyer from
Oh,
Go
that
Road
chick?
Live.
The one
Yeah.
who Jack Dorsey brought on?
Yep.
The one who was crying about...
We will no longer have to worry about getting called about our car's extended warranties.
Oh my gosh, I hope so.
That's wonderful news. And look, Elon Musk, I disagree with him on a lot of his positions, obviously. But anyone that will make this many people angry and upset and, put $40 billion of his own money just to,
That's what I'm here for.
hey man, you've got my attention at least, You've got my attention, and if you bring any resemblance back of old Twitter where people can, talk and scream at each other, and then other people can make their own echo chambers, and, then
We basically have
sounds
Xbox
great.
360 chat again.
If you can give us even a semblance of that back, you got it, man. You're the man.
Yeah, I'm ready for Xbox 360 chat to come back in Twitter form.
I did find it funny, the one journalist who was like, we need to kill Elon Musk. Oh, so much for believing in free speech. This is like, lady. Like, this guy could take you to court for that if he wanted to. Like, he could put you in jail in the current system, you moron.
It'd be a shame if your tweets got
Yeah. But no, I mean, this whole Twitter thing is it's so much fun to watch.
I mean,
Yeah.
I don't think it's a this is
I
not
mean,
just
it's
a
even brought back
victory.
Baked Alaska. It brought back baked.
Baked Alaska? My gosh. I've heard an interesting theory about what the proper way to handle this is. And you know what I say? I say leave all the algorithms and shit or whatever, leave all the shadow banning, keep all those people on hand, but just force people to pay to have that be used, Like, hey, if you want to be on Twitter Lite, you can pay us $10 a month, and we will ban bad creators and make it so you don't see people you don't want to see. But if you want to be on Twitter Full, it's all free. Just go there, have fun. I'm just like, hey, you wanna live in your little lefty hug box? You can do that. You just gotta pay us. That's what I
awesome. That's a good idea.
Because, like, hey, you want to be on Twitter Children Edition, you can go there.
I think an interesting proposal that Elon Musk will do when he officially does take full control is the idea of if you're permanently suspended, you can actually be let back on if you pay like a fee.
Oh, that's a good one. I like the idea of like having like a naughty word allowance you could pay for, like where you could like pay, to like
Swear jar?
yeah, swear jar. It's like instead of like what is the current thing? Like, delete this tweet and acknowledge you did something wrong. Just be like, put $1 in the jar and you're back, you know? Just Venmo us $1 and we'll put you right back. The planes of big airport. Uh-oh, Lotus is revealing some deep lore.
Avert your eyes, guys. You're not ready for this shit.
Yeah, by the way, guess who also came back in the news as soon as Elon said he was going to buy Twitter?
Was it Miss Chavez did?
No, Miss Brianna Wu has now gone to every media outlet trying to get some press again.
Oh God.
Not Brianna
Let's face
Wu.
it, didn't she admit that she kind of worked behind the scenes to make Twitter a worse place?
I mean, she makes it a worse place by just being on there. Like, she is. I mean, whatever. I can't. I'm personal.
We'll call them Person Woo, I guess. We'll call them
Woo!
Yeah. We'll refer to them as Shako, right? Right, Kiki? Okay, so wait, Brianna Wu, of all people, has resurfaced. They've re-arisen from obscurity to reappear on the internet.
I joke, it's like, it really is stuck in 2014 again. I mean, come on. There's a war over in the Donbass region. And
Good point.
it's like, what else?
Yeah, but no one really cares about what's going on in the Donbass region, let's be honest. This is Twitter.
Yeah.
This is something important, okay? Yeah, people are dying in the thousands, but, like, this actually affects my life.
Yeah.
I can't see people be upset and angry in the Donbass. I can go on Twitter and see idiots upset and angry. So that's the one I care about. That's what I want.
Wait, there's a theory that the chemical composition turns the ocean non-buoyant or whatever. Would that mean like all boats would just like sink?
Yeah. The buoyancy is what in the water keeps people afloat.
Well, okay. That'd be an interesting apocalypse that you couldn't float any boats, you know, and like maybe like you couldn't like fly planes. Like I'd watch that movie.
Yeah,
No.
Operate
You know
on
what
the
we would do?
Bernoulli principle.
But maybe we can smart and try to build our own kaijus or Gundams.
Yeah, you have to build something tall enough to walk across the Mariana Trench. This is the only way. We build a giant robo train.
Ooh, Robo Train, alright. Hell yeah.
Fall back on trade.
I would watch that.
Yeah,
Well,
I was like, go ahead, but then because my next topic is going to be sports ball and baseball related, but it's hilarious.
Oh, okay.
I'm excited. Oh, so okay. I mean, like, look, is Twitter being bought by Elon Musk like the single greatest thing in history? No. Is it something really cool and fun to watch? And obviously, it's the reaction that's more important than the actual act itself. Yes. Right.
Yeah.
I mean, it is the single greatest thing that happened to me today. Except when I bought beer. That was actually pretty good. And I had a hamburger too. That was actually pretty good. And I went for a walk. That was pretty good. But it's
Did you get Stone Cold? Did you get Stone Cold though?
No. I was looking. It's
Wait, Stone Cold. That's the name of a beer?
Yeah, Stone Cold has a beer. And I tried.
Isn't there like a wrestler that was like Stone Cold?
Yeah, that's what we're talking about. Yeah.
Oh, is it like actually branded by this wrestler?
Yeah. The Texas Rattlesnake, right? So Stone Cold.
The Texas Rattlesnake? Wait, what?
Yeah. That was like one of his monikers. Yeah, his thing was just drinking like lots of beer after or before wrestling. You know.
So would he like take like a beer, like just like chug it right there? Or?
Yeah.
He was more famous than The Rock at once.
Yeah, I mean.
But The Rock is like a movie star. He was the Scorpion King.
Oh gosh, yeah, don't remind me. But like he.
Oh come on, that movie was a thing.
Yeah. It was a thing. It's unfortunate because the first one was really good. But anyways,
Yeah.
So Stone Cold basically started the whole attitude, like edgy era or whatever.
Was he like the
Except
first
it-
heel?
Well,
No,
well, oh, no, you go. Okay, yeah, you tell me. You say it.
Yeah, he was the first winner because at first he was a heel and then he turned face after 13 before he went for the title. Because he did it with Mike Tyson. They brought Mike Tyson in to make him
That's
even more
right.
famous.
To wrestling?
Yeah, this
Yeah.
is like in 97, 98.
The
It's
guy
not
from The
even known.
Hangover was a wrestler too?
Mike Tyson's a boxer, dude.
Oh. Oh, wait, he's the guy that bit the guy's ear off, right?
Yes.
Yes.
Ah, okay.
This was right before he bit the ear off.
Oh,
Or
gee.
did he bite the ear off already?
Didn't he also, like, abuse his spouse, too? Like,
Yeah,
Maybe she was
okay.
asking for it.
whoa, whoa!
And to be fair, what I'm going to talk about involves that too.
Oh no.
Oh, no. Oh, no!
No.
Okay. So, wait, why was Mike Tyson involved in wrestling? Isn't that different than boxing?
Yeah, but he was suspended from the boxing ring for a while because he beat up his wife or bit the ear off. One of the two.
Yeah.
I mean, I feel like those are both pretty egregious things if you're going to be a professional fighter, right?
Yeah, and this is also the
Probably
thing.
shouldn't do that. Yes.
You know,
Yeah,
biting
and on the
someone-
other side of the channel, you had on WCW, you had Carl Malone and Dennis Rodman showing up on their wrestling program. So
Oh, the basketball
fought.
player, the guy who went to North Korea, Dennis Rodman.
yes,
Yeah.
but this is in the middle when he was playing full stuff. I think he was I think this was the fourth Jordan ring.
Okay.
So this was like peak Dennis Rodman and peak Carl Malone.
Oh, when they were actually really good and relevant and winning
Yeah.
championships with Jordan or when Jordan was gone.
Yeah.
Oh, wait, no, Karl Malone never won a championship. That's right.
No, it was
He didn't?
I think
It was close.
No, it was
No,
Hakeem. Because the 2 years that Jordan wasn't playing,
It was Hakeem. Yeah, Hakeem won the championships, the Rockets, those years.
Yeah, Rockets won the 2 years.
Because the Michael
that's all-
Jordan-sized like wall he had disappeared for 2 years because Michael Jordan had a gambling problem.
Well, no, didn't he? Wasn't
No, he had a
playing
field
baseball?
Well,
played
yes,
baseball
he went
for
to
a
play
season,
baseball, but
right?
I think that there's a lot of evidence to argue that the reason he quit basketball to play baseball wasn't because he had this big passion to play baseball, but that he got caught gambling on sports, and the commissioner was like, "Look, you either leave or I have to do something about you." And realistically, what could you do? It's Michael freaking Jordan. Like, are we just gonna ban him? Like, can
Yeah.
you just go away for a little?
We're gonna Pete Rose him.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and I mean, Michael
could
Jordan
be
was
Rosen.
terrible. Michael Jordan was terrible at baseball. He set records for
problem was-
strikeouts.
The MLB lockout happened, and strike. So Michael Jordan was like, "All right, you know what? Maybe I could go back to basketball."
Well, also part of it was he was not a good baseball player. He's obviously an amazing athlete. 'Cause
And also, Space
I mean,
Jam was about to
that's
come out.
like the Space Jam plot
Ooh,
is
that's
like
right.
convince Michael Jordan to go back and play basketball. I mean,
Yep.
Yeah,
that's a whole plot line of it for a reason. But like realistically,
That's amazing.
yeah.
And that's, of course, the idea is like, it's basically a 2-hour commercial for Michael Jordan's slightly overpriced sneakers.
Hey, those are some nice sneakers. Not gonna lie.
I wouldn't say
I have-
I wouldn't say
I have
slightly
a-
overpriced. I would say very overpriced.
That's something I actually, when I was, because some of my friends did a watch party of Space Jam like 22 years
Oh.
after, and it's just funny, just like it's a movie that can only be made in the 90s.
Oh
With
yeah,
all the
It-
stuff
it-
that-
it's like
Yeah, and
quintessentially
also-
90s, 100%.
Yeah.
And they
the
got
reason
to
why
the
the
Pulp
LeBron James
Fiction.
one didn't
My
work.
favorite part was when they get to the Pulp Fiction reference with like Elma Fudd and
Yeah. Oh my
They
God,
got
you're
me
right.
next.
They do the fucking Pulp Fiction reference.
And they started imitating the characters' voices and that. He's like,
And the
Gonzo,
food
do
and
you see the
everything.
line? Do you see the sign on my lawn that says dead Muppet Storage? And then they
Oh no!
do line, say what again? I dare you.
He stutters the whole thing.
Oh man, I totally
What does
forgot
Marcellus
about that.
Marcellus Wallace look like? And then does he look like a woman? That was
That's
the fun.
amazing.
And then like I'm serious, like they had Foghorn Leghorn singing Dixie on the court, the opening lines of this. I'm like, you can't do this today. And then
Oh man.
and then
I love
they even says Yosemite Sam, they even paused and then went back and like, yo, he pulled out the 6-shooter. He pulled out this on like one of the Monstars.
That's
Yep.
amazing.
Yeah, it's like you can't do that. Like the stuff they could get away with and have it like subtly
Whoa,
like
he
done.
was still smoking, right? Like in the 90s?
Yeah.
Yeah, like characters.
When
They
did
had the
Warski
main-
get here? He heard all the stuttering and thought Warski was here. No. Andy's over on the Kino Casino over on Daka Daka right now.
And
Yeah.
discussing terms of the
Just be
fight.
cool. It's funny. You know, I tapped in. I'm bouncing throughout. Like, apparently, there's a blood sports kind of happening argument over Ukraine between someone and the OG mystery guest on the kill. You know, unfortunately, I could not do the bonus episode because of some
Oh,
in
no.
real life complications. But I still plan on doing it because I keep getting more and more information. I keep having to restructure because, I don't want it to be too much about like the history of Ukraine, as well as like what happened that led to the conflict.
Tattling
It's a
to the
tough-
Chinese your plans generally will get you there.
Yeah,
Yes.
I wish it were more
Please.
complicated than that, but really, that might be what it just was. But also, needing a distraction for the midterms to explain why you caused record inflation that's hasn't been seen in generations. Seems like a good enough reason as any.
Oh, my favorite. I just like how we. I think someone I'm still laughing at another joke. Someone pointed out, I was like, how does Bugs Bunny get higher priority on the credits? Like Bill Murray gets second billing. to
Bill Murray
Bugs
did
Bunny.
second billing to Bugs Bunny. Hey, look, Bugs Bunny is a cultural icon.
Yeah.
Right?
I mean, and the whole thing was
And I love
think someone brought
Caddyshack
this up.
too.
There was people who unironically rock Looney Tunes shirts, like gangsters. They did have Looney Tunes.
Wait, gangsters unironically rock. My dad
Yeah,
used to
yeah,
have
yeah.
a Marvin the Martian shirt that he loved. He loved that Marvin the Martian shirt. It was his favorite, one of his favorite shirts.
Yeah, and
Guy,
they did commercials for products. I mean, Bugs Bunny and Michael Jordan did collaborate on commercials.
Oh, yes.
I was like,
They
thousands of
definitely
the old
did.
ones. Yeah, they were there. And I guess some executives were like, you know what? Let's make a movie out of this.
This is a genius idea. And unfortunately for them, Michael Jordan didn't go up to those executives and say, "Stop it, get some help."
He said, let's make some motherfucking money.
Yeah, look, Michael Jordan's an interesting character. A terrible box office dude. Not box office, front office dude, though. Oh my god.
Yeah.
Kwame Brown.
Everyone,
Freaking Kwame Brown.
everyone likes the meme with him crying, and I said I'm crying too with the way he's managed the Charlotte Hornets.
Yeah.
Hey, but he got LaMelo Ball to be good.
Did he, or was just LaMelo more talented than Lonzo?
Yeah, then
I mean-
he did promise he is going to sign LiAngelo eventually.
Well, someone was bound to. To get one of the other better brothers. But yes, it's like Klay Thompson's brother. Trey. Like he was on the Dodgers for years. And he wasn't.
Because of his dad.
Well, he was also better. He's better than a lot of, like second string kids are. But these are
Yeah.
no DiMaggio brothers out there.
Yeah, but speaking of the Dodgers, did you guys hear who is fucked over for the next 2 years on the Dodgers. Yep.
Wait, who got fucked over on the Dodgers?
Trevor Bauer is now suspended for 2 years.
Oh, shit! So, that was DV, right?
No, like, he's legitimately banned for the league for 2 years because of the whole, domestic assault case he had.
Really?
Yes, even though, one, the DA of LA is not charging him. Two, he won his restraining order lawsuit. And the league said,
so basically, just because he was accused of it, he's going to be banned for 2 years, is what you're saying?
yes, even though Mario Osuna from the Atlanta Braves choked his wife at a wall, only got banned
on
for 20
video, I
years.
assume, too, right?
No, in front of the cops to make it worse.
Oh, jeez! And is he convicted?
Yeah.
Or did his
I don't
wife
know.
not press charges? Like, what's... How?
I don't know. I think his wife didn't press charges, but he's only suspended for. He only got suspended for
So it's like a
20
Ray
games.
Rice situation, basically.
Yeah. Only because
Trevor Bauer,
got
2 years for winning his case. Jeez.
Well, he's going to try to appeal, and then he's going to sue about he's going to sue the Athletic, and I think TMZ for defamation as well.
But I mean, these are like prime years of his career. I mean, this is where he'd be making like, this is gonna like financially like, I mean, he's got money, right? But like, this is like gonna just massively ruin his life. Like, just 2 years off in prime. I mean, unless you make the argument that, hey, you know, if he just goes and throws as hard as he can as soon as he gets off his suspension, maybe he has better years than he would have if he pitched these 2 years. But still, like, this is gonna ruin it. Wait, Lotus says, I knew a kid who claimed he was a blood who wore a Tweety Bird shirt in high school.
Yeah,
Yeah, I believe that.
I believe it.
I don't
Black
think
people love Tweety.
I don't remember ever meeting a kid who claimed they had gang affiliations in high school.
Well, didn't you live
Well,
in the nicer part of California?
I do live in the nicer part of California, but they were also smart enough not to brag about their fucking gang, about their gang shit in high school. Yes, it is in the nicer part of California, is where I grew up, but like, you know, they were also smart enough not to brag about that shit.
I had people in my high school brag about it.
Yeah, so you've got the AOC tweet, and what she said that Twitter is causing people to send hate speech, I believe.
Yeah, like
I haven't said any hate speech yet.
But that's the claim that Ms. Chavez is making, is that like, oh, you know, it's causing hate speech. That what? Did Xbox Live make all? Xbox Live did not make him post all those ends, Your Honor. He did it on his own, and he wants the record to clearly show.
Sam might have now been banned from Twitter.
This is an amazing tweet, by the way. I
You
mean,
may not read that.
I mean, this level of shit posting. I mean, I
Okay,
can't
wait.
tell if he's-
Why did Sam Hyde get banned, and do it without explaining what he said? Because I presume I can assume what he said.
yeah, let's just say he forgot to add in Minecraft to the end of his tweet.
What?
Let's just say he called Jeff Bezos. What'd you do to hookers in Thailand?
Oh, well, I've never been to Thailand. I've never banged a hooker. So, I can only presume...
But you did see Hangover 2, right?
Yes. Yeah, I did see Hangover 2.
So
I think I understand the implications. So he got suspended. No, he didn't get banned. He got suspended. Let's be clear. Should he have been suspended? No, but it's gonna take time. It's gonna take time to fix Twitter. This isn't something that's gonna just magically happen overnight because Elon bought it, right? But like, it's gonna take time to get back to where we were. It was a banger of a tweet. It was a tweet, all right.
It was a good one.
But you know, this is why I say, you know, shit like this is what we need. We need people pushing the boundaries and shit like that. And you know, once that old CEO's out and their legal team is diminished quite a bit, I would very much like to see what this new Leaf Twitter could turn over would have, you know.
Yeah, even though Trump said he's not coming back.
He did, yes. President Trump did say that he will not be back on Twitter. Although he did recently say that, you know, I'm back, but that was on his new platform, Truth Social. He did post his first tweet back. Well, his first, whatever, I don't know what they call it on Truth Social. His first tweet? Post, yeah, his first post on Truth Social was, hey, I'm back. You know, so, I think it's good for him to try and make an alternate platform. Will it work? Well, we'll see. We'll see where it goes, but, it's better to try and fail than just complain about things. I will say my favorite meme about the whole Elon Musk buying Twitter thing was like, you know, Elon Musk standing next to a board, it's like, you don't like it, build your own Twitter, and he just crosses out build your. You know, own Twitter.
Of
you know,
course,
and
the best part is the lack of self-awareness for people to fear something. Like, I think the full part is, yeah, like the leftists kind of like all freaking out about the idea of a corporation controlling and stuff.
Well, it's not as much a corporation. It's not so much a corporation as it is. They specifically said billionaires controlling our access to speech. You know, a single billionaire controlling controlling a media institution. You know, from the Washington Post, no less.
Wow.
This
hasn't been happening.
One of my favorite responses was what's his name? The old Clinton economist Robert Reich. You know, he was talking about like. You know, it's like, oh man, it's like, this is wrong, okay? Where will we post if we don't have Twitter? We won't, you know, it's a monopoly platform, and this is a bad thing. And someone brought up his old tweet, you know, back in January of 2021, you know, where it was like, well, President Trump, it's a private company. They can do whatever they want. And so someone just, you know, they brought that old post back up and said, yo, this you? It's good. It's hilarious and funny, but does it move the needle? Yeah, it kind of does. This does move the needle. This gives us a chance for more peaceful resolutions of our problems, and you know, I'm happy about that. I don't want to have to shoot anyone.
Yeah.
I'm a pussy like that, Mount Walk. I'm a pussy like that. I don't actually want to hurt anyone. But
I don't want to hurt anyone either. In fact, I'm not going to do anything. I'm going to have my good friend Lotus concentrate on the magma chamber, and then the problem will solve itself.
You know, the magma chamber, it does provide a novel solution.
Yes.
We do need to do something. We need to have a watch party on Sunday to see how many people are going to fighting for the Kobe Bryant shoes that come out. Because
Kobe Bryant's got new shoes coming
Well,
out,
no,
or?
Kobe Bryant is he's dead, so he physically cannot make new shoes. But no, they're releasing a new set of Kobe's, I assume from Nike.
yes,
the first
and
since
dedicated was. Yep, and also dedicated to his daughter. But if you know anything about sneaker collectors, they do fight in line.
Oh no.
No, I mean, like, I'm actually busy all day, like, Saturday. Normally, I would just be, you know, sitting back, relaxing, and watching the gym stream. Maybe Sunday we can do a special watch party for the April Year of the Chud.
Oh, yeah, that's right. I saw that.
Is Year of the Chud this Sunday?
No, it's Saturday. I'm just busy all day Saturday.
Now,
Oh.
I'd like to ask, What exactly? Where did the term "chud" come from? Like, what the definition of it is?
It's basically a leftist term to describe people on the right that they don't really like at
Isn't
all.
it the term
But-
for like the underground people in the old time machine?
Yeah.
book, I think that's what they called the underground people that they were
Yeah,
chuds.
cannibal-
I thought, right?
Yeah, cannibalistic.
Cannibalistic human underground dwellers.
Yeah, and so like because if you're a leftist, you can't say any of the other typical like denigrating kind of things that people have said forever.
You can't say it without
because,
denigrating other people, basically.
No, you can't say the R word. You can't call people R words. You know, because that's beyond the pale now. You know, you can't even call them
moms.
You can't
Also,
even call them
Fed, how
men
you doing,
or
Fed?
whatever.
Good to see you, man. We're just we're talking about the implications of the Elon Musk purchase of Twitter, and about the importance of chuds.
Join us.
He's free to pop by if he wants.
Yeah. Yeah, so basically they have to use something stupid like chuds to like make fun of people, but like again, like any other
But
sort of
what you're saying
leftist-
is they had to invent a whole new term.
yeah. And it
They
doesn't
had-
make any sense. And
They-
it was very quickly co-opted, of course, by
Wear
by
it like
the,
a badge of honor, you know.
Yeah.
But do
yeah,
you remember the deplorable comment, right? Like the second it was used, it was like, oh, well, you know what? Fuck
Yeah.
you. We don't want to be
Yeah.
liked by you. You're the last
Yeah.
person we want saying that we're good people. So fuck off, lady.
Yeah, it's like we probably screwed up if you're saying nice things about us. So
Look, Lotus, we all agree that children desire the minds again, okay? We don't disagree on that position. Minecraft has made this... The treatise on humanity presented by Minecraft has made this abundantly clear.
This
But...
is why we should all switch to the Fortnite universe instead.
Oh, no. Oh, no. Now, look, where are we dropping, Geeky? But yeah, no, I mean... So, yeah, I think that's where Chud comes from, the old time machine novels, and, you know, it's a unique term to describe us, you know, because, like, oh, these bottom feeder dwellers that can't even see the light of the sun, they don't understand the beauty of the future utopia we will build by all holding hands and hugging, and, you know.
Yeah.
But yes, that's where I believe Chud comes from, and that's why, you know, kind of mostly, you know, dissident, centrist, and rightist people kind of are gravitating towards the term Chud more so, I would say.
it's such a funny word.
It is!
And
It's
the
fun to
main-
say, isn't it?
Yeah.
You have to be careful about, you know, terminology from your enemy that can be thrown back at you, and sometimes it's not as easy. You know, some terms are not as easily reversible.
I mean, look, I'm not going to eat any people, and I do like the sun. I live by a beach for a reason, because the weather's nice here. So I don't think, I'm not actually a chud, but it's also one of those things where it's like, well, I mean, they're gonna call you names regardless of what you do. You know, it's like, you might as well wear it like a badge of honor, you know. You know, the problem isn't when they label you things they dislike. The problem is when, you know, when people don't get the joke.
Yeah, and they even called something like
Lotus is gonna run on
Saturday.
Senator Armstrong.
Don't fuck with this senator.
Or?
NATO machine, son.
Nano machines, yo.
I mean, I can't even stop thinking about that shit. Like that entire scene, like his just like, I mean, this ultimate like Nietzschean like will to power, like literal like survival of the fittest, like fuck these beltway pansies, like fuck these military industrial complex, fuck all this shit. Just gonna have the ultimate freedom to just do whatever you want, and the law bends to you, and like, I mean, just unbelievably like so based. It like, instead of like the, you know, like in Metal Gear 2, right? Metal Gear Solid 2, like, oh, at the end, like, oh man, the AI is getting sentient, and there's all this philosophical stuff. And then, like, in Revengeance, it's like, fuck this shit. I just have nano machines. I'm just gonna.
I can do what I want.
Yeah, it's just like I can't even. I mean, it's just like the greatest video game character of all time. I mean, I wish I was Sandra Armstrong. So.
Someday President Armstrong, Mount
lawyers, chicken shit bureaucrats. Oh no! No, and he literally says that too. I have a dream, because like he's telling Raiden, right? Like he's
Raiden's the
like,
pansy boy
the
from Metal
truth.
Gear Solid 2, right? The actual character.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, and he's like a child soldier, and then oh man, I mean all of this stuff is just crazy. And so, I mean, he's telling him like what he wants to do. He's like, yeah, I'm not just a politician. I need the money. I need the votes. But my whole thing is to make America. Literally, he says, "Make America great again." And no, I'm 100% serious. Watch that. There's like it's like a 20-minute video or whatever. He says it, and he's like, "I want to make America where, you know, like only the strong survive, and the law bends to, you know, you and those with strength, and not like all these other like weaklings and stuff." I mean, it's so incredible. Like it's so based because it's so American, and it's still like they're just like, yeah, whatever, the philosophers and all these other guys, fuck it, whatever. We have the means. Who cares? Let's just fucking kill them all. It's so perfect. I just oh man, it's the greatest character of all time. It's so good.
You're telling me Kojima wrote the greatest character of all time?
It is incredible. It is incredible. So I mean, Senator Armstrong. Whew, I love it.
You didn't even have to choke a dog to do that.
Oh, man. Kojima had like input on that, but it was Platinum Games that I think did a lot of it. So
I feel like the main conceits of like a bunch of like important characters, like Kojima would probably be involved in that a bit, you know?
Oh yeah. Well, yeah, like all this stuff with Raiden was like, yeah, this is all true. Like he was a child soldier. He has this kind of alter ego. He, you know, had a girlfriend and all this other crap, and like he obviously changes a lot from like Metal Gear Solid 2 to like Revengeance with all the insane enhancements where he basically becomes like Cyborg Ninja.
Oh, he's like the guy from One Punch Man, basically.
He's
Genos. Kinda. Yeah, he's kind of like Genos, but with a sword. Yeah. That's a good.
And he's the one that they wanted to have a Echo Fighter for him, right? Like they wanted him to be Snake's Echo Fighter.
Oh, really?
I think they did. Like that was what the fans wanted. Like if everybody got an Echo Fighter, they wanted to ride in for Snake.
Oh, that'd be pretty cool.
Is that for Smash Brothers?
Yeah. Like basically, he could be like literally Snake's clone on how he fights. Maybe just give him like a small sword or something.
But he's got like a sword, right? Doesn't he actually use the sword?
I think he did in PlayStation All Stars.
But I think that's where it gets complicated. Okay.
Hey, if PlayStation All Stars made it work, then why can't I do it?
Kojima had little involvement with Rising, that's why it's good.
Yeah, Lotus said the writer is credited to Etsu Tamari.
What else has Etsu written?
No idea. Never heard of her. But I imagine she's with Platinum Games, so...
Is she cute?
Man.
Is she
right being there.
she must be based, apparently. Yeah,
aren't those Japanese women like really based though? Because
depends.
Well,
they did write Full Metal Alchemist.
Damn it! That's what I was just gonna say. Son of a bitch.
Full Metal Alchemist is overrated.
Oh no, it is absolutely one.
It's overrated. It's fine, but it's overrated.
Oh, it's what it is literally one of the greatest anime and or manga ever made. 100%. I see that unironically.
Yeah. Well, Brotherhood's the one that's like one of the greatest, not the original.
I actually still like the original. I still thought it was really good. I mean, it has a lot of the same story beats, but it goes off in different directions at the end, you know. So
I don't know. It could be just because I saw Brotherhood first and then I saw the original.
oh, really?
Maybe
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, it was reversed for me, obviously. Like, yeah, I saw the original one and then Brotherhood. So, and Tsutsumari is the dude, by the way. So,
Oh.
thank you, Lotus.
Thanks.
I feel,
Thanks a lot, Mount Walk. Get my hopes up.
it sounds like a girl name. Oh well. Well, whatever.
I guess I will just die alone. Thanks, Mount Walk.
Well, I guess I'll just kill myself.
I mean,
let's just save us all the time.
You can go to Korea and you go.
I'm just gonna
Korea
save
and make a
myself the
K-pop
time and
star.
jump off a building, okay? Fucking hell.
Go, move to Korea. I'm pretty sure they'll love it.
No, we're done here. We're done here, gentlemen. Goodbye. It's over.
Oh, I guess no Korean for Ghost.
No, that's fine. Korean girls are fine. No issue.
I mean, they were called comfort women for a reason.
I don't feel comforted, Geeky!
Yeah, I think Revengeance is such a sweet game because it's like
It looks
still
terrible.
oh, it's awesome.
It
Oh,
looks
it's so awesome.
absolutely terrible. Do I honestly think a woman could write a story like that? Probably not.
Probably, yeah. I mean, you know, I mean, stranger things have happened, but
Yeah.
What the hell? So somebody basically wandered in on the Telegram chat on the kill stream and they just FaceTimed, claiming to be from Gambia and asking for money on the kill stream.
base.
I don't even.
Why?
That's-
Wait, so he's
amazing.
asking Ralph for money?
That's amazing.
Yeah. And so it said, "Oh no, Bibble, it's fine."
Bibble, no! Turn your camera off, Bibble!
That's amazing. That's so amazing. Fucking dude, I don't know, man. So, these like Africans are just some of the funniest motherfuckers I've ever met.
Yeah.
Like they just I don't know. They just got a different way of doing shit. So
I don't
They're
know.
the
I've
most
seen a lot of
jolliest,
these
too.
Nigerian prince scams. I think I've seen enough of them to know when something is.
Listen, all I need, Yellow Lantern, is like $30, and then I can get my $10,000 out that are stuck in a Swiss banking account. All right, I just gotta pay. I gotta pay the transfer charge. That's all it is, and then you'll be a million. We'll both be millionaires with all this. What's the cobalt wealth that I have? You know.
Cobalt.
Yeah.
Yeah, don't worry. It's just this just gotta clear, and we'll be good, right?
Yeah, my check's. Alright, I gave you this big check. Now I need it back in like 10.
I need it back.
I need like 10 grand back. You can keep the other 10.
Yeah, definitely very believable. You know, that, like you couldn't just find like a neighbor or
Well,
something.
It's important to point out, like, so what's probably the most disingenuous graph you've seen? It's the one trying to paint the Republicans as the one going further right wing. Then it's like, actually, you guys are the crazy ones. And I'm like, see, those
Well,
are
what
the kind
axis are we talking about?
Oh, I've seen these weird
Yeah.
graphs trying to say the
Well,
Republicans.
no. What
are
I'm just saying, like, what
rightward.
axis are they talking about for like more right or left wing? You know, like
Well,
I don't even know what
it's
axis they're
weird-
talking
weird
about. I mean,
quickly
social,
graphs.
about cultural, like what is anyone
like-
talking about?
Yeah, like,
Yeah. What?
like I said, what planet have you been on? I mean, the current structure design is that both sides move to the left because of the cultural.
But to the left of
entropy. Well, to the left of they move to whatever.
Yeah, but
the
I'm
Overton-
asking what
no,
the axis is. You know. Oh, and we have
so-
an old friend who just popped by. But I'll let me.
So
let
this
me
was in
grab
response
in.
to Elon Musk showing like a graph
Oh
where
my god, I fucking missed you, bro.
Oh my god.
We have missed you. We have missed you dearly. But we'll let Yo Lantern get to his point for. Sorry, you're saying it was a response to Elon Musk, right?
Yeah, so Elon Musk made a tweet, kind of graph showing like the point about like the left is just getting more crazy. The person at the center is now considered right wing.
You're saying that the person didn't move at all their positions, that the axis they were being judged by moved, right?
Yes.
Okay.
And that caused well, sort of people trying to claim like, oh no, like how dare, like we're not the ones being crazy, yada. And so someone had this weird graph where, this tries the metric of who moved where. So the let me fish it out. Okay. So his point was that people were trying to claim that that the Republicans have been the ones sliding towards authoritarianism, which means nothing because which side has been pretty adamant about creating...
Hold on, Yellow Lantern. Respecting the rule of law, that's authoritarianism, right?
Unless you're Nick Fuentes.
Oh, I'm sorry, yeah, being a criminal's based, right? Look, all I'm going to say to Nick is, look, all of those illegal immigrants crossing the border are just being based, right?
Yeah.
They're just being based, because, like, who cares about your stupid laws, man? Laws are cringe, bro.
Yeah, that's not based in Red Pill. That's not based in Red Pill.
That's the new wave of cat boys. You just don't understand.
It's the new wave. This is the new wave of Catholicism, catboyism. That's what it is, guys. It's a new catechism, is what it is.
El Gato Nino, as they're known.
The point is, someone looked at this and said that, like, what's happening is that they're just, again, they're being dishonest with the graphs. Someone has shown that Democrats have moved far left, like, on an average, like, 30 to 50 points percentage on,
information control and other stuff, or...
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, even Elon said it, they hate themselves.
Traditional measures of, authoritarianism, right? Like outlawing dissent and stuff like that,
Yeah.
Yellow Lantern. I have never known anyone to be misleading with a graph. It is the most accurate and representative, version of what we want to tell somebody. I think they're honestly telling you that every time, for sure, without doubt, unbiased, 100%.
I love graphs.
Yeah.
Look at this photograph, gentlemen. Every time
Exactly.
it always makes me laugh.
Oh no.
Unironically,
Oh.
yes. But yeah, at
Yeah.
that point, you have to read a graph and someone's intentions because those shits are fucked up. But not to segue too hard because we're gonna go back to this. But I'm making sure the air of my fire here, Mountain Walk, is drinking. So cheers.
I am.
Yeah, drink. Cheers. Drink.
Cheers. Yeah, let me go
Cheers.
grab my drink.
Oh well, now
I will drink my my soda here.
Oh, there you go.
Excellent.
I will
Well,
poison
I'm-
myself with high fructose corn syrup.
Oh.
Wait, I thought Elon Musk was going to bring the Coke back to Coca-Cola.
I hope so.
I mean, maybe he might. There we go, Fed. Now I've got you. You and Yellow Lantern are sharing the ghost chair.
Oh well, okay. I
Oh my gosh.
Whoa.
I'm not.
That's a
gonna-
big
not-
chair. That's a big
Yeah,
chair.
Hey man.
Yeah, no
it's,
lap dances, man.
Don't sit up on that arm seat. Come on,
Got
right down
ectoplasm
here.
on my. I've got ectoplasm now on my uniform. Thank you.
Ooh.
Thank
Well, I mean, I could
Yes,
move you guys
uniform.
around, okay, if I want to, but
No, it's fine. It's fine. Sit up on Papa's lap over here. But yeah, cheers.
it's not. It's a chair. It's not a person. Even if it's blinking, it's still a. It's just a chair.
This
Don't
is
worry.
sitting on a lap. We're a matryoshka doll of laps.
I'm a
enjoy
Joshka
that.
doll of laps going on over here.
I don't know if I ever say that right.
Yeah.
but-
But but yes, I get the conceit you're going for, and it makes a perfect sense. You know, you're saying that just they've moved, and as far as like authoritarian or non-authoritarian axis, they've all moved infinitely further on the authoritarian axis, right? And you would argue the reason for that is they believe they have control of institutions and can make it so their enemies can't speak, right? Because they're, you know, it's like.
Yeah, I mean, I would say it's basically towards totalitarianism. I mean, not like just
no. You're
authoritarian.
absolutely you're absolutely correct, right? I mean, the outlawing dissent and you know, saying, hey, well, the most dangerous thing for our democracy is that people can talk freely, you know, without being properly checked by allies and big tech and the government, and, you know, media and stuff.
I think authoritarianism is one of those ambiguous words, a lot like, say, for example, words like racism and other words like these created in the early 20th, mid 20th century. They're meant to like obscure and obfuscate, and they're not really telling. I mean, like, what is authoritarianism? Like having authority over people? That's how governments work, right?
That is definitely how government works.
Right, exactly. I mean,
so
it's like it's not useful. But they did write a book after World War II called what was it, The Authoritarian Personality or something like that. And there's a lot of like really
well, I mean, like if you look at any structure of government, right? Like the point of the government is they're the one person that can break the law to enforce the law.
Right, yeah.
Right, they're the one person not constrained by the law in order to give them the ability to enact the law on people.
I'm not quite sure why that invalidates what authoritarianism is. It's on a different axis than the other things.
Well, right, that was more general. That's more like a general statement about government itself.
Yeah,
but, you know.
well, no, I mean, your statement, I mean, I was talking more about what Mountain Walk was saying, where these terms are nebulous. They seem to be, like, definable. Yeah. But it's not on the same way people tend to think about these things.
I would say that it's not meant to, you know, the whole point is to obfuscate it. Authoritarian is like anyone can have authority. It doesn't matter where you are on a political compass, right? Like, I mean, by definition, all of our political, you know, people in political power have authority in some respect over.
Well, I mean, if it's codified and if it's codified and enforceable, correct? Like, they have authority.
I mean,
like, I could say, I have authority over Elon Musk. He cares about my opinion, but Elon Musk doesn't care about my opinion. I have no authority over him, right?
Right, exactly.
Yeah.
I mean, it's in actuality, like in reality, you know, when the rubber meets the road. It's not just like BSing.
Yeah, I could say I don't accept the legitimacy of the IRS. They would still throw me in jail for not paying my taxes because they have authority over me.
Hey guys,
and
that's good point.
Enforce it.
But I got a graph I posted in the chat. This is your month determines which Mario Party you're gonna be playing for the rest of the day of the month. So,
you know, if I gave out my birthday, that would be a fun one to play.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, for me, I would say like,
I hate this one.
Why? Which is your birthday? October?
No.
I see. Well, mine is June, of course, so I get Mario Party 6.
Oh, you're born in Pride Month. Congratulations, Yellow Magic.
Yeah.
Oh.
Sounding brave.
Oh,
but again, you can have an authoritarian with like any nature of power. I mean, you can have a Twitter mod or somebody that's on there, and they can just absolutely wield their. I mean, just look at Janie. Like, there's a different way of like actually. Like wielding your authority. That's the difference. It's not the amount of authority.
But I mean, what you're talking about, though,
it.
people's opinions on governance, though, right? Like, you're specifically talking about, I guess, positions on, you know, how they want to enforce, right? Whether it's a stricter, more, you know, restrictive hand, or it's a more open, you know, like, hey, you know, manage yourselves, right? And we'll handle, you know, the things that, you know, that you can't handle or won't handle.
Yeah, it's not about their ability to say like, hey, you're a part of this country and we're gonna enforce these things upon you at some point. Of course, that's what these people do. It's how you wield that sort of thing. Do we let you have every gun? Do we want to take away some of the guns? Do we want to take away all of the guns? It's a very easy thing to quantify.
No, I'm getting every gun.
Every gun. I look.
Every gun.
It was clearly laid out in the letters between the founding fathers that we should be allowed to own cannons, and there were no
Yes.
restrictions on cannon ownership. And being that a cannon is the traditional equivalent of a AC-130 plane, I should be allowed to own an
Yeah, I'd
AC-130
be
plane.
I would have
I
been
thought-
like
Wait.
Blackbeard back in the
Go.
day and just
Ooh.
lay siege to an entire city with my fleet of battleships.
That's right.
Mr.
Yeah.
President, I require letters of marque for this conflict. I'm going to go raid some British supply ships.
But
Very
guys, you
based.
haven't got your 10 kill streak yet to get through your
Exactly.
AC-130.
Shit.
Pull back your UAVs, fucker.
Yeah, a cannon is equivalent, due to inflation, in today's market. It's equivalent to an A-10 Warthog. So I'm gonna need one of those.
How much does it sell on Pawn Stars?
Yeah.
Oh, there you go.
Oh,
We've
yeah, I
had
gotta
an
ask,
expert come in.
what do you guys think is the best Mario Party game? Like, what is considered the fan favorite?
Oh, do you guys remember that Switch
Wii?
game? There was a Nintendo Wii game that was like it was like a weird Monopoly / stock game. That's the best Mario Party game. You know why it is? Because it's not a Mario Party game.
Oh.
It was like Money Street or something. Oh, that game was good.
Was it Monopoly?
Well,
No, it
I'll
wasn't a
say,
Monopoly.
like an actual Mario Party.
Oh,
Like,
an
not
actual
like
Mario
a-
Party game? Let me look at what my
Trash
choices are.
I think I only played the first one.
Yeah,
Probably
the last
not.
one I played was the first one, so
Yeah.
I don't
Yeah,
know.
you guys get blisters from your controllers.
Oh, from like the what do you call it? The tug of war game?
Over rotate?
Yeah, like
Yeah.
yeah, that's how bad it was. Nintendo actually did have to like.
They put a
Yeah.
warning in like the Switch game, like do not do this. Like, but that's what everyone does, Nintendo.
Yeah.
well, they're just telling
Asshole.
you this is how you win. Like, are you a power gamer or not? Come on. How
Yeah.
much
Some
do
kind of
you wanna
pussy, you don't
win,
want to win the
children?
game.
Yeah, they
So,
blind
Mario
out
Party
exactly
6
how to
was
do it.
the 6 was the one I think it's liked because the board actually changes every 3 turns. Because
It's cancer.
no, it's actually not too bad. Like there's the minor changes.
Their skill.
Like,
Your
Like-
skill.
I mean, there's an element of luck to it, but
Yes.
I think Mario Party ended like it kind of went a down age because of when they tried to make it so like everybody has to move at the same time in like this little cart,
Ew.
and it just
Really?
didn't stick very well
That
until they
was
finally fixed it
9.
with Mario Party Superstars.
I mean,
It
like Mario
needs
Party has been
RNG.
like a shitty board. It has always been a shitty board game with fun
Yeah.
mini games.
There needs to be an element of skill so you can say, I totally would have won if you hadn't been such a shisty bastard. And
Yeah.
I get win by RNG, so you can gloat when you win for no particular reason and then lord it over everyone, as it should be.
I'm inshallah, Fed. Inshallah.
Assalam
Mhm.
alaikum something.
Slama Lama Ding Dong, I believe is the,
Salam. Shalom, my good friend.
Yes.
Ah. Okay. Best Mario Party game, the one I don't have to play. I don't know. Mario Party 2 is fine.
One on GameCube. This is definitely
Shalom.
Really? The one on
No,
game? Which 7? I don't even think I've played 7.
I don't think it was 7. I think it was like
7 was good.
6. Yeah, it was the one with the big tree board.
I played that one. Elden Ring.
That was
yeah,
that was
That's
6.
Dude, I wish I played Elden Ring.
Hey man, whenever you get it. Oh yeah.
Yeah,
What the fuck,
I
Lotus?
haven't. It's fucking broken.
Still?
I know. I'm pissed, dude.
You're
I'm
dying
so-
on this EAC hill. Like, I
It's
understand
not
you.
the EAC. It's my specs. I did find that out. I got
Oh,
around
that.
the EAC.
Okay.
Yeah.
What graphics card are you rocking? Are you rocking some AMD shit piece or something, or what?
Yes.
Oh. Go get yourself
I
a
imagine.
1660 Ti or something. Get like the bare minimum. Like, dude.
They're gonna mod it. They're gonna have
Yeah.
little.
Oh,
They're
boy.
gonna give them time because it's the same thing as
Look,
PS3.
I just need them to finish the sexy Ronnie mod, and then I'll play
They
again.
have finished that. I've been cursed with knowledge that exists. I didn't need to know that exists, but it exists. I'm just glad they didn't give her extra set of tits
See,
and
that is
genitalia.
objectively the best girl in the game.
Yeah, like there's
true.
no doubt.
It's
Ronnie's
pretty.
best girl, no doubt.
I cannot abide in builds, so I'm afraid it has to be my enemy.
It doesn't matter. You don't need to actually use the fucking sword, Lotus. You can
Oh,
still just
okay.
beat the game.
Whoa.
Like you just go beat the fucking game and choose her as your patron, basically.
Int
Well-
builds, huh?
Technically,
Good
like
build.
every waifu is dead, so maybe it's not as weird.
No,
sounding,
Ronnie's
but
not dead.
Millicent-
Okay. She's not dead.
Millicent is bae. Oh, actually, she's
Millicent,
totally
Millicent's fine, but like
dead. Millicent
she's dead.
is bae. So
If
is
you're
Ronnie. Ronnie's
Is
deader
above
than dirt.
3,
Ronnie's
Don't
not
fuck.
dead. Okay.
She's
She's gonna be
dead as
queen of the
fuck.
stars, you monster.
She's dead.
I will marry
she's
her
gonna
and be her queen. She will be my
definitely
queen.
not a lie.
As soon as you get those 2 fingers anywhere near her, she will slay them, sir. So good luck. That's what I learned.
Monster. No, Ronnie's fine. Okay. Even if
Also-
she has a doll body, she's still got that. She's got her soul in there, fed. Okay.
But Lotus, you can play that whole game with an int build with not even using a spell. So
That's good.
it's got good variation. So I mean, I'd give it that. I eventually ended up with a ghost-esque build, but I just never used any spell. I just used the Moonlight Greatsword.
Did you just use
Yeah,
like the
my buddy
carrying
has been
sword?
playing that.
Sorry.
Did you just use the
No, my
carrying
mom-
great?
Yeah, go ahead.
Did you just use the int modified sword, fed?
Yeah. I mean, I just used a couple of weird ones like Night and Flame with the.
Oh, sort
Yeah, I
of.
think it
Yeah,
was
Night
carrying.
Flame.
Yeah.
I've heard they
I did-
nerfed the shit out of that, but it's still
Yeah.
decent. Huh?
I just used
I
it
used
to
to block.
whack people with.
If
Yeah.
you want the real cheese, Lotus, it's the weapon skills.
I can summon
Oh,
the
yeah.
attack helicopter.
Yeah, exactly. That's Ashes of War in this one. You
Ash,
literally
sorry,
have
Ash of
like
War,
yeah, there's a fucking or
Isn't
the spirit summons.
How is
whatever.
the swallow dance, by the way, Fed? Is it any good?
Oh, the
The Millennia one, where you do like
Yeah.
the anime sword attack 50,000 times?
the waterfowl dance. That is
Yes.
a motherfucker. And actually, so I am happy to report that speed runs on that game are no longer completely aids, where you just like fly across the map and deload bosses and finish the game in 7 minutes. They've settled on doing rune level 1 and all remembrances, so 16 bosses at least, and it takes like 2 hours and 10 minutes is world record right now.
At
But
rune
that
level
is
1? Holy fuck,
yeah, it's
that's a lot.
magnificent. They use
What
the,
do they use to cheese bosses, though?
They use the
Not the stomping
serpent hunter.
Oh, the
doesn't
one you get at
require
the
strats.
lava volcano manor, right?
Yeah, so you basically go there pretty early, and then they get to like +6 at like 30 minutes, and then they just use the charge R2 to like mash bosses. It's very, very cool. And there's literally like, I was watching part of it earlier, and in the middle of the waterfowl dance, they're dodging into it, hitting her, and then dodging the rest of it, which I was like, that's absurd. Like, I'm on my I'm on New Game +3, and
That fight is
shit's
hard,
fun.
honestly.
Yeah, that shit
It's a
is
good one. The
fun.
Millennia fight is
You're
really
right.
good. Yeah, but
Oh, yeah.
especially the fact that she fucking heals. It's just like, oh fuck you,
It's yeah, well, it's
because
really
it goes
good.
from being like what is like moderately difficult to oh fuck you.
Yeah, there's quite a few things in there that like it's a really good synthesis of the different Souls things up to this point, where it's like, yeah, if you want to make it easy, you can do this. If you want to make it hard, you can do it like that. It's got open world.
It's very
pretty good
cool. You
bosses.
can play that game in so many different ways, effectively.
Yeah. So I if I find anything that helps with specs and whatnot, Lotus, I'll let you know. But I haven't said it yet, so cheers. Cheers.
Cheers. Cheers.
Cheers.
So,
Crafting in that game, fucking garbage. Is that really annoying? I was worried
The
about that.
crafting, I mean, no, it's not that bad. I would say. I
It's
mean, like,
negligible.
Good.
if
Yeah.
you need to make like if you want to like max out like every fucking weapon in like a playthrough, yeah, then crafting's gonna be AIDS. Because
Oh,
you
you
have to
can't.
keep playing through the game. Yeah, because you have to keep playing through the fucking game and getting more ancient stones. But I mean, like if you just know like 3 weapons you want to do, like you'll get them through the course of the game, and there are ways you can get more of them. Like, it's not the worst.
So yeah, normal Dark Souls.
It took me like
Yeah.
170 hours to kill all the bosses, I think, and like clear every dungeon.
It took me somewhere around that, but I was like casually doing stuff.
Yeah,
I just
no,
kept on
exactly.
doing-
Like, it was at the start. It was like, like if I see something, go do it. And then like after I beat the game, it's like, all right, let's go back and do this. Let's go. I just have to get the other 2 fucking endings because I didn't look up that. Oh, by the way, you should like make a alternate. You should make a save so you can just finish the game
Yeah.
again. And I was like, oh fuck you, game, come on. But then my second playthrough, like I'm just kind of steamrolling through it, just like.
Yeah, you get to really pick and choose after you understand where everything is at. But it's if you haven't spoiled it for yourself too much, it's one of the weirdest things as you're going through this map. Like, it can't get any bigger. Like, there's no way. And then it just keeps happening. Like, I was like, I swear to God, this like.
Do you remember when
area
you got
has
to like
be the top of the map?
the lost tower the first time? You're just like, what the fuck? Where am I? You teleport
Yeah,
like all
sure.
the way across the map.
There's quite a few things where I was like, what the
I think there is
going
a.
on?
Oh man, I'm still laughing. So you guys see this video, this TikTok of like a downhill racing between Luigi and Shadow? Have you guys?
I have not.
Please post it. This sounds amazing.
So somebody these downhill racing like on YouTube has been like a niche thing. It's been growing in popularity. You guys got to see this. It got so popular so fast that somebody even made a comic depicting the event.
Someone memed it? Let me see. Oh my gosh, I fucking hate trying to play Twitter videos in Discord. It's
Yeah,
always
like
50 times like, hey, Discord, will you play it? No. Will you play it? No. Will you play it? For the last time? No.
Oh, I had one of these as a kid. It wasn't this elaborate at all, but
Like, you did like a pine car derby when you were a kid?
oh, I did that. But there was like an electric track where we would like race cars around,
remember
and you had
that.
to like kill a monster at the end. It was very fun. It's where my dad taught me what timing was, because I just kept ramping the fucking car, and I would never actually beat the monster. My dad was like, "Look, stop being an idiot. Wait for the monster to be here." It's like, oh fuck.
You had a
Very
good
loud,
dad, Fed.
valuable. Yeah. And then I also
My dad
learned
just taught me to
that-
play boomer shooters.
Yeah. Well, I learned that dads can have autism, and they really care about their sons winning the Pine Car Derby, being someone who grew up around NASA. So those little cars
Yeah.
were over-engineered to shit. Like, I'm talking, they put little notches in the axles to make sure the friction was left, and then put like graphene powder in that, soaked it, and made sure.
Where you don't
like,
just like
weight
inject
was
a bunch of
perfect.
quarters into it to give like better weight.
Yes, that's actually, they would, I mean, as long as it met a specific weight, but any way that you could do that, yes, they were doing that. So they were making sure that the weight was like absolutely perfect.
Time for the car weigh-in.
Yes. So that and chili is what I've learned that NASA people are absolute monsters at making, because there's a chili cook-off every year for NASA and surrounding engineering firms, and it is engineers with little secret recipes trying to win, and they
Is it like
just-
Scoville almost?
It's not as much like what's the hottest one. I mean, there's different categories. There's like what's the best representation, what's the best like overall like.
You mean
flavor.
presentation, right? Not representation.
Yeah. So
Okay,
you have like a little like area, and it's like we do Jurassic Park. So you have one of the guys in the blow-up suit, and it's like Jurassic Park chili, come get you one. You like sit down in some weird thing, or there's like I distinctly remember one of them was they served chili out of a toilet in an outhouse, and that was disgusting. But pretty good chili. Yes, exactly. But the whole thing is you go there and you eat chili and you like get a whole bunch of different varieties of it. And like I said, they're all pretty good because it's a lot of different variations of different recipes. And then you get absolutely hammered because every place is just handing out alcohol because it influences decisions. Go figure. It's wonderful.
Wait,
Do
really?
they have secret
Okay.
footage on White Flat?
Sorry?
Do they have secret flat Earth footage that we're missing?
100%. As
No,
they
no,
were-
it's the Hollow Earth
Hmm.
footage.
They
You've played.
were,
You've been to the Nocron Eternal City, right, Fed? That's what it looks like down there.
Mhm, mhm. I've also watched Godzilla vs. Kong, so I understand very much the Hollow Earth.
Earth is by far the
Yeah.
coolest out of any of
It is very much so.
Yeah,
Oh, man.
Hidden Agartha,
Yes.
Darrow. What's the other stuff down there? Have you ever seen Marabito? Good movie.
No, I don't think I've seen that one. Merv.
It's the one about a Japanese man who sees a man in the subway stab out his own eye after seeing something terrifying. And
Jesus Christ.
investigates the subway, finds a hidden city, a naked woman there, and she feasts on human flesh.
Nice.
Sounds
Good
lovely.
Is it a metaphor
Yeah.
for his ex-wife?
Yes, 100%.
Yeah, closer than you might think.
I think the Americans like knocked that off and literally just called it Meat Train. And there's the guy from like all of these like Guy Ritchie movies, the bald guy that's like a fixer, and he just ran around with a hammer murdering people, and he had a meat train, and it went to hell.
Maxwell's Silver Hammer is my favorite Beatles song.
He does have
What
a
is
little
good?
like what is it, tenderizing hammer? So yeah, it's pretty much the same plot if you imagine an American being like, what does this movie actually mean? So I'm 100% certain that that's where it came from.
I see. So the Earth is hollow, right, Lotus?
Yes,
Okay.
Just
I've
like
been
the
there. I'm a chud. I'm a cannibalistic
Chud.
human underground dweller. I come from underneath the earth. I'm here to destroy all mankind.
I'm a pioneer.
Space, space.
So
You know, a lot of people don't talk about the hollow moon theory because it's just like completely accepted as
the moon is
fact.
made of cheese. This is
Nothing cool like
absurd.
Operation
Oh,
Paperclip.
Yeah.
It's a giant cookie.
What's his name? The dude. Oh, fuck, I forgot. Never mind.
Von Braun?
Oh,
Oh,
yeah.
man.
Von Braun.
Werner von Braun.
Werner von Braun. Dark Side of the Moon.
Isn't that a
Nazi
rock
UFOs.
song, Dark Side of the Moon?
No,
well,
that's
it's an
a Pink
album.
Floyd
Yep,
album.
yep. Exactly. And who do you think that those songs came from? By the way, right?
Werner
You've
von
seen-
Braun.
seen
Oh
under-
my god!
Yep,
Mr.
yeah.
Floyd?
Wait, oh,
Directly.
Have you
I
guys
was on
ever
Hubbard
seen
and
Under the
they
Silver
Dark
Lake?
Side of-
Oh yeah, the weird Hollywood one.
Fucking movie. Uh-huh. Yeah, see?
Yeah,
All the
fucking-
songs made by
Yes.
people.
Very
They're
fantastic
calling it
movie.
Dark Side of the Moon. Who do you think's on the Dark Side of the Moon?
You?
Exactly.
Moonanites?
Moonanites? Yeah. Yeah, Moonanites, I think.
That's an old
Is it a
reference.
Digimon?
It's actually, man, we gotta watch some movies sometime about it. You have
Well, we are
interesting-
planning later in the year to hate watch The Last Jedi.
Yes, we do have plans to do a retrospective
So bad.
endurance
Wars.
session to see how long we can last watching it.
That's horrific.
Wait,
Time.
why hate watching when we can just play the Lego Star Wars version of it?
We can
You
do that
watch a
while
good
we
version
watched.
instead.
All right, Lotus, go. Say it.
What? Say
Oh,
what?
What were you trying to say? I didn't hear
You
you.
just watch it. Why do you gotta watch the bad movie? Why can't you watch a good movie?
Well, I do watch bad movies quite a bit, and I have had the weird inkling, like the suicidal inkling, to watch The Last Jedi, and I've just never brought myself to do it. It's so like much of a
Wait,
daunting.
have you seen it?
No, I've never seen it. I've
Oh,
heard
we,
lots
have
Really?
to,
about
we
it.
need you.
Definitely.
We need you there. You have to experience
Could-
this.
Yeah.
I could
I have to hear
never-
your reactions.
I couldn't muster up the courage. Like I literally, I've looked at it and I've had it like right there, and I'm like, I could just click play.
You could do like a
I've
drinking game.
never
Like every
done it.
time you cringe, you drink. No, we don't want you to die.
Yeah, that would be.
Please.
It would be. I would be interacting with the dark side way too quickly in that one.
What about every retraction or whatever, like something that like retcon something you like?
We could find a good like drinking game that's just like every time somebody like audibly was like, ah, like there's probably something that would work pretty well for that. I'm not opposed to this depending on what the schedule is.
We would love to have you with us for our viewing of Last Jedi.
Also, motherfucker, don't you muscle in on my Sundays, you son of a bitch. These are Bibble Babble Sundays.
Look,
These are
it doesn't have to be on a Sunday, Fed. It can be
go.
it could be a Friday night.
Right.
It could just be, a slow news week and just, hey, you know what? Let's all suffer through this.
Yeah, I mean, we did it last week with the Nick Fuentes gym debate.
That
We watched
was,
that
that
first.
was insufferable.
Oh, really?
I-
Oh, you're
Oh,
really?
homosexual.
It was
Okay.
really gay. It was really gay.
What
Homosexual.
what was his plan? It's just
That's
like,
not-
I just gonna act like I don't care about this, and that's how I'm going to win. Like,
Yeah.
what?
What he does every time. And like never shutting up for more than 5 seconds at a time. That's Nick.
There it is, Lotus. There it is.
I was.
I
I think the thing with
No.
that debate was never. I mean, I think it was poorly presented in most regards, but
The
ultimately,
moderator sucked, though. He could have reined it in.
Yeah, I feel
Yeah.
bad for that poor special needs kid that was running the debate because it was just like. It was just like, oh hey, I'm gonna bring in Destiny while they're having a heated part of the discussion. Like, do you want me to bring in Destiny? Shut up!
that guy. Not only did he have no good presence,
He doesn't
no
understand timing.
instincts,
He doesn't like. It just,
He sounded horrific. Anytime he opened
he
his
looked
mouth,
like
I was
Ellen
like,
Page
"Ah,"
does today.
I
Like,
was, ooh, that was unfortunate. It was very unfortunate. I'm not trying to make fun of the man, and I think he made like $8,000 for doing that. So good on him. Thank you
if
for.
he made $8,000, you can make fun of him with a clear conscience.
Yeah, good
That's
point.
why I'm not too like
Oh,
averse. to
no,
saying
I
it
don't
was
feel
horrific.
bad for him. I just thought he did a bad job.
Oh yeah, I think he did it. Well, I'm trying to make fun of his immutable characteristics, so I'm not trying to go too hard. But anytime he did anything, I was extremely upset.
He's got a
more so
weird looking
than the actual
haircut.
debate. Yeah, I mean everything about it was just like, and I mean I don't want him to chime in like or do anything because they didn't have any real points of contention anyways. Like it was like the peak. It was just
What was the? What
epitome
would you say was
of
the main
both
argument
sides.
of that debate? Like,
I actually can. I think I can sum it up. So basically, there was a debate between people who didn't. So the case
It was
is
over
the
flagging, wasn't it?
morality of DMCA, striking down of videos.
That's one view, but I feel like the argument that they were having was, is Nick Fuentes a thin-skinned little bitch who flags people to make fun of him? And
Yeah.
basically, like 5 seconds in, it was just, yeah, so what? And it's like,
Yeah,
okay, so that was the argument I came to watch, and now you're going to spend the next how many hours proving it?
Is the morality of this. Now, the problem is, of course, this gets brought up because of the dispute between Ralph and Flamenco. Now,
Well, before we go too far away from this, can we figure out what everyone thought the debate was supposed to be about? 'Cause it seems
Because that's what I thought the debate
It
was
was
supposed to be.
so-
When I
so-
came
I
in,
thought
I
it
was-
was DMCA.
yeah. So Geeky thought it was DMCA. Lotus, what do you think?
It was about whether or not Nick Fuentes is a homosexual.
Well, yeah,
Yes.
that's yeah. And then okay, so we got Mountwalk. Did you? give
Manwalk, what did you think the debate was going to be about? And then
thought
what was it
gonna
actually
be
about?
I thought it was going to be about flagging, and it was
Ethics and flagging is what you're saying?
Yeah, yeah. And
Well,
what it was
part
really
two.
about was like some really gay shit that I wasted an hour
Yeah.
watching.
Correct.
Mhm.
You
Yeah,
could have
and
watched
that-
it with us.
Well, yeah,
No,
I did.
I was with
to be
my.
fair.
I was with my
I know. Better you
did
spend it with your
watch.
family.
I did watch some of it through that lens, but I thought it was gonna be about DMCA, and then it was literally just how do you do comedy now? It was like understandable internet comedy and what it's evolved into, and why I don't understand it anymore. Like it was just the shift between here's internet humor and the way it's always been done, and here's this weird Zoomer avant-garde that's cringe, bro. Ha. Like it was so
Checkmate.
jarring.
Checkmate, Gen Xer. I called you
I think
cringe.
literally-
I think the point I would, if I was to ask to say in a point, to say that I would argue that this
First of all, this is not a case of morality because people have unearthed clips showing that, someone like, I think Ralph has shown clips where Worski admits to flagging for this. And this goes back to
Sure,
you did
but
this.
the problem that Nick has, right, trying to argue it's all power politics, is he's the one that's saying we need to return, Christian morality to America. And then when he comes through, when he's questioned on it, it's immediately, I just didn't like him. I just flagged him because I could, because they made fun of me. They insulted
I'll
me.
be honest, that's what the argument's about for me too. I don't.
Yeah, because it's like you're the guy who's saying I want to return morality to the debate. I want to come in and be H-Man 2, 3, and 4, and like this. This is not.
I think it was inherently about morality, even if you look at
Right,
the ancillary characters.
he's the one
around
pushing
it.
morality, and then he comes in and
Well,
just like,
so is
no, they hurt my
Jim.
feelings. So
Jim was also pushing morality, but he was just saying this is.
Jim was
this
just
is
being a shit
dumb.
poster, though.
Well, yeah, exactly. I mean, you're still pointing towards a morality.
I would say
there.
if this was on arguments, which I don't think Medicare really ever bothered to address. I think the argument is that in some cases, flagging is the only recourse you might have because
what?
Someone could say that
What?
this channel,
What the
this guy has.
Wait.
sent
You-
me to my house,
you gotta-
this
you
guy
gotta-
has-
Wait, what? What do you mean flagging's the
What?
only option? I really want to.
Somebody just re-uploads your content. You say, "Don't re-upload my content." Like,
And if they
do
don't
it on
do
a bigger
that,
channel,
then that if they
Okay,
don't,
here,
then you
Ghost, I
can
have
flag
a
it because you
perfect
own
scenario.
it, right?
Well, I have a perfect scenario for this. Well, flagging is like if you DMCA, you're flagging it for DMCA. I'm gonna conflate these two terms right here and now. So if you look at like Hassan Piker when he goes out of the room and then like eats food and doesn't do any commentary and just puts people's fucking content on
That's
his show, and he's
100%
like,
not transformative. That would be
Exactly.
just
That's-
wholesale stealing. I don't think any of us
That's what I'm
disagree
pointing
on
towards.
that position, right?
Well, to point out, I don't even remember who actually made the point there, but
but
yeah,
Yolander was
sometimes-
saying that it's the only recourse. I was
Yeah.
kind of hoping he would
Yeah.
elaborate on that.
Well, that's what I'm saying. There are points where that is the only recourse because you are just wholesale stealing content. Like, there's a cut and dry scenario where this happens constantly. It's Twitch. It's all over Twitch. And all they do is just steal people's content. And they're like, oh, check out all this fucking great stuff that I did. And, like, to be fair, that's a lot of what we do on, like, the Sunday Bibble Babble thing.
But you guys are at
Yeah,
least
to watch
making
that.
commentary and discussing
Yeah.
like what's going on, right? That's
There's
that's
some
the
clips.
distinction.
There's some clips where it's like it's moving so fast and we don't stop it, where it's like it's just us laughing at it. Like,
Well, I mean, like, yeah, but like, there's also, like, you're not everything has to be a scene by scene breakdown, right? If you
True.
play something
Yeah.
and then make commentary on it afterwards, I still think that's transformative in nature, right?
yeah, and that's the point. Is
It's a little more of a
looking
gray
for the
area,
big
of course,
effort.
but it's
Yeah,
still, I would still
exactly.
say it's transformative in nature.
Yeah, and I wouldn't
Yeah.
chastise anybody for being like, I'm not sure if this is transformative. I'd want them to like, and if in every scenario, almost every time, lesson to everybody, in case you don't know, anyone watching, go talk to the person before you go to the authority
Yes.
and say like,
Before you
hey,
tattle to the teacher,
Talk
be
to
like,
them.
yo, bro, that's not
exactly.
cool.
Always
You know,
talk to somebody.
If you do that minimum level and then you go, it's like, okay, then I'm like, okay, well, you
100%.
tried to handle it like an adult and they didn't want to. So you're like, okay, fine, then I gotta go tattle to the teacher now.
Exactly. Yeah, and like that's the thing. And is this what you're pointing towards, Yellow Lantern? Because that's where I see it.
problem is, it's like the morality. People like, if you've been banned from, if your channels have been struck down or have been banned for no reason, and if you to them, oh, no, like, they have nothing to lose. They've got like nothing to say, because I think that's the question about this, and I would argue, the argument should have been is like, well, if you're posting clips of somebody, like, making clips, you're living on their content. I mean, that's what I would say.
Mhm.
And I think,
Sure.
okay, so I don't know if this is true or not. I think the case with with what happened with Flamenco. So Flamenco is accused of allegedly sending people to Ralph's bowling event, and one of those individuals punched him in the face, and they were sent to disrupt
Yeah.
it.
Well, I'm not
Okay.
sure
Is
if
it
that
confirmed that he
specific
punched
individual.
him?
I don't. Well, and then you have to look
No,
at
is it confirmed
was
that
the
he was
motivation
there to
anyway?
snipe or no?
Wait,
Say one more
what?
time? Keith?
Was it confirmed that the guy who punched Ralph actually someone sent there to fuck with the event?
See, that's where I'm not sure about that one. I know.
That's the accusation made. So
Yeah, but you can.
if Ralph's recourse is to
effortlessly
flag
make that.
Flamenco for, because like I said, I think you
But
can make fun of
let
somebody.
me ask you something.
It
Though.
sounds more like
do
you're
you
defending him.
do you believe?
I'm not.
Do you
So, like,
believe
I'm
that
playing devil's
Flamenco
advocate.
sent someone? No, I understand. But do you believe that a reasonable person would assume that Flamenco coordinated with someone to go to an event and punch Ralph? Like, you know Flam. You've talked with Flam before, right?
Right, like I said, I'm agnostic on this.
No,
question.
I
don't-
understand that. But
I
like,
think
do you
it's
think a
wholesale.
reasonable person would see that as how events unfolded?
I think
Well,
all these people are
problem
gay.
is we're not living in reasonable times, and you
Sure.
also have to consider the fact that
But just
I
because
think-
other people are unreasonable doesn't mean we have to be unreasonable, right?
It's just wholesale ridiculous to think that Flamenco sent this person there to punch him in the face. Even if you if you endorse somebody who ends up doing that, I have 100% certainty that it is not the case. Like with 100% certainty, Flamenco did not send someone there to punch Ralph in the
Yep.
face. You
To
can endorse
record
them
and
going
fuck
there
with the
and then they
event,
do their own
absolutely.
thing.
You know, maybe like
Yes, there you go.
you know,
And that's where you
like
get into
and
what
also
Funny,
like
funny,
send. I
that is
mean,
why
like, did he
my
buy him
son
his
did not do
plane
it.
ticket? Right? Like, I mean, it's like send makes it sound like you're sending a Bitcoin assassin at someone. I mean,
Yeah.
if someone's
Yeah, I
like,
don't-
"Yo,
like
I'm
I
in the
said,
area. I'm gonna go to the
Totally,
event."
Like, that's the counterpoint. So if someone messes, like, I get that you can make a stream that makes fun of something, because like I said, these people used to be nice to each other, now they hate each other, and they're going to take the least charitable interpretation of each other's actions and thoughts.
100%. Yeah, sure. Yeah,
Like,
but
what's your recourse if you're just gonna, you dedicate a whole live stream to just repeating accusations you hear that are pretty, like, it's the same
He
thing.
never
with-
accused of her. He reported. He never accused him. He
I
never
don't. I'm
specifically
pretty
said,
sure
"I
Flam
think
never
Ralph-"
accused Ralph of any of them, or sir, he just heard the accusations. I mean,
Yeah, and he
and
said
I mean,
it
like
out
to
loud.
argue
Okay.
that like
Disagree.
Alice only said those
Because-
because she's on Flamenco show. I mean, she said that on Kino Casino. She said that on, I'm assuming, everywhere she went, right? Like,
yeah, which that's another can of beans.
and if
with
you're
this
if you're
topic,
in this
though,
drama
like,
sphere, sorry to interrupt, like
Sure.
that's news. I mean, whether it's true or not.
well, then you have your like ethical obligations of like distributing something. Like, is it just
Yeah,
content?
even
or is this a
Keemstar
hit
says it
piece?
too.
Like,
So
sorry?
when Keemstar hears
Keemstar.
like somebody, because when Keemstar hears someone of accused of rape, he reports it on the show too, no matter if it's found or not.
Well, there's a little distinction there. This is the accusation that's been leveled versus they did this. There's a lot of the time where like depends on the way that you report on it, and as much as it's cringe to be like, hey, yeah, let's have our ethics in game journalism. There is like you do have some form of obligation to like tease out these different distinctions here, but the
Yeah.
thing that I don't like that happened in there, as much as I'm like, I've talked to what is it, Tux Loves You, the guy who
Yes.
didn't go
The
there.
guy who's
and
making
punch-
the Super Ralph 64 game.
Super Gun 64. Yes,
Yeah, that,
that one. And he
Are
was
you gonna
on.
play that on stream, Ghost?
probably
Yeah,
not.
why No, I mean, whatever your conclusion is. I mean, I understand so many of these fucking because I
Ethics
still hang
and
out with
bowling
so many
alley
of these people.
journalists.
Yeah, well, so I have a really big problem with Tux there, and I might have to argue with him at some point. But I'm fine with him going there and showing like how much of a shit show like Ralph is and what Ralph is doing. But
It is
there's like
journalism if you think about it.
there is well, the problem. So like I said, I don't have a problem with going there and showing the beforehand of like the people that agreed to be on stream, aka Ralph.
Wait, was it
Dustin, and
Tux
all
who
that.
punched him?
No.
No, it was
No.
not. That's what I'm saying.
Kicked out.
Well, this is
Before he
this
got
is
punched.
where the line is, and like I don't think anybody endorses this guy randomly punching Ralph. I mean,
Yeah.
you can say like, okay, cool, base, whatever, but like at the end of the day, nobody like advocates sending.
No one's like
someone
jumping
to
up and
punch
down
him.
like, yeah, punch him, you know, or like yelling, arrest him, you know,
Yeah.
stuff like that.
Yeah.
They're just, you know, they're just saying it shouldn't happen.
But-
Like this, you should not attack someone, right? But like,
Yeah,
it's funny.
exactly. And that's why Tux is the distinction, because if he went there and he showed, hey, here's how much of a shit show the service is, that's going to be publicized anyways, and here's Ralph and all these tech issues, I'm okay with that. But the fact that he went there and started showing like a random like group of schlubs, I can't endorse this anymore. Like that was the thing. As much as
By
like
showing
I
a
thought it
group
was
of
funny,
schlubs.
well, but he's showing people that haven't agreed to be like they
Public
went
people.
to the event, but yes.
Was
like,
there a
the
disclosure at
public-
the event though when you might be filmed? I
Well,
don't know if anyone tried to buy a ticket.
If you know that Ralph is doing that, and it would be the onus would be on Ralph, or it would be like, okay, Ralph has set up these cameras that are looking this way. Get out of the shot if you don't want to be in the shot, because like it's a thing where you take like a photo from like the like, hey, it's me on stage and here's the crowd in the background, thumbs up, MySpace picture, whatever. That's like, I get it, but that gives you the time if you want to look away or put your hat up or something. That's the only reason I can't even avow what Tux did, because I thought that was shitty, where it was like he was just filming random like jackasses in the background, and they look fucking like that was a miserable
Bored?
showing of people. Like, well, I mean, just in every sense, like these people weren't like, hey, I'm here to look good and be out on the town and do all this stuff. And I've been to like a few things that Ralph has been at. Ralph Mersch, like Dick Masterson, all them. Like, I've been to a few of these things, and anytime
You went to
they're,
Tampa
like,
Bay, didn't you?
I went to Tampa, I went to Vegas, and anytime they were like, hey, we're streaming this, I was like, all right, cool. Like, and I ducked out. I'm not in any of that stuff. Look at the thing where Dick was like, hey, I'm going to show the crowd. Not in that. I'm not in almost any of those things. I'm in like a random fucking Kiwi Farms thing, but you'd have to find me like there. They have no idea.
Blessedly, there are no photos of me exist.
Exactly.
I
And
also
that's-
want to.
I think me and Ghost were smart not to take figures with Ralph and Dick when we met them.
we
Hey,
didn't.
no, I
bother.
took pictures
Hey,
with Dick and Ralph. I took like I have them. They just don't get out because I was like, I appreciate if you don't like send this out. I'm not gonna send it out in my hand. Please don't send it out in yours. So yeah, like that's the thing is by like doing this weird guerrilla journalism, you end up crossing some of these boundaries that I don't
I do
appreciate the
agree.
way
I
Tux did
would
that.
100% agree that it was not cool to just like, you know, take unrelated people and just take, you know, video of
Yeah,
them.
exactly. And I mean, I had a fucking wild thing in Vegas, and that would have been fucking miserable if that ended up anywhere. But luckily,
Let me
I
add
talked to a lot of
also
people.
think-
Didn't end up.
You know, I think the one thing people have all agreed to party is not swatting everybody. I think every side has condemned that because,
Yeah,
well, as
I
you
would.
said, swatting is.
I would
murder.
argue swatting is really lame and gay. It's dumb.
Oh,
stop!
yeah.
Stop! You're gonna get
I think
someone
most
killed,
people-
and you're wasting, you know, resources. You know, it's
And of course, I don't think any party's behind it. I think you're having third parties. You know, they see the drama and they're going to take advantage of it by just inserting,
Yeah.
you know.
But it's just one of those like
I
easy
mean-
things to just like throw mud at someone, and there's like, well, how can they prove they didn't do it? There's like no way you could like prove it. It's like, huh, you did this horrible thing to me. Yeah, how the fuck do I prove I didn't do it to you? You don't have my phone records. 2, I'm not giving you my fucking phone records. Like,
I'm not posting
Well-
my phone records.
To be fair, like even in this scenario, like I know it's, I say it's hyperbolic, but like it ends up being the case on Twitch a lot of the time, and like they've killed their political atmosphere by having like I mean, as much as it's like, okay, Destiny can be
Wow.
cringe, and like these people that
Well, Destiny's
are
been
cringe on
swatted a
there-
couple times, haven't he, though?
Sorry.
Hasn't Destiny been swatted recently, or no?
I think he's gone to the police and said like, hey, like,
By the
don't
way-
swat me, and he's talked to the FBI and whatnot. Well, go say your piece, and then can we get Lotus's opinion there?
Yeah.
No, I was just saying. Oh, yeah, it makes sense for him. 'Cause
Yeah,
he's
Lotus,
besides
he's-
there.
Tell us.
My take on this is that allowing these people space in your head outside of whatever entertainment value they give you, whether that's from the antics they get involved in or the show that they put on, is unhealthy. And
True.
I think that
Fair.
no one should spend this much time thinking about the ethics of so-and-so flagging this dude.
Oh,
And that's
well,
why my take
Well,
on this whole
That's fair.
situation is
But we were talking about like what we
These
thought,
people are all gay.
the
I
Jim
don't
Nick
care.
talk. That's all.
yeah, well, okay,
Yeah, sure.
fair enough. But
That was
yeah,
what it was
we're
in
just-
relation to, right? We didn't start the show going, we're gonna have a 3-hour discussion about ethics and DMCA filings. I mean, obviously, I've
Yeah.
heard criticisms of
I
the
totally-
DMCA law itself
yeah.
and other
I
shit,
think it's
but
just like I said, we're entering an era. I mean, it's really hard to have a sense of any kind of consistent laws or morality because of just how really disintegrating society has become. Like, we don't know what, you know what I mean? Like, everyone now has their own, everyone now operates on an implicit friend-enemy distinction. Where
I do
want-
think
I
we
want-
have a bunch of tribalism,
Harassment.
but it's the case that I don't think this happens in normal society. I think online
Yeah.
you're gonna see a bunch of atomization and like individuation of people, and then they're on whatever like collective means they can come together to garner power. They're gonna do it because you see this all the time with like flagging campaigns
real
or
life,
like
too.
sorry.
You absolutely see it in real life too. It's a social dynamic that
I think
is
it's a
not
social.
always easy to observe. But like,
Mhm.
you think of that dude in the office that always runs his fucking mouth about retarded shit, and you're perfectly friendly to him, and you wouldn't
You
ever
mean
engage
Jim,
in
I think, or whatever his
politics with
name is?
Well, I'm just thinking of
I
anybody
think-
around the office.
Yeah,
you talk about
well,
like in real
as
life,
someone
not,
else.
there's not a character from
Yeah,
a
like in
television
real life.
show. Like, there's always that
Uh,
one guy who's like,
Mhm.
you
like,
know,
throwing
maybe a
their
bit too
mouth
open with
up
how
to
he
the
speaks, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
but you have
You're
the
saying that on the
dynamic
internet,
there.
everyone's that guy?
Well,
no,
no,
the
no,
internet
I'm
can turn
saying-
everybody into that guy. The
Yeah,
internet,
everybody is that guy. Everybody is that guy, and everybody has that guy in the office that says some shit that bothers them, and they're waiting for the socially acceptable excuse, like a war or some kind of civil conflict, to just murder them.
I think
That's
what you
I
you
don't know
define
about
the
that.
difference. Lotus, I think
Saying
that the difference that you see here is in real life you have recourse for these things where, like I said earlier, where it's like I don't think that there are gonna like specifically this person because again I am a real life person. I work in an office. I experience the same thing that you do. I agree this guy exists, but you have a recourse either from talking to like HR, talking to managers, doing a bunch of different things to say like, hey, you can appeal to the group dynamic of saying like, this is the one guy that's talking about this. Nobody else is talking about this. You can do certain things like that.
Is like because you can't go to HR because they're the ones who have the publicly acceptable positions. But
I've
my
been able to do it in
recourse
certain
is
scenarios. It's
to
not in the same program. But yeah.
passive aggressively humiliate them in social situations when they say something silly about politics, and
Yes.
a real hate.
Well, you have to.
catty,
you have to understand the group
passive-aggressive
dynamic
like that. It fucking
Yeah.
sucks.
Well, that's
I
the thing
just-
is you have to understand
I
the
should
dynamic there, and the reason that
Yes.
online is quite different is because you have these people flagrantly coming out and saying, "Yeah, I'm the person that like got Destiny kicked off Twitch. I did this because he's a transphobe," and then all of a sudden you have this little hug box of Twitch where it's just like, all right, we don't have a political sphere anymore, and we have the person that
Don't
got
they
what
still
they
have
wanted,
the Hassan
but now they
guy
have
on
no
it, or-
notoriety whatsoever. Yeah, they still have.
What I'm saying is, I believe in a rigorous. I believe in taking care of myself. A rigorous exercise routine, and
Rugged
what's the
self-reliance,
rest
one
of
would
that
argue.
bit? No, I'm trying to do the American Psycho bit. I don't remember.
Yeah. You do 1,000 sit-ups, 500 push-ups. You put on a.
Do you
little
first wash,
mask
rinse,
every
and
day.
then
When you
and then
shake my hand,
Moisturize.
feel
Moisturize.
my stripping yours.
Yeah.
You make sense. The lifestyles are comfortable.
Yes.
But
Yeah, but that's what you have to do in social or in certain social scenarios.
yeah,
But
everybody's
this doesn't
had their
pour
day,
out
that's
the
all.
same. It doesn't pour out the same in real life as it does online. And the thing is, online is just literally gonna eat itself and kill itself. Like you're gonna have these like, oh, it's a popular thing. People are gonna get people kicked off that. It's no longer fun. And then you're gonna have alternatives that pop up, and then you're gonna consume your content from there because
There's
it's
something
so miserable.
unique about the online dynamic where I think there's a quote saying that the only thing, the thing that kept people civil in the ancient world was the knowledge that if they said the wrong thing, somebody might put a sword through the middle of their head. I think there's when
The
it
idea that an
comes to
armed
the
society
online
is a
world-
civil society.
Exactly,
Yeah.
basically. And,
Well,
and when
it's
it
the
goes,
fear
when
of
it comes
being-
to
Nobody wants to be caught in a duel.
yeah,
Exactly.
when it
So can
comes
I
to
jump in a
online,
bit, too?
it's this innately like catty kind of dishonest setting because unless you're existing in an anonymous space where everything's ephemeral, if you're humiliated by this or that person, then it creates this incentive. Well, everybody remembers that time that this pseudonymous user made fun of me, and I got to get back at him somehow.
Well,
And I think that happens with people like Ralph and people like Andy, all of those
and
people.
Destiny and Nick Fuentes and all these people because they make a public spectacle of these things.
Yeah, not
and
just
I
them.
think
That's just where it's on most obvious display. But like,
But
just
yeah, even
the way you interact with
places
people on
like
social media too.
Yeah, and it's because they you don't get a real picture of this person. It's that weird thing where you like there's certain people that are like, oh, I see you on this dating app, and then you like you have like an ideal, like even when you meet somebody in real life, some people have like ideations of this what this person does in their own time, and then they like map that onto them. You have a
And
weird
you're
thing
so
that happens
removed
online.
from
Yeah.
even the worry of any physical consequence for anything. you do.
Exactly. And what the thing is, the weird thing about it is the parasocial relationship of thinking that you know this person and what they do, then your imagination running wild with that, and then what you're willing to do based on the betrayal of your ideal characterization of this person. And that's
I like
where
having that
it-
separation.
Yeah, it's a good
know.
thing. It's fucking
I really,
bizarre.
really enjoy having that separation. It's just
Yeah,
easier for
well,
me,
I mean,
easier for me to deal with.
even in some small way, like without like you could give out the least details in the world. You could be like another weird chatter and somebody would like latch
Hey, there's
onto
me.
you in a weird way. Yeah, I mean, Lotus, perfect example. I fucking fantasize about him constantly, and if he ever betrays my trust, I'm
I
gonna
know,
find
everybody-
him
I
with
tend
an
to
internet
empathise.
axe. I mean, I love you, Chief.
I can honestly say I've never
It's like
fantasized
getting
about
reservation
Lotus.
at Torsia now. No, I don't believe it.
I'm gonna fuck you till me you love me, baby.
Oh,
I'm
no!
gonna Mike Tyson that ass.
Buffalo Fett, no!
Carrot would eat it.
Would you fuck me? I'd fuck me.
Oh God. Well, like I said, I kind of feel that thing too.
Sorry.
I was, yeah, I am people. Some people know me for my bonus episodes and just funny call-ins, but like I said, I don't like getting personally involved in the dramas.
But
And,
even your
I-
internet like footprint, there's a complete like you have a distinct butters.
Bias?
Like you have a complete online persona, and like it doesn't. You don't have to put like it could be fake, and people would still latch onto that. And when you break their idea of what you're supposed to do,
Fed
they
never
might hate
break
you for it.
character.
That's what I'm saying. It will, but even there, like even if you are completely consistent if somebody has an idea of you and you randomly betray what they think you are, fuck. That's why it's so strange online. It is very removed from like any other way that we do any of this shit.
Right. I'm not, me personally, I'm not terribly different from what I am. But I just, like I said, it's like, people, I think Academic Agent kind of had this kind of funny, because he wrote a book for Imperium Press recently with his real name, and he used the phenomenon, like, he took a panel from one of his favorite Batman comics, No Man's Land, where, Batman tries to reveal his identity to Commissioner, and he turns around and is like, put it back, I don't want to know who you really are. It's kind of like, I can see that now.
I think it's something that has to be like acknowledged in a way. This is so weird, or like why there are these weird like internet spats, and then people end up like flip-flopping sides, and you do see like this sense of betrayal does come out, and like DMCAing and like backstabbing people, like I'm gonna share your DMs.
I mean, Fed, if my
stuff, 'cause I
entire
disagree.
career was based off of like, busting people for something they did wrong, and then it was confirmed that
Your
I
online
engaged.
career or your
No,
actual
I'm just
career?
saying, like, hypothetically, if someone's entire online career was basically
Okay.
boosted and like completely like built off of like destroying someone else for doing something that was with a shitty thing to do, and it turned out that you do the exact same shitty thing, just like
It's a
that would be-
betrayal. There you go. There's
Yeah.
there's the distinction of the betrayal. And then
Yeah.
even if you are the person that like I pillory people, like I get people executed, you now have the people that like you for executing people. You need the red meat of continually executing people, because that's what you're.
Well,
that's
no,
what
now
known
you're on
for.
the docket. Now you're in front of the guillotine. You're
Oh, it's true.
Robespierre.
Well,
at
I
that-
mean,
you're
yeah,
fucking
exactly.
Robespierre at that point. But
Yeah. Well,
if the
think
parallel
that-
held, it would mean this would end after it. But
Sure, yeah. Well, I
But,
think
yeah.
it's very interesting. I look at
Yeah.
the weird
Yeah,
ethics
I mean,
and
like, where-
implications of this shit. Because I know Lotus hates it, because I spent time thinking about it randomly while I'm drinking.
too much time, man. But yeah, no, I mean this whole, let's get around the board. I kind of want to hear the Sam Hyde, Boogie, and then Andy and like Ralph fight. That's not happening, right? Like we're all adults here.
Oh, I don't know. I'm
Really?
uncertain about Andy and Ralph, and it blew my mind. I was talking to Bill about this the other day. We both had it in our heads that Andy was taller than Ralph. Like when we were going over, like, because we'll watch UFC and whatnot. Like, sorry,
Andy's not very. He's about the same height, isn't he?
he is the same height as Ralph. Like,
So they're both
negligibly,
5'1"?
like, height difference. Well, I thought I don't know why I had it in my head, and it might have been like this weird like meme about Ralph being a manlet, but like
But also
I've
it
stood
could be
next
because
to
Andy
Ralph.
made himself look.
Sorry?
Also because Andy could have made himself look tall at the Florida video.
Well,
Because he does.
I don't think he was there in Florida. He was there in Knoxville.
No, I'm talking
is
about
where-
the aim video because he makes himself look taller in that one.
Oh, okay. Well, the thing that someone brought up to us was here's their height comparison for the push-up contest they did in Knoxville, and they're the same height. And both Bibble and I had been like just subject to this fact that Andy like had the advantage. Like we were going over the
height
method
advantage,
to, like,
right?
talk about like
Tale of
to
the tape,
quote,
basically.
reach. Yeah,
Well,
we were looking
I don't know.
at methods
Like,
for
I don't
fighting,
care how
and
tall
it was-
Andy is. I mean, you put 400 pounds on a man, like that can end you. You know?
True, but it's boxing. That's the key distinction.
Is it
here,
boxing
is
or
when you really
MMA?
look at it. It's boxing. Boxing
gonna
is
be
what
boxing?
I've been told. And unless someone else has better information, I've been told it was boxing.
I'm just
and
asking, how is Andy going to put on all that weight, though?
He's not. They're
Okay,
gonna
because
fight
like,
at a
don't you
mismatched
realistically
weight.
have to be similarly weighed to do like even like a just any sanctioned event?
No, you can be
No,
sanctioned
they do
under a
it at catch
mismatched
weight.
weight.
Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah, it's called a
basically.
catch weight fight.
Yeah, exactly. And so basically, they can. I mean, George St. Pierre is like, or wait, or was it him or Bis? No, it's George. Was it George? Him or
Pierre?
Bisping has like their eye doesn't function because their fucking retina got detached.
Oh my
And
gosh.
yeah, well, Logan Paul was like, I'd whoop your ass, and they found whichever one it was, the UFC fighter that Logan Paul called out, that he knew he would never get a sanctioned fight. No, not him, but it was one of the UFC guys. They found an Indian reservation that would absolutely abide in this weird fight, and then totally sanctioned it. And Logan Paul backed the fuck up and said, "Nope, I'm out. Please don't." And
Yeah,
he talked shit when he knew the fight wouldn't be sanctioned. But there are plenty of ways to circumvent like fight sanctions. And then it's a weird thing is now you have to like say, all right, well, what are the actual advantages in boxing of being like so much heavier? And it doesn't seem as though there's many of them. The weird thing was that reach and things like that is what we were thinking like Andy had it in the bag over, because cardio and all these other things and the ability to push up and all that is like, yeah.
But I feel like,
it was
you
Andy all the
just
way.
can like rope it. If you've got the cardio, like Andy probably has comparatively, like you can rope a dope,
He
right?
has better cardio than Ralph by
Yeah.
far. He could
Yeah.
smoke every day of his life and run like an absolute country mile around Ralph. There's no heads or tails about that.
Yeah, Ralph would be gassed out by round 2 if
Yes.
we're lucky.
Ralph would have to put it away very quickly, and that was the thing that we were looking at, is because we watched like some fights and whatnot, and we were having a weird moment where we're like, okay, so let's look at all the rules of like boxing, catch weight. You have Ralph, you have Andy, and it was weird because we both had it in our head that Andy was taller, and so it was like it was perfunctory that Andy would win. But then it was like, oh wait, they're almost the same size. And I was like, huh, what does this do to the calculus? But it's still the cardio factor is so mismatched for Ralph. Like, and don't get me wrong, like I still talk with Andy and Ralph, and I'm friends with both of them. I don't fucking sling mud or anything. I'm purely talking about the hypothetical of them fighting.
Yeah.
And I think
you're both
it's a
gay.
very well. I mean, fair.
Did
You
what?
can-
What
yeah,
did you think
I don't-
of? I guess if we're on top, what did you think of Ralph's performance in the Jim Nick debate?
Oh wait, I didn't.
Where he just
he
like
actually
showed
went in
up
there?
and just did the yeah. Yeah, he was there. He was there for
I
like
don't
the
know.
pylon when like Baked Alaska and well, Baked Alaska was funny. He like just would switch sides randomly for no reason. Like, when he,
Yeah, well,
he was my favorite
Wait,
like random
no,
person
no.
they brought in.
Yeah,
It's
that's
not
pretty fucking funny. That's
randomly for no reason. No, that's his character. That's literally
know.
what Baked
It
Alaska.
was just, it would be like, well,
well,
wait a minute. He did say this. Like, wait, what? Baked? What are you doing?
Yeah, no, I
Yeah.
completely. That's his character flaw. He's just a spineless worm. I
is
will
so
talk shit
funny.
on Baked. I won't talk too much shit about like Andy or Ralph. I'll call him out when it's appropriate, but I'm still friends with both of them. The fucking Baked. Oh, that guy's a fucking bastard. But I actually didn't see the Ralph portion, and
Oh.
from what I've seen recently of Ralph, like when he's come into conflict with
Now?
like flamenco, like when he fucking went after Rand, I laughed so hard. Like I'm not
Okay,
usually the
well, wait a
person
minute.
that's like,
I hold on. Before we get too deep into like the rad stuff, didn't
okay.
he show pictures of him and his family and his wife on his stream?
Allegedly.
Yeah.
Oh,
Like-
that was detestable. I completely
Okay,
disagree.
okay, all right. As long as we at least agree, that was like absolutely disgusting and a detestable thing
Yeah,
to do.
I was
Like,
not a fan of that.
It was not. There was no like. There was no reason to drop that tactical nuke to a response.
Yeah.
Of what he was. You know, like what the fuck is wrong with you? Like that's just inhumane thing to do. You know, I mean, there could be real world consequences. For
Definitely
Fellow
not
affiliate of the Bibble Babble, Avon Chartsdale, which I talked to quite a bit. very fun individual. Check him on the Bull stream, all that stuff. Late night Sunday.
Full stream on
fine.
YouTube every Sunday
Yeah, there
night
you go.
at
Yeah,
7:30. 7:30 Pacific, 10:30 Eastern. You can get all the latest news on the coming economic recession and the crypto market from Kaz, Maximus the Merciful, and Avon Chartstone.
You could have
Definitely check it out.
for Bibble Babble.
Also, watch their intro to trading videos. They're very good about reading charts and, kind of starting out as an investor.
I'll take that as a no. All right. But yeah,
I
talked
missed
to
a
him
lot
Watch
of
about
Bibble
Bibble
Babble.
Babble.
Oh yeah. Well,
What?
Like watch Bibble Babble every Sunday morning.
yeah, I
an
never remember
afternoon,
the
right?
time. That's
It's
my
not
issue.
Fed. Fed's nice.
Yeah, I'm there. I do stuff, and it's awful, but
You
it's
gotta-
very fun.
You gotta watch it.
Get your dose of internet terror every Sunday night. The Bibble Babble.
Oh, also, we do have a little clip channel that we're trying to promote.
Oh, there's
and it's-
Bibble clips now, so we don't lose these
Yeah.
forever anymore. That was always the worst
Well-
part. You'd have like a great Bibble moment, and then it's like, no one's clipping this, you
Bibble
monsters!
records everything, doesn't it?
Yeah, he
Yeah,
does.
You get like everything on, like
He
hard
does.
drive.
I
But,
still don't have
uh,
my, what was it, when we watched Kentucky Fried Movie together. That was magical.
Yeah, and like he does have like these great moments, but like he's got them
I
recorded.
miss movie nights with Bibble. Those were good.
Yeah,
So
well,
Bibble movie nights were
we're
awesome.
talking about doing more of those and like having like movie things where not only do we do like the Hollywood Bibble, but like
Those are my
film
favorite
talk.
kinds of stream.
Yeah, well, I mean, we have that, and we've been playing D&D for like I don't know,
Years.
4 months, 5 months.
Is Jim gonna join D&D already?
I don't think so. Yeah, we like randomly had a thing where like Bibble was like, D&D, and he almost tried to get Dick in there, but yeah,
It was
a
funny,
whole
though.
thing.
Jim was always like, yeah, I'll totally show up, man, and then never showed up.
Motherfucker. That's why. That's the real axe that I have to grind. That's why I'm a cat boy, because of my friend being slighted. But it's oh fuck, what were we on before this? Sorry, I was making fun of the fact that every time I do a promo,
Bibble's
like I'm
got
like,
good
oh,
taste
check
in
him out on
movies.
the thing.
I give him that. Bibble's got really good taste in movies.
Yeah,
Bunch
well,
of movies I had never seen.
They're
I saw
fun-
a bunch
yeah.
of funny stuff
Yeah.
that were
We call
pretty
the
fucking solid.
yeah.
Oh, and like, what was it? Who's the guy? The fat guy, with black hair. He's a pseudo cop that does like kung fu stuff. He knows like Krav Maga, like something else. It's fucking awful.
Danny Glover.
No, he's known
Something less.
specifically. Sorry.
Sorry, he's much less mainstream than Danny Glover, I would assume.
Yeah, well, I blank on names, and like he's
Andy Weed-
sorry. Well, he was in. Okay, hold on. I know I don't know why. So like I blank on names. I know the fact that he was in The Perfect Weapon, and that was the one that we watched on Bibble Babble recently, and just atrocious. Steven Seagal, that's it. I just blank on names randomly. I dropped them, but that was an absolute gem. But yeah, we're talking about like
Steven Seagal, yes.
yeah, like because like there's some tisms that happen in D&D, and like we're talking about trying to like release like portions of it edited and whatnot, and doing some more stuff, but trying to do more double content essentially. But it's always weird, and like Bibble always has the meme where he's got it recorded. I don't doubt that he's got it recorded. Like if anytime there's like a good joke, I'll send him a timestamp, and then he's starting to put it on the clip channel of like.
That's a smart idea.
So like, well, if you ever have it, so for anybody here, if you have any good suggestions of a good clip of a Bibble moment that you can like pin down somewhat, like a bit or something that you like, let
The
him
Bibble
know.
can read shirts. The Bibble can read
yeah,
shirts. Needs to be
that's pretty
clipped.
good. Yeah,
I mean, the
well,
problem is a lot of us listen to Bibble while we're doing other things. That's the problem.
True,
you know?
yeah,
It's
yeah.
like, oh shit,
And-
where's the timestamp?
Oh well, I mean that's the thing. If you ever have any of those, like
Send them your
hit
way.
me
Like,
up
hey,
with that.
10
Yeah,
seconds
and, like,
ago, Bibble, there was a fucking banger there.
Well,
Go.
even if you're like, oh, I was listening, like, I remember this the other day that y'all did this, like, weird thing. I mean, just hit us up with those sorts of things because we're trying to, like, see how that clip channel goes because they're very short clips, to be fair. But he has, like,
But
the full
YouTube's probably
episodes.
labeling Bibble as spam right now. I mean, if the Discords ain't judged by it, that was fucking ridiculous.
That was
Every post.
absolutely absurd. Yeah, well, it was. They don't like the fact this is a VPN. But that's the thing is where we can like meme and have fun, and there's no like, oh, I like Ralph, I dislike Ralph, I like Andy, I dislike Andy. Like that show's great because we don't have to like delve into any of that. It's just like memes.
That's all
memes.
fine, Fed. But did he eat the poo poo?
Absolutely. The dung
He
eater
did.
himself.
Okay. All right. I just wanted to.
I
I needed
hate
an
that
unbiased
picture of
source to
Ralph.
tell me. Okay.
I can't look at that picture of Ralph. He looks like a fucking oyster. It's disgusting. He's got fucking 3 sets of tits on one side, and I fucking hate it.
It's the loathsome dung eater.
And Sir Gideon off there!
The all-knowing.
I don't know why that guy goes so ham, but
I love that guy. He's so good for the opening.
Yeah,
You know,
no,
like
that's-
let me go through all of these fucking people. Godfrey the Grafton.
Well, that's the thing. I kind of want to like do it as a meme, but like I just have to find a time of day where my neighbors won't kill me. I will cut every promo that you want, where it's just like you start with like normal, but just like oddly solemn like dialogue, and then just start screaming at the end. I think it'd be a great intro.
So you're telling me that Ethan Ralph is the loathsome dung eater, just by physical appearance and actions.
Yes, 100%.
Okay.
Can confirm. I've seen Under the Helmet, and that is
Ah! Why did he pull his shirt up, Fed?
I don't know. I
just
fucking
remember something. Not one.
What did you show his
Ed,
feet?
have you seen Mad God yet?
Mad God.
Yes, the stuff.
Mount Walk is deafened right now, so you can't hear what you said, unfortunately.
Oh no, I've not seen this. Is this
Yeah, watch that shit. That shit's good.
is it 2021?
2021, 2022, something like that. Is that?
A corroded
It's up
diving
on,
bell descends amidst a ruined city and the assassins emerge from it to explore the labyrinth, bizarre landscape inhabited by freakish denizens. Is that it?
That's it.
Oh, perfect. Okay. Yeah, no, I think you have good taste. Like, there's weird people that accept have good taste. I will absolutely come out right now and say Ghost does not have good taste.
I agree.
detest
I agree
some
with
of
it.
your opinions, Ghost. I think we're still friends, but god damn it.
Unrelated to
He's
this
got bad
conversation,
taste in it.
Lotus, I may or may not be in the Pacific Northwest come July.
Oh yeah? Where are you gonna be?
I'm gonna be, I think, like kind of more rural Washington, but I'm flying into Seattle.
East Washington. Oh, okay. Yeah, we'll see if I'm down there. I don't know what I'll be doing in the summer.
I mean, if you're
but
like in the
I'm
area, I
comfortable.
wouldn't mind, grabbing, I don't know, if you know a
yeah,
nice
sure.
place to eat or some shit,
Yeah,
that'd be
fucking hit me up or something.
Yeah, it'll be sometime. It's
Over
in
the
like
summer?
early July. Cousin's getting married up there, so.
I might actually be down in Seattle during the summer. We'll see. We'll see how that goes. But
Yeah, I'll keep you posted whenever I figure out my flight and what days I have. I mean, I can take the whole week off if I need, but.
yeah, sure, hit me up. We'll
Yeah,
go
sure,
to a
man.
bar or something. I don't know Seattle that well, but my sister probably does. I'll ask her.
You guys can go where Kurt Cobain killed himself.
There you go.
What?
Just drink until depression and just think about Courtney Love over
Yeah.
You're impugning my taste, Fed Zeppelin?
Absolutely. I think you're
Fair point.
detestable.
I got time. Yeah.
Have you watched Moon Knight? Have you watched Moon Knight, Fed?
I've not watched. I will not lie. I've been watching like. I've been going over classics with some of my friends and like showing them like Hereditary, The Shining.
The ferocious
other-
faces feaster.
Yes. Eyes Wide Shut, like a bunch of stuff like that. I've been doing a bunch of that.
Season
Yeah,
1 of True Detective.
Downwalk.
I've
I
heard that
see
one's
you
actually
can hear me again.
Oh, it's great.
Are you there?
Yeah. What's up?
He asked
Have
if
you
you've seen
seen
Mad
Mad
God
God
yet.
Yeah.
Oh no. I'm still-
Bastard, I've asked you like 3 times.
You
I
betrayed
still,
him.
I still
Anyway.
look at it. I still look at it all the time.
Every time I close
My
my
tab.
eyes, I see its face.
Yeah, I always see it.
Then
I
you
see it in my.
Oh, actually, I also have
Hello?
an odd question for you, Mountain Walk. Before you get.
What's
fucking-
up?
Why aren't you drinking right now, motherfucker? Cheers.
Also, Mountain Walk, same question. In July,
Mhm.
I'm going to be in the Pacific Northwest.
Oh really? Sweet.
Yes.
I'm here. That's where I live.
Oh.
Yeah, I'm flying into Seattle in July, so maybe
Oh, thanks.
hang out or
Mountain
something.
Walk, or well, I'm gonna ask
Possibly.
Mountain Walk first, but
Perhaps?
Mountain Walk, have you
Perhaps?
seen this Spy X Family thing? Is it any
That's pretty
I've
good.
heard
I
good
like that
things,
one.
no
Oh,
spoilers.
it's pretty good.
I've seen it.
Yeah. Yeah. The manga is very good, and the anime just.
We're all
started.
watching Kaguya Love is War, though,
Pretty
right?
entertaining. Yeah, that one's,
No.
that one's, newest season's okay.
It's cute.
Your last recommendation to me was the most formulaic depression like simulator I've ever seen in my entire life.
Oh,
I
which
can't remember
one
what
was
it
that?
was. It was something
What was
about
it about?
like it was every time this guy like he's like immortal and he's like made of a tree and he like it starts off they're in the snow, a dog dies, a boy dies.
Oh,
and
yeah,
then
no, that's really
this
good.
guy
That's,
Oh,
ends
that
up-
one. I haven't seen that one.
Yeah,
was
that's
disgusting, and it
pretty
was-
depressing.
It's
That
so
is
depressing. It's so good.
formulaic depression.
He's a rock,
Yeah.
Ben!
You want to fucking fight me on that being formulaic? Are you kidding me?
He's a
Literally
rock,
every time-
okay?
On that.
Wait, Ghost. Ghost.
that.
Okay, sure.
Have any of you seen The Northman yet?
No, I haven't. I'm
I heard it was
actually.
I'm
Yeah,
gonna
I've
see
heard
that.
that one's
tomorrow.
confusing.
Looking forward to it.
It's the same dude that did the Lighthouse, I think.
Yeah.
Oh my god, that's a banger.
That's
Holy
a weird
shit.
ass movie.
Oh,
It
it's
looks
so
fucking
good.
rad. The Northman looks really.
It looks
fucking-
very good.
Mhm.
Yeah, I'm really hoping that one pulls through. I haven't seen it yet, so I'm
I
reserving
survived
judgment.
30 minutes
but
in the
I'm
bone
hopeful.
zone. Terrifying.
Ooh. But yeah, so in the Lighthouse, William Dafoe and Robert Patterson?
Eggers.
Eggers?
Oh, no, what you're talking about. That's the director, Robert Eggers.
Oh
is the
yeah.
director.
Well, I think I mean that one all.
What the
way
fuck was the
around,
name of the
between
show
way
where
it
the guy was
shot.
the rock? I can't remember what it's called. I just remember it's so sad.
Yeah, I can't remember the name either.
What are you
'cause I
talking
haven't-
about? All right, shut the fuck. Hold on. The Lighthouse was fucking phenomenal. If you haven't seen it, watch that one. It's very good.
Yeah,
It's in black and
Lighthouse is very
white.
good.
Yeah, that
I've
one.
seen
is
The Lighthouse. We
absolute
watched it on
best
my
one.
channel.
It's very
That's
good.
probably Willem
Yeah.
Dafoe's best performance.
Yeah.
Of
Well,
like anything.
I don't know. Like William Dafoe is fucking
He's
phenomenal.
really.
like
he's
he's
great
very,
actor.
good.
Yeah, he's
Yeah.
really
you
good.
guys remember him in that Death Note movie? Neither do I.
Yeah,
Wow.
exactly. But that's
You
also
know
something
who's really
where
underrated. Fucking Jonathan Price. He's the main dude in Brazil. I think he was in
okay.
Pirates of the Caribbean as well as.
Mhm.
Yeah.
the
Wait,
lady
Willem
Stand-Up.
Dafoe was in Pirates of the Caribbean? Which one?
No,
No. Jonathan Price.
Jonathan Price.
Oh, yes, Jonathan Price.
I think the weird thing about the Lighthouse too is like a lot of that was phenomenal. Like the people that you expected to work there worked, but William Patterson, like that was the thing where like
Robert
that
Pattinson, you mean?
Robert Patterson, whatever his fucking name is. Sorry, I'm fucking atrocious with names. If you haven't got that.
Robert Patterson.
Yeah, yes, exactly.
Yeah.
That guy, that was might have been his breakout performance. Like that guy
He's
was
really, yeah, he's really
he
good.
wasn't bad at all. Like I was very impressed. He fucking held weight against like
Knocked it out of the park, yeah.
yeah, especially when William Dafoe is like giving these like soliloquies and whatnot, and then he doesn't like
Isn't it?
It
Willem?
wasn't like he got overshadowed in that moment. Like he still held his own, and I was like, oh, this guy's actually pretty good. So
Yeah.
I watched the new Batman to see if that was any good. That was, but
That looked pretty bad.
it's pretty bad. It's really
I've
bad.
heard
in the
mixed
tech
things
moments.
about the Batman movie.
I liked the Batman mobile. I liked their nod towards him being imperfect. I don't think
But,
the hate
Fed, who's
for
who's the mask? Is Batman or Bruce Wayne the mask?
I think that's a very good thing that they hit on. I don't think they hit on.
Oh,
it
I
well.
haven't seen the film. Did they actually do that?
Yeah, well, what they delved into a lot of the time is they make the distinction between here's Bruce Wayne being Bruce Wayne, and then what ends does this meet, and then Batman being Batman. What ends does this meet? And then you see like the crossover where it's like, well, Batman is using Bruce Wayne in this moment to be like, I need you to be a drunk and make like a bad like public appearance to like cover up what's happening here. And I think that's an interesting dynamic.
Feel
But
flat gripping yours in the sense that our lifestyles are probably comparable, but I simply am not there.
there's a lot, well, exactly. There's a lot of red meat here. And the thing that this one delved into a lot was there's a strong pattern as you go through this movie of, do you rule through fear, or do you like make a positive like public image? And a lot of the mobsters' tactics are ruling through fear, and Batman's like initial position is ruling through fear and then seeing the implications of that. And then
I mean, what, you're telling me a guy who dresses up like a bat in all black and beats the shit out of people at night possibly is trying to scare criminals into not being criminals? That's absurd.
That's
Well,
the
it's-
shtick, is that, you know, Batman, because he's like, well, you know, the idea criminals are cowardly, superstitious a lot. I must inspire a symbol or some kind of costume that can help invoke fear. He's like, that's right. A bat crashes through the windows like a bat. That is what I shall be.
Well, but even through his actions, you see him like beating the fuck out of people and like doing all these things at the start. And like, I don't think it works too well because there's like a bunch of like wanton violence that like murders innocents. Like even when he's like, I'm making the revelation of trying to inspire people to do good and be like, oh yeah, well I can do good with my other side. Like, there's a lot of stuff about like the fact that he's
But part of the
neglecting
conceit
being
with
Bruce Wayne.
Part of the conceit with
like,
Batman, though, is that his villains are, you know, mentally ill, right? And that the system does not, like, you know, punish them properly. It doesn't, you know, yeah, they're always in the unsecure, you know, Arkham Asylum because, oh, you know, they're sick, you know, they're not evil, they're just sick, right? And Batman knows, no, these people are fucking evil, and they need me because the system doesn't deal with them, you know?
Well, yeah,
that
and
part of the
that's
whole
the thing.
conceit, I mean.
The point of Batman is walking the line of, hey, like, I get that there's the nuance between sick and evil, and to some extent Batman is sick and evil.
Yeah, Batman is
but
definitely
he always
sick.
has like, well, he has a line that he's not willing to cross, and like that tends to be the point. But this was an early in the Batman sort of movie where he's understanding that he does need the persona of Bruce Wayne, actually, instead of just indulging in like complete violence and terror. He needs not only Batman to have like some altruism to him, but also as Bruce Wayne, he needs to have a more altruistic, not just strictly vengeance thing. And I think they muddled a lot of it. Like, I don't think they got...
So much
They
effort
pointed to it.
wasted
They
on
did
a
wrong.
dumb comic book movie.
Yeah, true. Fair. I mean... Well, I mean, how much effort are you wasting by saying
Like,
that?
I
Don't
hate it.
waste effort.
I absolutely hate it when
You have absolutely roboted out. Give yourself like
Yeah.
a couple minutes and then see if you can come back with that point. Well, I'll
Am I
be
good
sure to
now?
like... Oh yeah, you're good now.
Yeah, you're clear now.
Okay. I hate when directors who might otherwise be talented, like in designing a setting and a story and characters that suit the tale that they want to tell, waste all of that just on making a fucking comic book movie and constraining themselves to not only the expectations of whoever's really into the comic books and also like all of the fucking Hollywood directors who say,
Oh yeah.
you have to put this, that, and the other thing in, and we're golden. And it's such a terrible way to make movies.
But Lotus, does it pass
So
the Bechdel
fucking
test?
Well,
No good
that one
movie
had,
does.
yeah, that one had some, like, I don't know. I think the cringe moment is overblown because, like, even the fact that when she's like, "Oh, you came from like a rich family and you had all this shit," like, she's wrong, and nobody like spends like, I don't know. I watched the Witcher movie, the animated one that follows like.
It follows his old teacher, I think.
Yeah. It follows whatever his name is.
The old
Vesemir.
guy.
Vesemir. They follow Vesemir, and they're like, "There's black people."
Hey guys,
on there."
I'm gonna take off.
Oh
I
yeah.
gotta get-
Sure. Okay.
All right. Well,
Yeah.
Yellow Lantern, thanks for stopping by, man. Glad to have you here.
Yeah, I've been super busy a lot and I haven't. Plus, the thing that came up that really couldn't do it is that at my parents' house, their water heater failed.
Oh shit.
Flooding in their basement.
That's one thing, yeah.
Sorry to hear
Yeah.
that, brother.
It's still not quite cleared out. On the plus side, this gives us the final excuse to finally clean the basement, as well as get rid of. And finally start moving stuff out and making it look less crowded.
Well, I mean, you know, something good from something shit. I mean, but
As
Yeah.
always, Yellow Lantern, you have noble pursuits. You are looking at the right thing. I appreciate you for doing it.
Right, and despite I know I'm friends and acquaintances with people who may not be, friends anymore, because I realize.
That's not our business, dude.
Yeah.
Like, they're internet people
Yeah,
in
who
the end.
cares?
It's all
Yeah.
matter.
Yeah, we don't.
Yeah.
we don't do internet
Well,
friends.
Well, I don't know about that. I got some internet friends. and,
Okay.
I can
well,
see
I don't do
them,
internet
so
friends. You're all
Yellow,
my
so,
internet acquaintances.
You
Yes.
have you're in my thoughts and prayers, and I appreciate what you're doing. So
Yeah, I gotta DM you something in a bit. I just gotta remember what it was. Yeah, I just gotta do the thing. Not much else to talk about. I mean, the war in Ukraine still goes on. I just hope they don't try to escalate into World War III, because that would really suck.
Oh, they're trying.
I know.
Yeah.
Planning on looking at the little breakaway region in Moldova. That could be the starting point.
World cleansed with nuclear fire. Kali Yuga.
Lotus, once again, always thinking positive.
Yes.
Yeah.
As the final day of Confederate Memorial or Confederate History Month draws to a close, I did take some surveys around Florida looking at the remaining monuments, and there was black wreaths for those monuments that have been removed as well. But
What's a black
people
wreath
place-
mean? Like, I don't know, like what it means.
It symbolized mourning, as in the thing is dead, or has been.
I mean, they've been
Think of
dead
the
for a
bla-
while, but yes, I think I get what you mean. You're talking about the monuments gone. This is kind of what they're representing.
Yeah,
So you're telling me that even though the statues got removed, there are still people who remember their heritage and their history and are honoring it?
yeah, and also they don't like the people who to remove them.
Well, what's
To me,
stopping
they-
them from
I'm just
anyway,
saying, it sounds to me like you don't have a problem. I mean, like, people still
it's
remember
still-
it and they still honor it, and they're going to tell
still
their
a
kids about
humiliation
it.
ritual you have to go through.
Okay. But I think, people are honoring it and remembering their history. That's what's important.
yeah, no one's
Rather
doing
some
this.
some
world
petty
around
people
them.
that removed your
Physically.
statue, big deal. You guys have your own kids, you have your own families. You're gonna outlive them.
Right, but unfortunately, the current regime has been in the process since the 1960s to dispossess, disenfranchise, and eventually make a minority of the host population.
Well, I'm not
They
gonna
already
allow
are.
you to, I'm not gonna allow you to tarry in this moment, but I do think you're pointing to something correct here. I just think it can't be understated the amount of people that still have like not only Southern pride, but like they understand and like honor the history. I think there's a bunch of like ahistorical or anachronistic morons that don't really get it. I don't spend too much time there, brother. I'm gonna say cheers. Don't spend too much mind. Don't spend too much time with your mind in this spot.
Well, it makes me feel more sympathetic to the people of the Donbass. Who,
Which ones? The
You know.
Russians or the Ukrainians?
Absolutely, the libertarian gays go there.
Respublika Donetskaya and Luganskaya. I mean,
What?
Shalom.
two.
Shalom, Yellow Lantern. Shalom to you as well.
Yeah, those are the two.
Fuck
Those are
you,
the-
Mountain Walk. That show is formulaic as fuck. I hate you.
It's
How
not
dare you.
formulaic. The protagonist is a rock put into the world by a
Disgusting. That show
crazy,
sucks.
hilarious god.
Yellow Lantern
Just
say your
wants to
goodbyes
fuck with
so I can yell at these people and then leave. Please.
Yeah, it's
I love you,
okay.
brother.
Farewell, everyone. I'll try to get that bonus episode in, and for your entertainment.
And that'll be on Ralph's
especially-
Patreon
He doesn't have a.
or Subscribe Star, or I don't know.
Whoever.
I think I'll say just put it up on Odyssey for free.
Oh, okay.
I doubt it.
So that'll be on the Ralph Retorts channel on Odyssey.
Yeah.
Yes,
Look,
as well as maybe the podcast feed. And it's kind of funny as apparently the show that went on had a blood sports basically between someone who was taking the pro-Ukraine side and someone was taking the Russian side. Because this would not be the last time that I had a bonus episode done that kind of reference to the certain. The one on fascism I did was based off the
Didn't Ralph's co-host just dox one of his potential guests? Yeah, didn't there was
motherfucker, let the guy go. Let him talk.
Yeah.
let him make an
Yeah,
exit.
hurry up.
Oh yeah.
Don't tarry.
Yeah, I guess maybe I'll go around. Like, I thought about maybe, chilling out with some other shows every now and then. Expand my little.
Hey,
Not to say,
well,
because like I said, I do this for fun. I don't really make a career out of it.
true. I think that's a lot of us.
That's
And
the right attitude to have with that.
you sometimes you gotta meet the format of a show, so it gets a little bit wonky. And Ralph is very accommodating, having like the format of the show where it's you meet
Yeah.
the space that you do. But absolutely, like if you can run with the format, come talk to Bill and come hang out on Sunday show. Absolutely.
Yeah, I am working this Sunday afternoon, so I don't think I'm going to be able to make it.
I mean, whenever's cool, brother.
And the same thing for Mother's Day. I will also be. Well, I am at least the place where I do. My mother is coming for the brunch, so.
What are you gonna do for your
Oh
mother?
yeah. You son of a bitch! He's celebrating Mother's Day. Stop fucking.
No, no,
I
it's
want to
fine.
yell at fucking Mountain Walk. Let him go.
It's a reasonable question to ask.
I'm
Jesus.
gonna fight you.
I'm
Yeah.
with Fed on this
Long
one.
goodbyes are my thing. There's also the fact of the yeah, so I'll talk about that's the thing, I'm still trying to write it out because I have my notes. The problem is like I'm trying not to get too much on Ukrainian history or too much on the war because it's like I said, I'm also going to be referencing a bunch of other works that are kind of like for further explanations.
I mean, it'd be a good informative video.
Yeah, you're good
to
at what
hear
you
an
do, man.
opposition position on the Ukrainian war.
Yeah, don't question it. Like you absolutely have your space to do the stuff right. So, I mean,
Yes, I mean,
skepticism is good. You do what you do.
yeah, and the same thing. Yeah, so maybe I'll try to be on a bibble babble, and I think I'm in good graces with enough people that I can be on shows where I understand that the hosts don't like the other one, but I basically have a policy of I just try to be diplomatic and neutral, like as long as nobody
get
like
involved
tries to
in
personally
all that
attack
gay
me.
shit. 'cause
Yeah.
everyone
Bibble
is
hates
possible.
me. Yes.
All right, well, anyway, I shall go now.
Yeah, cheers, brother.
Good night.
Thanks for
Good night.
hanging out. Thanks for
Great
indulging
chatting with
me.
you again, Lantern.
Farewell.
All right, Fed, you need to scream at us. What's going on?
You're fucking wrong! That show sucks! It's so formulaic. Sorry, like all the way away. I'm so like, how do you not think like you're looking at this character and like I don't? Oh, okay. Why do you think that show is not formulaic? Either of you, like you can tag team this one.
Formulaic
not
doesn't
walk-
mean bad.
Oh, I think it's
Good and
awful. I think it's fucking awful.
Well, what's the
of
formula
How
it is,
formulaic
though?
it is. Sorry.
What is the specific formula? Like, you're saying it's formulaic, but like
Protagonist is
context?
introduced a character enough to make an emotional attachment to them. Emotional attachment.
So you're saying it's like
character
lost
dies.
porn, basically, is what you're saying?
Yes,
Oh.
it is literally just drama farming you for the fact that this character is gonna die.
Yeah, that does sound stupid.
It's very stupid. It's absolutely disgusting. It's so bad. In any time they do any sort of like attachment to a character, and I mean like attachment. I don't mean like, oh, they have the grandfather character. I don't doubt that everybody would fucking die at the end. Don't get me wrong there.
Not everyone
But there's
died.
like, yeah, well, okay, but there's specific characters where they're like, oh, this guy has like, here's a little violin thing, and here's why this character's so forlorn. And he gets to do this thing where he has a little shining moment. It's like when somebody gives like a drama dump or something where they're like, I've always
Trauma
loved
dump or
this
something?
character. Yeah, well, yeah, it's a trauma dump, yes.
And
So
I'm one week before retirement.
Exactly. They say like, oh, I've always loved this other character, and I finally get to realize that they get to like accept it's not an unrequited love anymore, and here's why I get validation, and then unceremoniously get murdered for no good reason, and it's just like, bang, 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 bang. It keeps happening, and it's so stupid that if you fall for that, it is just horrific. Like,
Are
if
you
like
saying
the
that
thing,
the
you
world
like the
building
thing,
wasn't
but it's
good? I
bad
mean,
writing.
like, I'm just curious.
It's very bad writing. Sorry, one more time.
Like, the world building's interesting. Like,
The world building is not the issue. The world building isn't the issue. That's not what I'm pointing to. I'm pointing to the fact that every character conflict is going to end with the fact that the character that you've been pointed to that you're supposed to like, and they're supposed to be heroic, or they're
But
supposed
the
to be
main
likable
character
in
is
some way.
literally a blank slate, and this is how he actualizes as like a sentient entity, right? Like,
You can learn from characters without killing every single one. That's like without doing the fact that like, okay, well,
Not everyone
I like
dies
the dog.
immediately.
I like the dog. I like the guy. Oh, I didn't even watch the ending. I get so fucking annoyed with the fact that it kept hitting the same note over and over again.
but like
I was
the
this
one
show's
character
over.
didn't even die until years later, after he had, you know,
Which character? Well, that doesn't matter. They're still focusing on that arc. It doesn't matter. It's literally like they grow up. Yeah, sure, they growed up, and they're like, "Oh yeah, it's me now. I'm alcohol sack boy, and I'm all grown up, and I finally get I get to express the fact that I love this chick, and she remembers the fact that I saved her. Now she loves me." Dead. Oh yeah, I'm a dog, and I'm running through the snow with the boy that I love, and
This show
I'm
sounds
like.
hilarious.
It was, well, I mean, it's a gap. It ends up being hilarious, like the self-fulfilling prophecy of like how easy it is to understand what they're doing over and over and over again. If you fall for it, you're a twit.
Isn't every story
have to
formulaic in
understand-
some way, though?
Well, sorry?
You're making the argument that this is like a formulaic story. Like, aren't most stories formulaic? I mean,
Yeah.
I mean, it depends on what terms you're talking about. No, I don't think most stories are formulaic to the point where it like within the own meta of the show. If you're saying it's formulaic or it like performs tropes, sure. Like a lot of shows end up like you have a slasher or something like that. Like you end up having like feelings of isolation and you have like this beatable force and there's like a heavy atmosphere of like inescapable like reality that you have to confront. Yeah, and so if you want to call that formulaic, I think I would reject what you're saying and say it's about execution in the way that you execute this specific thing that you're looking at here. But this one within the own show said, hey, we did this thing where we had attachment to a character, the character died, and then based on that, our character learned something, and then they grow from it because they assimilated like a characteristic about this character. And then they kept doing the same thing in their own show. Like you could literally,
I mean, that's
like,
literally
the microcosm,
like,
and then
that's
like,
literally
the
how the
macro
character
show.
works, though. Like the character.
It's a bad character then. That's
No,
a
but
bad
no, like
way
the
of
character
doing it.
literally is like a blank slate, and only
Okay,
through.
where's the part where they throw a wrench into this circumstance and that you have some form of like, oh, I don't even need to learn from the fact that we have like trauma through characters dying. I have like this character.
But he does
in
have trauma for characters dying.
He
grows
does
attached to them as he
constantly.
becomes,
He doesn't
like,
learn
more-
from any other form of character development. He has no character
Well, he's not
development
even a mammal.
of his own. So?
He's not an animal. He doesn't function like a normal creature.
Okay, so like, what if we had? Okay, he learns from like these traumatic experiences that happen a couple
Right.
times.
That's why the
but then
first time he
understands-
like develops is when he gets like he gets attacked
Uh-huh.
by something. Like he learns
Yeah,
through that.
no, I
pain.
understand.
Like,
I understand what you're looking at in like development stages of like otherization versus internalizing it. I understand a lot about what's being talked about here, but they don't do anything where it grows past. We like this character. The character dies. Our protagonist now has this understanding of what that means. They don't do something where the character lives and they understand like a misbegotten.
But even in the first act,
truth
like the
through
older
this.
girl actually lives to the first act. Yeah, once not in the village, but after he makes it out of the ice village and he gets to the forest, the little girl dies, but the older girl lives.
Oh, so do you understand that every time there's a character that gets set up, they have a tragic story, they're validated, and then they get murdered, and then the
She had
character
a tragic
just
story
moves on to
too.
another story.
What's
The whole thing's a tragedy. Like his entire.
I understand that,
existence.
but it
Yeah,
doesn't
literally.
break away from the same formula in any way possible. Mountain Walk, do you understand what I'm saying?
What do you mean, same formula? Like, what do
Okay,
you mean by
so
that?
if we introduce character, we have our rock, and our rock has to like absorb information in some way, and the absolutely formulaic nature of this is we understand character, we understand why it's a tragedy, what they're going through, the character gets validated, and then they die, and then the rock learns. Why do we
Right,
have
and the
to
rock kind of
always make
assimilates, like,
the
their
rock
soul into
learn the
himself.
same way? Why does the rock only learn through the fact that there's a character,
because that's
they
how he
go
was
through a
made.
tragedy, they overcome it, they get validated, and then they die? Why does it happen every time? Why is there no break? Why is there no like synthesis of character in any other way? Why does it always happen the same way? That's what
Wait,
I'm pointing to.
I have to read a comment from Karn. He says, "I thought this anime was a tragedy, but I realized it was really a comedy."
Yeah, no, exactly. Well, I mean, that was the thing. That was actually the thing. Whenever some character got built up, when they died, I started laughing my ass off because it was like, I'm so character, and then like sad pan flute comes on, and it's like Naruto music on a swing, and you're like, oh, sad character, oh, he's so sorry. oh no. And then he gets validated and you're like, oh, vindication of character. Oh, so strong. And then he died. And you're like, oh, so tragic. And then next scene, same thing. It just kept happening. Stop it. It's a bad way of doing a story. There's no like involvement. There's no like
I don't know, Mount Walk.
there's no other way of learning. There's no actuation of the Rock. The Rock just does the same thing where it absorbs tragedy, and you're like,
Well,
cool, Rock. Like maybe like have a relationship of your own.
Mount Walk, you read
and,
the
like,
manga,
understand things.
Yeah.
Okay, and the anime made it up.
No, I
through,
watched
like,
the show. No, I'm talking
Okay.
about the show. The show
No,
is formulating.
the show is based. The show is based on the manga. That's what I'm saying. I'm gonna ask Mount
I'm
Walk.
talking about the show. The
No,
show's
Mount-
off.
I'm just
The
gonna
show's
say
got
Mount
off.
Walk. The show got up to the point where after the prison island, and then it ends with him like going probably like a decade or 20, 30 years in the future. I think. So
They did that a few times. It didn't matter. It was still formulaic. It still was like, this character grew up for like 15, 20 years. Our character like lost years and became a boy again. What happens? We have tragedy of character, actualization, and then they get murdered. Every time! It doesn't matter. It's literally the same thing. They're not throwing any fucking like, there's no weird spectacle that they do. It's the same formula every single time.
Okay,
Every
so-
act is the same.
Well,
It's
it is-
awful.
I think a better way to think about it is like as like an actual sort of Greek tragedy, where like say like Sisyphus, right? He's cursed to roll the boulder up the hill or whatever because he was a total dickhead. He's hubris or whatever. Right? This is kind
Just
of
like
the same
Mundane
thing.
Matt.
Sisyphus would suck ass if you had to listen to every act of Sisyphus
hang on.
rolling the hill up again. Like, that would be terrible. You understand that, right?
Wait. I want to hear what Mount Walk has to say real quick.
I mean, that's fair.
Let's let him just like,
I
give you like a response, and then, you know.
Yeah, no.
Are we talking about Eternal Return?
Oh, well, I don't even remember.
No,
what it's
I
called.
mean just
It's so
in general,
god-awful.
like when we're talking about like what like the what kind of tragedy it is.
No, I'm
like,
talking about the show specifically. Don't stray away from the show. I mean,
Right.
you could talk about tropes and whatnot, but like, I'm talking
You're the one talking
specifically
about
the show.
formula. Of course, we have to talk about tropes.
You
Yeah.
can talk about that. Okay, yeah, but like, I want
I mean,
you
can
to
I
understand
talk
that this.
at all?
Sure. Yeah. Okay. Fuck it. Like, well, somebody else put
No, you're not allowed to talk since you haven't watched Mad God. No one who is not allowed
Shut up,
to
Lotus.
see Mad God yet is
Advocate
not allowed
Lotus.
to talk. Yes.
I mean, it is a
Which
tragedy.
means, by the way, I am the only person allowed to talk.
You have the talking stick.
So as I
I
was
am
saying,
the only one who has seen Mad God.
I mean,
Wait. Okay. Yeah. See if you can justify this, Mount Walk.
I'm very curious
not
to hear
engage
Mount
much
Walk's
with people.
response because it's been a while since I've seen it. And Mount Walk read the whole thing, so I'm just kind of curious
Yeah.
to hear.
I mean, I won't spoil anything, but we'll say for the first beginning parts of the anime and manga, it is a tragedy where this is. I mean, it's not even. It's hard to say it's even an animal, right? He's a rock, and then he's
a
wolf.
thing pretending to be, you know, a creature,
Yeah.
right? It's
I
imitating.
thought we were
like-
letting Mountain Walk
Right.
talk, Ghost. You fuck.
I'm just clarifying.
Groundhog suddenly sounds like 10 years older.
Yeah, it's very weird. Let Mountain Walk.
Oh,
Yeah. I don't know what you did with your audio. But it sounds good.
Oh, thank you. And so what ends up happening is he ends up growing and kind of learning how to be a human, right? Eventually, sort of learning about the world, learning about what it is to be a human. But again, everyone around him keeps dying, right? And he can't. So as he learns and grows and becomes more human, it becomes even more tragic, right? Because he can understand fully the depth of like what's going on, like what does it mean to die, right? When he can actually sort of reckon with these things. So it's not just a tragedy, but it gets even more tragic over time, right? As these things, he builds connections to people in different times and places, and then they all, of course, all end up dying and stuff. So,
Are you
just
saying
explain
that
to
he's
me-
something like a Greek god and that he has no physical connection to mortality, and so they act out their petty petty wills and in disputes through the bodies of mortals as a kind of envy, and that these mortals possess a special place in their brains because they possess something. Okay, I'm bullshitting now. Go ahead.
I mean,
Okay, the Mountain Walk, if I were to levy this critique and show you why I think this is so hollow, why is there no different representation of tragedy other than character is like bereft, they have this tragedy that happens, they're actualized and they become somewhat heroic and they overcome, and then the character just die, and then our other character just absorb. Sorry?
Yeah, they die. Yeah.
Okay, then they die, and then our character is like, okay, I learned a lesson, and then walks away. Why is there no other way of him having to sacrifice and, like, there's no portion where he says, okay, I'm gonna sacrifice in their stead, and I, like, it's, have you seen the butterfly effect? Okay,
Well,
so
wait a
I
minute.
actually
Did
have
he
like
even
a
feel
really good
sad when the
story.
kid? Did he feel sad when the kid died? Because I don't think he did.
He feels sad every time.
No.
It
Like I don't even
matter.
think he understood. I don't think he even understood the emotion
Even
at
if he
the
did
time.
it twice, why did he do
Yeah.
it 3, 4, 5 times?
I think that was like the audience
Question.
imprinting how they felt about the kid at the time, not like him himself. I don't think he was capable of understanding like sadness.
Okay, that's fine. I think there's like otherization portions where like kids don't understand things. I completely agree. So if you had like 2 iterations of this happening, I could understand it there. But what I point to again, and Lotus, I'll let you talk here in a second. But if you watch like it, one of the interesting movie, I don't think it was well executed, but if you watch The Butterfly Effect, it's one central theme. Yeah, no, it sucks. But the thing is, it's got a potent way of telling you that you're not going to escape this fate. What happens is you have a central problem where we have a character who doesn't understand something, i.e. feelings or whatever, but he attacks multiple different circumstances and he keeps trying to defy fate. He says, hey, I'll attack this portion. I can work on this. I can attack this different way, this different mode of thinking. I can go through this different character.
The Rock
and I
literally
can
tries to
change
defy fate several times in that.
In
Gets
the
told, like,
same
yeah, all your
way.
friends are gonna
in
die.
the same way.
My God,
It
God
never-
tells him you're about to get fucked over, and he's like, no,
stops
I'm gonna
being
do
the
this.
Same mode. The problem
I
is,
have a
Ghost,
question.
is it never stops being the same mode. There's no like. It's not like I'm gonna beat this character up and I'm gonna keep him from being here. I'm gonna emotionally I'm gonna manipulate this person and then understand that entrapping them in there. Like, you're not realizing these different emotions and learning different emotions through this character. It's just tragedy, 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 tragedy. And it's not even a different tragedy. It's still actualization of the character after they're misbegotten and then they die. It's not like there's no I can beat this guy up. Do I do this through force? No. Okay. I'm gonna emotionally manipulate somebody. Can I do it like that? No. Is it something where I can force somebody? It's not even Bruce Almighty did this better. Where it was like, love me. Understand that you need to love me. And compelling somebody to love you doesn't work. There's no moral. You don't get anything from it because it's the same fucking story every time. And you get it. It's just a tragedy. That's it.
Yeah, I have a clarifying question. Has everybody seen Kino's Journey?
No.
Because I see this, and it's because the format of every episode is basically the same, right? Kino goes to a town, stays there for 3 days, and then she leaves. And I know this kind of format might bother some people, but I want to, because the interesting part about that was the different towns that the character goes to. The main character is, for the most part, entirely static, doesn't have any development. It's just a vehicle to explore.
For the audience to experience these towns.
Different characters, different characters and
Explore
towns
different
and settings.
sorts of things that happen. I can understand why that might be something if you have if that's your view, where you're like, okay, here's how we experience these different tragedies, but I'm gonna go ahead and make a guess that they told a different story, and it wasn't just a tragedy.
Yeah.
Over
Because
and over and over again.
Yeah, and
they
just to
became
clarify,
elated.
because if Kino was entirely focused on the character of Kino and how that character reacts to the situations, and it was entirely about the personality of that character, which is entirely flat, that would be a very bad way to tell a story. And that kind of sounds like that might be what this show is doing.
And I actually, like, even in that critique, I can understand why somebody might be confused. And, like, I think that's a salient critique of this, because the problem with this show is every time, and again, what I've said from the start, is there's no different tragedy. It's not something where, like, somebody's randomly smited. There's not, like, something where they didn't even get, like, they didn't get everything they wanted. It's every time
kinda
there is a
randomly smited.
character
I mean,
that gets everything.
from their perspective,
They're
it's random.
dispossessed, they get what they want, they're actualized, and they're in a happy place, and they die. And it's a heartstring that they just keep plucking at. It's the same note over and over and over again. There's nothing that, if anything, this character doesn't learn anything. He doesn't learn anything other than life is a tragedy, and it happens every single time where you get actuated and then you die. That's it. That's all they know. They don't understand that somebody, like, without even getting actuated, gets smited and just completely, like...
Talking about, like, the main character, or, like...
Yes,
this
they
character?
don't learn. There's no emotional depth to anything that this character
Which
can
one?
learn.
Which one?
The fucking rock guy, the guy that goes through the whole thing. He
What are you talking
doesn't
about?
learn. There's
The whole
no.
thing is him learning, like...
Yeah,
how to
literally the
be-
entire thing is about how he learns and what he
Yeah.
learns.
What did he, what? No. Okay. What did he learn? Tell me.
what
To
it means
think,
be
to
human,
exist.
to be-
What it means to be alive.
Okay, Mount Walk. Mount Walk. Okay, Mount Walk hasn't talked in a bit. Mountain Walk. Tell me what he learns in what scenario. From the top.
What it is to be human?
Okay.
I mean,
How?
that's...
What? No. Okay. So what it means to be human. Okay. So
by
I
his
agree. He goes from being a
interaction-
rock. He goes from being a rock. He has otherization, and then he internalizes that, and then he says, like, okay, well, I mean, now we have like we have an otherization. People aren't objects. I understand what it means to be somebody, and I understand what a tragedy is. I understand what it is for somebody to love something and then understand that their love is like validated and they die. What does he learn after that?
I mean, I can't tell you what happens at the end, because that would...
No. I'm asking you, does he learn about like suck? Does he learn about like just growing fat on the tit? Does he learn about like anything that it is to be human? Does he learn about like any of the vices that you
Yes.
have to overgrow? Where? When?
I mean, he has a... Well, I probably shouldn't say that either, but he does have a lot of moments, right, when...
Is
he
it in the
learns-
manga or is it in the show?
Well, the show...
Just
I
even
don't
in the
think it's-
show. I mean, like,
Okay, where in the show? Tell me where in the show where that happened.
he doesn't perceive anything when he's a rock, and then the wolf dies on him, and that's where he gets his first inklings of what it is to be alive.
I completely agree. I completely said, I granted you this. I'm asking you what he learns after that, other than the fact that there is love and life can be a tragedy. What else
I
does
mean,
he learn and where?
Like what death is, right? I mean, that's...
He learned rock
He
hard.
learned that already. No,
Rock
he
hard.
learned that in the
Like
first
Venus.
story. He understands what it is to not understand what death is. He understands mortality. He learns what it is to be a human. He understands what it is to love something. And he understands what it is to die in a noble pursuit. What else does he learn and where?
Well, I mean, he
and
doesn't... like,
why?
This takes a while for him to learn all this stuff, though. This isn't just like, oh, the little
I
girl
don't
dies.
care. The character doesn't. the character and time is anathema. It doesn't matter.
Does the Rock
I'm talking
fuck?
about
God damn it, Karn.
I'm talking about the plot points of where the thing happens.
when
The
they
lady
die,
tries.
back
Right, Mount
rock hard.
The lady fucking tries. But no, I mean, like, what he learned from the kid was like just the basics of like being a human, right? Because the kid's like, the poor kid's like delusional, right? The poor kid is like is delusional,
Yep,
right? Like everyone has abandoned him, no one's gonna come back.
Okay, so even I'll grant you this: if that happens the second time, why does it happen the third time? Why does this story continue to happen in the same cycle where there's no variance of the story?
I mean, think about it. He's barely a character at all. He's the protagonist, right? The story's told through it, but he's
Exactly.
not even.
Well,
No,
this is what Lotus pointed out. This is what Lotus pointed out: is you don't need a
he's rock
protagonist. You can have a character that goes through all these things and experiences all these things, but isn't like, it can be formulaic in the way like 3 episodes they go through the thing, but every time they experience something different. This is the thing that I pointed out when I was
this is
talking
called
about the butterfly effect.
Fumetsu no Anate. It's To Your Eternity. God, why can I not remember that?
Yeah, that's a good one.
Oh,
Yeah, thank
okay.
you.
Like again, I'm not.
Karn
pointing-
said this sounds
you-
based and he wants to watch it. That's why it's
Well, you
To Your
keep
Eternity.
pointing to all these sames, and you're discounting the fact that like, I'm not even discounting the fact that like, okay, yeah, the character can live for eternity. He's a rock. He has to learn these things. I'll give you 2 portions where maybe he didn't understand on the first point, and he has to understand what it is to be like a self and an otherization of somebody else to like actualize himself and understand what like the distinction is between like subject-object distinction. Sure. And then you go
But
through it a second
it's-
time, and you
it's
get
not even a
something else.
matter-
Why does it happen 3 times? Why does it happen 4 times?
He's not immortal for one, right? Like
Who cares?
He can
talking
be.
about
He can
what
be
you
killed.
get from the story. There's no moral of the story. There's nothing that you get from the story. The story doesn't tell you anything other than I'm gonna pluck your heartstring and make you feel stupid for like falling for the same shit again.
Well, it's not even that matter. I
dumb.
mean, it's usually his fault they die.
Exactly.
Like, it's always
so if
his
it
fault.
happens twice, why do we do it the same way the third time? Change it.
Because
Do
what
something
he
different.
learned from those other
He
from,
didn't
like,
learn anything if it happens the same
no,
way.
no, but Fed, he learned from those souls of people that he assimilated into like his entity is that he desired like affection and like human like interaction. He desired.
He learned that the first time. He learned that
No.
the second time. Why does it happen
Right,
the
but
third time?
every time he absorbs another person, like he becomes more human. He becomes
No, he
less
doesn't.
attached.
He doesn't learn anything. It doesn't work like that. You don't have a. You don't have a like. Do you understand that? Like the
There
way
is
that
no
you make
creature that's
decisions,
a
like, you
rock
have-
that turns into a human, Fed. Of course, nothing exists like that.
No, the second time you should get it. Like I'm granting the first time it might not sink all the way in. The second time it should sink in. The third time you need a different.
But he's
moral, or
a
it's
flawed
the same
creature,
shit.
Fed. He's not. He's not a fucking Mary Sue, okay? Who's just like, oh, I'll just do exactly
I'm not,
the perfect logical
okay, so
thing
why
to do.
Would I,
He's
why
not
would
a
I say if he
robot.
had moral failing twice and say he didn't even learn it right.
He doesn't
on the
even
first
initially
time?
know what morality is. He doesn't even have a conception of it.
Exactly why I granted. Why
He's
would it happen the third
actualizing
time?
as, like, just first a thing and then as a
All right,
creature.
sorry, I forgot that you're Ghost. I'm overstaying my welcome in this conversation because you don't engage with what I'm actually talking about. Mountain Walk's having a laugh because he understands what I'm talking
Wait,
about.
am I not engaging with what he's saying, Matt Rock?
Well, I can tell you exactly why you're not. Is because I've laid out the silver bullet to what you're talking about, and you still don't understand that I told you. If we give him 2 times of the same iteration of the story, and you're still laying out the fact that it's like, oh, he's becoming a human. You're talking about the first iteration of the story. I said give him 2 iterations of the story where you can like understand a bunch of these different concepts. Change up the fucking moral. It's awful. You don't watch any of these. You don't watch Star Trek for the same fucking moral philosophy. It's not the same fucking beat every time.
I mean,
You
it's kind of infused in
understand
the
what
whole show,
different philosophical points are because it has different stories. This is the same story over and over and over and over again because you don't actually get a different. There's nothing different other than We have a tragedy. We have a self-actualized character. They understand that there's love and it was okay to die.
Yeah, I don't think he gets self-actualized until much, much later.
Yeah,
You don't,
he's not there.
No, I'm saying every single character
I
has
say
a
5 minutes. Closing statements.
Oh yeah, no, I'm
At
fucking
this
done
point.
talking about this. I have other shit to do, and people are pissed at me for not doing it yet. But the thing is the self-actualization is not him; it's the characters. And then he doesn't.
But I thought we all
absorb
agreed
it.
he's like a vessel for the audience to experience the show more so than the focus.
Why don't they have a different mode of learning then?
I mean,
Why is it
literally
always
does.
character? Where? When?
For example, like right in the beginning, he doesn't even know about like food and stuff, right? Like,
Okay,
he has to learn-
after the second iteration of the same story, why is it different? This is, again, this is my silver bullet. You don't have a response because, again, when it goes to the third, the fourth, and most likely the fifth, however many iterations, it's the same fucking thing where there's a tragedy. The character, unless the character is dense and can't learn,
He's literally a rock.
it's boring for the audience. Okay, well, there you go. So there you go. You have a bad premise for a story. You have an unlearning rock. Maybe make him more intuitive, because for the audience, it's the same moral. It's a bad story then. It's not engaging. Unless you're an idiot and you fall for the same tragedy over and over and over and over again. They don't have a tragedy of like trying to circumvent the past and do it in a different way. They don't
Like
have
defying
a
fate or
different
something?
mode of fighting fate. They don't have that. There's not a different way of actualizing a character. It's, oh, I experienced love and validation and now I'm dead. It's the same thing.
I think you're underselling it a little bit about what it is to be human and all of the different things that go along with that.
I
like
don't think. Okay, Mountain Walk. Can you tell me where he like experiences like just think 7 deadly sins? How many of those does he actually hit upon of something that he learns through the characters that you're talking about? So we have our protagonist, our rock. Even if he's dense as fuck, he doesn't pick up on the things. Why, as an audience, would we follow a rock through the same story over and over again, where it's actually a character actualizing myself, and there's not a character
you're watching
that
this development.
fails? What,
Yeah.
Is there a character that fucking fails and just
Ben, if
doesn't
you had a
live up to
1-year-old
anything
and
at
all he
all?
did was shit and piss and cry and roll around for a year, would you be like, oh,
Wait,
this is
sorry,
fucking
no, which
terrible? Like, if you had a 1-year-old
wait.
child and all he does is just shit and piss around for a whole fucking year, you'd be like, what the fuck is this? We're all wasting our time watching this 1-year-old shit and piss everywhere, and like, it can't even talk, it can't even communicate. What the fuck? What's
That's
wrong?
a
Like,
shite story. You have a dumb argument because nobody would watch
but it's
that
a
story.
stage of
Nobody-
development, correct? It's not super
They
good, but it's
skip
part
time
of development.
because of stages of development, you fuck! What don't you understand?
What I'm saying
about
is the
media
character
guide
is
itself
going
for
through
this?
development in
How
real time.
stupid is this? Do you not understand that they have the mechanism to go through time and say, hey, this was this weird character that hides his face, and now he's a man, and now he's got like good like body structure, and he's reformed himself. Now we understand that it's not unrequited love. And we get to actualize the fact that, oh yeah, all those years ago, I did something heroic that got me maimed. Yes, it's another tragedy. It's one note. The problem is you don't understand the same note is coming through every story, and you think he's learning something else, but there's no fucking like literal like poppy field lotus den of somebody that just doesn't get anything done. And their whole story, not where it ends. They're like not like, oh, that's where they start, and then they turn out, oh yeah, the character loves them, and they get to the end, and it's all good, and they're actually heroic. There's not a character that is just a waste of skin that this guy has to absorb to understand what it is to be a waste of skin. You don't have a totality of human like interaction. It's just tragedy and actualization. That's the problem. It's the same note. There's no totality of human happening here. It's dumb.
Mountain Walk, oh my god. Mountain Walk
okay,
says
you
in
can
chat,
laugh.
I
No,
think Fed
laugh,
wants to
laugh,
know the guy's
motherfucker.
tax policy. That's why he's mad.
Were we talking? Were we talking about that, or am I telling you why the?
This is what
have a
Manwalk
complete,
said in
like,
chat.
explicit
Okay,
argument
I'm
for this.
saying it so that you have a chance to respond. That's all. Come on.
Yeah, sure, Mount Walk. Like, please explain to me why that is not like a total analysis of what you're like talking about. Because, again, it's a one-note fucking show, and I'm trying to tell you, it doesn't matter about the modes of where they get there, because the show itself says it doesn't matter about the modes of how you get there. It always ends on the same beat. Why is this not a formulaic show?
I mean, I wouldn't say formulaic is bad, right? Like, I think there was some shows, for example, that are sort of formulaic. Say,
Why is it not a one-note formulaic show where they don't, like, again, even where Lotus pointed out, you can be formulaic, but you can show a whole bunch of different things. I think Star Trek is formulaic, but I think
Star
they show
Trek
you
is
a bunch of
literally
different morals and
formulaic.
principles
Like, it's-
through
Yeah.
episodic content. Can you tell me why this show is not one-note overly formulaic?
I mean, because it's not like it even stays in like the same time period with the same.
That's
cast of
not the
characters.
point! He's
I
a,
think I
he's a
did
character
watch
that
only
travels
one
in
episode
time!
of this.
What's that matter?
I do remember it being overly sappy.
It is sad.
I think
I'll
it was
concede
Mount
that.
Walk, you,
It's a bit sappy.
Okay, Mount Walk, you're too smart for this. Can you tell me why it matters that this character travels through time? What is the point of that critique? What is the point you're trying to get to where he travels through time? What does he learn through traveling through time?
Well, as he gets older, he learns more about like the human condition,
Bitcoin.
right?
Where?
Stocks.
Why? How? When does this happen? Why?
Throughout the entire series.
Bogdanov.
Okay, so he absorbs a character. What character does he absorb that is not a tragic figure that spends some time, actualizes themselves, and then dies in a tragedy when they're actualized and they're actually happy? They actually have like this traumatic moment where they die when they're like they have so much on the line to live. Where does that break?
I mean, what you're
No,
asking-
well, exactly. Yeah, no. Tell me where that
wait,
stops.
wait,
tell
wait
me
a
where
minute.
that's not the
Now,
boy in the dog. Tell me where that's not the boy in
hold
the
on.
fucking
The-
weird costume that gets hit
Hold
by a
on,
log.
like the
Tell me
older
where that
girl,
doesn't happen.
The older girl from like the, the sacrifice village, like she literally dies off screen in something completely unrelated. Like it's not like just this majorly overly set up tragedy. She just dies. Like
No,
not-
that's horrific. No, she. Oh, no.
It just
they set this
happens,
whole
you know,
thing up-
it just happens.
No, okay. You're full of shit. Okay, no. They
Well,
set
I
up the
think that does
character.
happen.
Okay. Are you trying to tell me that they don't set up this character and say like, oh well, I want to grow up and I want to be a mommy.
no, not
and
her.
She has a purpose for living.
Not her.
Okay, so it's a
No, the
different
other
character?
girl. The older girl.
Does she learn? Does
The first
Rockman assimilate her?
Yes. After she dies.
Okay. So hit me on the plot points of what happens with that one.
She gets killed by the crazy lady somewhere off screen while she's trying to find the rock guy.
That's it. That's the totality of her story.
No, I mean she was very involved
mean-
trying to save the little girl. Before
Not
she
everyone
died.
has like the hero's journey. I mean,
Yeah, like,
this
people
is
just die.
I think it literally happened
Yeah.
so many times that that's what the focus of the story was that I stopped
I mean,
paying
that's
attention.
that's
because,
real.
like,
The real world, dude. Like that's. I
well,
mean, if you're-
no, but Mountain Walk, there's not a character that just like literally dies in obscurity.
She kinda does
in
die
the
in
entire
obscurity.
thing.
Are you talking about like in real life or like in the?
No,
the
I'm
show?
talking about where they don't do anything. They really want to change and they can't change and they just die.
I mean,
I'm
she
failed to
she
see
kind of
the
really
issue.
can't. She really can't change. She stays in the village. You know, she doesn't leave. You know, like she couldn't save the little girl. She just kind of hangs around and then just.
Oh, she can't save the little girl, but so she has motivation to save a character where she's like, I really want to try and do that, and then she has
Right,
a moral failing.
And
where
then
she can't do it.
years later, she gets killed.
Years later, it doesn't matter. I keep telling you, this doesn't
But I'm
fucking
just saying,
matter.
like she doesn't like achieve self-actualization or anything. She just dies.
Yeah, I mean that's just.
Okay,
happens.
but the character doesn't the other character doesn't recognize the fact that she's like, I've realized that this whole time.
No,
he's
he
been
doesn't
trying to
even know
protect
she
me.
died until he's told she dies. And upon realizing that she's died, you know, he kind of gets a deeper connection with her, from when she was alive. because he can only like
That's
assimilate
every
people.
character! Every character! I didn't realize that you've been trying to guard me this whole time and you've gone through this whole tragedy because you got hit with the log and you saved me all those years ago. I'm completely blind to that, but you've been my fucking guardian angel and loved me this whole fucking time, and I haven't been able to requite my
We weren't even
fucking
talking
love.
about Gugu,
The
though.
same point!
Yeah.
There's the
later.
same... It's literally
Like
just
my
the same
contention wasn't that the Gugu story doesn't fit into this kind of formulaic thing you're laying out. My simple point was that like there are other characters that don't absolutely just fit in this formula you're laying out.
My point is, there's nobody that breaks away, and there's no human thing where they like, you have a character that's just completely like compelled by avarice and dies and has no fucking like, they don't experience like
the lady that wants to fuck him kind of is just compelled by like curiosity and like will to power or avarice. Like, I'm gonna have your
That's
baby
not-
because
wait,
it's gonna be
no.
like a
What?
rock monster
Story
baby.
sounds boring. Move on.
It's
Next
very
question.
boring. That's why I'm like, I'm done arguing about this because neither of you are fucking like actually talking to the point that I'm talking about, because you have some weird thing where you're like, I like this
Sauron
story,
does
so now
not
I'm
support the
connected to
income
it.
tax. I'm pro Mordor.
Okay, well there you go.
Fuck Middle Earth. Fuck these hobbits. We're done here. We're done. We
Yeah,
march
no,
for the Black
we
Gate
done
tomorrow. Sorry.
Well, I'm gonna say you did not engage with anything that I was talking about. And I have no idea.
I don't know,
We'll let
Lotus.
you have the last word. We'll let you have
You're an
No, I
autistic
don't
observer.
fucking need
Did
the
I
last
not
word. I
engage with
think
his
it
argument,
spoke
or is
for
this just
itself.
too lame and gay for you?
This is too
Well,
late
no,
to open it.
Okay.
Well, it's so self-defeat. I mean, Lotus laid out earlier like how you escape this in a proper way, and like I tried to give like multiple like extensions of how you understand that here's the problem. It was like leading a horse to water multiple times, but I don't know why. I
Well,
said, "Hey."
actually,
Okay, well, the problem is I said, hey, I'll give you two characters. And then after that, why is it the same note story? And then you both went to, there's a time skip, the people are different. And you never talked about the actual, like, part of the story that was the same fucking moral.
I mean, there's some stuff that happens later, but like I said, I don't want to. I don't
okay,
really want
well,
to
yeah,
spoil
no,
it.
that's fair.
But,
I'm talking
like-
about the show that I watched. and
Okay,
why it was
but, like,
completely
here's-
uncompelling and not worth watching.
I'm just saying. Here's what Malwalk's gonna say that wouldn't be spoiling, right? You're saying this all builds to something, right?
Yes.
Right. Like this
it-
isn't
Sure.
this is setting the table for like a bigger.
His,
No,
let's-
bigger
okay.
story, right?
My
let's
problem
say
is,
his relationship with these characters is really important and comes into play a lot later, like every single one of them.
I think you're drawing from
They're not just
poisoned
power
well.
ups for him. Okay.
It sounds like
yeah,
an
no.
uninteresting way to tell a story about one particular character's development. I'll
There's
say
no
that much.
compelling through line to get you through the story to get there. There's no reason to follow this character. There's
Like
no
if,
thing where
if the
you have.
story involves a lot of telling very similar stories so that a character can develop in ways that are predictable, especially if you see it coming at the end, that like if it's about the character learning to be more human, you can probably see where that's going from the first episode. And if it's a lot of that and the show's mainly about that main character developing, that's an uninteresting way to tell a story. I haven't seen it, that's it. So
Well,
who knows?
again, I think it's a salient point that you brought up, where you can have a formulaic thing, but the morals are different as you go through it.
Yeah.
So I'll
Yeah,
absolutely
you
take
kind of
that
gotta
one
go
on the chin.
one way or the other.
Yeah,
Like,
you can have a formulaic show that is not bad.
it's okay
my
to have a
critique
flat main
is
character, you
not
know, with a
perfect.
formulaic premise,
True.
but as long as everything else is very different. But if you gotta focus on one or the other. I think.
Yeah, so, and that's why, and rightfully so, based on what you said, I listened to what you said, and I said, oh, I'm incorrect. That's the difference between what we've been talking about here, where I keep levying these criticisms. It doesn't go anywhere, because I'm having a conversation. It's one-sided at this point, but yes, it's formulaic, but more so than that, it's one note. There's the same premise over and over again. And it's the same moral, There's nothing that changes. It's the same story. It's not that it's overly formulaic. It is one note. And
I don't
that's
know.
why
I feel like
comparing-
we're addressing what he's talking about, but
I don't think
there's a
you
disconnect
are
somewhere.
because can you understand the
Yeah.
fact that anytime you've said there's a time skip, there's development behind the
Well,
scenes.
I mean, we're
There's
usually
these
not.
different things.
We're not saying
but
that
does
like
it-
that's
do
the
you-
primary way that it interacts with your.
Why do you
argument,
bring it
though.
up,
Like
then?
we're talking about it in context of something else we're talking about usually. Like we're not saying, oh, there's a time
So-
skip. This disproves your argument. That's not what we're saying.
Well, the
we're
one
just trying to
episode
lay
I
it out.
Multiple
saw
people brought it up,
of
but
that
the thing,
show is the one with the dog, right?
Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
Where the dog
So-
dies on him as a rock, and he goes back, and the kid thinks, oh, you're my dog still. You know. And, you know,
Yeah,
the kid's,
yeah, I
the kid's
remember that,
delusional. He's in his village, and everyone's left. They all supposedly left to go find, food and somewhere safer. And of course,
And the story overall is supposed to be about the person who keeps reincarnating as like different characters.
he's
Is
not
that right?
actually reincarnating. It's just
Or
that.
like impersonating them.
Yeah,
He's absorbing
yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
He's
well,
like
if he's
he pretends to
absorbing
be
the
them.
same story, and that's why I gave. So, all right, Ghost. I'm
Yeah,
gonna
and
tell you
that's
exactly-
why
here's-
I wanted to finish my point. If you're telling a story where the point is to focus on the development of that character who's impersonating people, then the stories of all of the things that he's impersonating could be cut down like dramatically, especially in that one story where it's just about the dog and the kid and his relationship to the dog.
They only
That
go for that for like an
seems
episode,
really-
I think. It was actually really short. Like
How many
Oh, well-
episodes is it?
No, it's
feel like
one.
that-
It's one. No,
one
it's
How many,
episode,
how many
right?
episodes is the whole show?
like 26 so far. And
I
they,
fucking
Yeah.
I cut out
Yeah,
because it
that's-
was
that's
so
too
one
much.
note. Yeah, it was awful. The thing is, like, and exactly again why I think you have a more salient like critique of this, and you actually understanding what I'm talking about is we have the beat of the dog, and he goes from like you understand there's a tragedy, you understand what the mode of the show is in the first episode. Is an encapsulated the way that you do any hook episode of anything. You have a pilot that has a hook. You say, okay, we have
Yeah,
an emotional
and-
drama show that's happening, and we have like a moral that we're telling. And
Now,
then
Mark,
it
when you
like,
read the
keep
manga,
repeating
what
the
was your
same
favorite part
moral.
of the story? The character or the world building? Like, what was more interesting? I mean, the character, like, he's an interesting concept, but like,
It's a story about a character learning. It's not about like absorbing environment. It's literally about the absorption of the character
Well, yeah, that-
and the melodrama. Like, what?
That and more than that, like if you're telling that kind of a story, then the story about this dog and the kid probably wouldn't be that important to someone who just not very long ago was basically a rock, right? Because the story about the kid losing his dog and then the kid dying, like that's not going to mean a lot to somebody who only knows what it's like to be a rock. Maybe
So,
it gives them
Lotus-
some vague impression.
Well,
And
I have
then
an
you
interesting
develop from there.
question
So
for you there.
the point is that because that story wouldn't mean much to them, that you wouldn't really need to spend much time focusing on it. You could do it
that's
really
why
quickly.
they didn't spend a ton of time on it.
Well, they spent
Oh,
one
it's 20
episode on that,
minutes.
and this is what I think is important
I think
here:
that's
is
too
they're
long.
showing
You, as
they're
the
showing
audience, have no context
No,
for
no.
what's happening.
Exactly. That's the thing. Is
Yeah,
they're
that would be a
plugging
problem,
in
yeah.
the audience. It's the audience hook. Now, Lotus.
It's like a
So
Mardi
if you
Gras.
say, okay, so we have an audience hook, and you're trying to understand, you're trying to empathize with the fact that this rock doesn't understand fully what went through this. You do the story maybe one more time, so they understood like a lot more
Just
about
what's
what was
happening.
happening there.
Yeah,
So yeah,
uh-huh.
you have the
Just
you
to
have
set a
like
trend.
literal. Well, so you understand the fact that like literally going from subject object to subject
Yeah, you
subject.
understand what? Yeah, you
Yeah,
understand the
but then-
relationship.
Why do you have to tell the same story again after that? Expand.
don't.
Tell something different. Stop doing the same one note.
Or
That's
you
the
could at least
problem.
skip to something that's a lot more significant.
Exactly.
Like, I don't know.
The
Do a
same
time skip or some
tragedy
shit.
over and over and over again. It's
like
bad
experiencing
storytelling
someone
because the
understanding
audience
like
doesn't.
first love for the first time, or
Sure.
experiencing someone that's like dealing with family and loss and like trying to trying to cope with being chosen as like the human sacrifice.
Here's your problem with that,
worst
Ghost.
of human
Ghost,
nature.
no,
I mean,
Hobie, no, stop. We're gonna start with your first point. The problem why that doesn't work is because it doesn't stop on the first love. There's an actualization of, okay, yep, the first love loved me back. I have my little tragedy, and then I die. It's not about like unrequited love. It's not. He doesn't learn what it is to not be loved, and then later learn what it is to be loved. We don't have these beats. It's always actualization of the character after they triumph and they die tragically afterward. It's after they're acknowledged for what they're there for, the story beat is over and they die. That's it. It's always the same tragedy of my dog loved me, I'm a boy. I'm the boy and the dog, and we love each other. Dead. Same thing. I'm a brother, or I'm a sister and a sister. We love each other, and I do anything for her. Dead. Same thing. I'm somebody who self-sacrificed because I thought I was a burgeoning young love, and it was love at first sight, and I was willing to sacrifice myself. And then she understands who I was, and we love each other. Dead. Same thing. Stop it. Have a different emotional complexity. Hit a different note. Stop it. It's the same story. Have a character that is not actualized. Have something where it's just the fact he has to understand that sometimes you don't win. You don't win in the fact, like, not the fact that you die in tragedy, but she doesn't.
I would argue he really never
she
wins.
Just, like,
I mean,
you're forlorn.
Yeah.
They never hit that
walk,
point.
But
Everyone
not
Wait,
knows.
sorry, no. What's your point?
The point is he never
I'm gonna
wins.
slap-
Like he just continuously, he's trying to avoid the
It's
consequences.
the same tragedy. It's
trying to
after
avoid the
their acts like
consequences.
they died. I just told. Okay. You're
Wait, I'm
useless
saying,
talking
Vet,
to- I
I'm
don't
saying
know why
he's
you
trying to
both-
understand the consequences of his existence, right? Because there's the monster that's
They're
always
not
chasing him.
consequences of his existence.
Yes,
it's
it
other
is.
people's
You
stories
know, it
that
is
are
absolutely.
uncompelling.
It is
it's
absolutely.
the same story.
No.
No,
I'm not gonna let you
there's
slip
not-
on this one. No. It is absolutely
Okay.
the consequences of his existence. Because the plant monster only
Why
attacks
is the
because
boy and the
he's
dog
there.
a consequence of his existence?
The boy and the dog?
Yeah, why is that a consequence of his existence?
Plant
No,
monster seems like not a very interesting.
Wait.
way
No.
to-
Well, okay, he said I'm not gonna let you slip on this. Why is
No,
the boy
I'm
and the
saying-
dog a consequence of his existence?
No, I'm talking about the later stories. He doesn't have that. That doesn't show up
okay.
until later in the story. He doesn't even know that exists at the time.
Why is the plant monster there? Why is this monster following him?
I
Is there a
think it
compelling reason?
involves some. Because
There's like the other god guy
Yeah,
told him
there-
about it. Yeah.
his god keeps telling him that like you're kind of like an outlier thing, and this other god wants to destroy you basically, right? Because you like represent like the potential for change.
Well,
or
okay,
something
so
to
he
that degree.
causes the tragedy and he
So
causes
what-
the same.
hold on.
Well, no, the
What
problem.
thematic significance does that have? Is there any? Or is it just something that happens?
Okay,
in the
no, I can
plot?
tell you. Yeah, no. So what happens is after the characters actualize and they realize that they love each other, he's the
What?
reason that this. If you let me finish. Okay, if you let me finish my point. After there our fucking guy with the fucking alcohol sack in him understands that the other chick.
afterwards. We're talking
Yeah.
about the plant monster. What?
Oh, are we not talking about the same benevolent force that's sending weird things that crushes whatever building they're in? Is it not the same thing? What do you want? I'm talking about what you're talking about. It's not the plant monster
Well, the
specifically,
plant
but
monster
it's the same.
does kill Gugu, right?
Yeah.
Like, he dies.
Okay, so stop interrupting what I'm talking about and let me like exemplify that. All that happens is you get the same one-note story, but he ends up being the cause of why the tragedy happens, but he doesn't get to, there's not a character like says, I resent you and I fucking hate that you stole everything from me. If you want a good story, have the character die in absolute malice of him. Say, I had everything and you stole it from me, and I fucking hate you until I die. And he has to internalize that. That doesn't happen. You don't even get that.
I mean, they don't even understand what's happening. That's the thing. Right? They don't know.
It's a bad story because
What, you
even
know, like
if
when the
characters
island
in the
people-
story don't understand that happens, it would be good for the audience to understand that now this character has to go on from an audience perspective of the dynamic of maybe I can't get close to these people because they'll fucking hate me. If
That's
this
literally
thing
what
comes
happens
up
after
to them.
Gugu dies,
Yeah,
right, Mount
that's-
Rock? Like, he literally
yeah.
doesn't
Yeah, where does Google say I
intentionally.
fucking hate you? Where does he say I had everything in my life and you stole it from me, and I will never forgive you until the day that I die?
I imagine he might
Where
say
does
that
that
eventually.
happen? Sorry?
I imagine he might tell him that someday.
Yeah, but he,
Okay,
Yeah.
well, until that happens,
Good
until
job.
that's presented in the story, you're just doing wishful thinking for
But like the
story, and
whole
it's
the whole
bad writing.
follow on from the Gugu story was him just like, no, I can't go reconnect with people because tragedy follows me.
No,
and it's
but
gonna
the
ruin
thing-
everything. You know, because he's finally understanding attachment, and he also understands that these monsters will never stop trying to kill me, so I need to avoid them. You know, and Gugu
Yeah,
taught
yeah,
a little
so
bit about how to
maybe-
defend
maybe the
himself and gave him a method to
understands
defend
that
himself.
better, but the audience doesn't. That doesn't. It's not like
I mean, I understood
equivalent to
that.
the audience. No, you understand that after the first, the second, and the third story. It doesn't matter. It's the same
I mean,
story.
did you get that feeling, Mount Rock?
no.
'Cause you and I have actually like
You
watched
do
it, right?
no, okay,
Yeah.
so yeah, no, you don't have a thing where it's like, oh, there's a bear thing or whatever comes back to life, and it's something similar. Oh, you have these plants. It's the same one-note story. Like, this is ridiculous. I actually can't understand why you don't grasp why this is the same one-beat story, and there's not a character that dies in like complete resentment. They always die in the fact that they're like, I've completed my life's mission and I'm okay dying. So thank you for being in my life. There's not a character that dies in complete spite for like having this thrust upon them. They always die in like complete acceptance of the fact that like, oh, it's not your fault. You're in my life and like you're just trying to understand things and it's okay. And we hit that same note over and over again. If you want the totality of a human experience, you need somebody who's gonna do something different. People aren't the same. I disagree with you. Why would it be the case that if you died and I died and it was like, all right, Rock, absorb what I thought about the story and absorb what they thought about the story. Why would it be the same story? It's not. It's subjective. It's from different lenses. Some characters should be spiteful from the fact, like, even if everything went right, like, if he did everything perfectly and just nonchalant, did everything entirely through this character's story to make their life better, and that character resented the fuck out of them on their death, that would be way more impactful to just to understand that some people are gonna hate you. They don't do that. It's always acceptance. Well, it's adversity, acceptance, or overcoming acceptance, and then it's not your fault. It's okay. I'm dead. Tragedy. That's it. It's the same note.
Is that the read
if
you
don't
got
get
from it,
that,
Mount
you don't
Rock?
get it. Like,
No, I mean, wasn't he being pursued by one of the ladies who figured out who and what he was like
Yeah.
early on?
The one who wanted to
Oh,
fuck him.
Yeah.
Was it after the
So-
fucking Gugu thing?
Yes.
Because I watched
No.
the Gugu. Okay, well here's your problem. You didn't have a fucking compelling story after Gugu because it was the same note. It was so blasé. I couldn't be bothered to watch any more of it because it was the same fucking contrived plot over and over again. And that's where your real problem is as much
Karn
as you
says
wanna,
so
like,
you wouldn't recommend this anime, Fred.
I wouldn't, not at all. No.
Okay.
I'm not gonna carry a
Oh, I
water
would
for some
recommend.
fucking emotionally contrived bullshit. And the thing is if you don't have the hooks or the chops, like, don't get me wrong, you have a compelling first episode where you're like, oh, well, we have tragedies, and it's like, okay, where can we go from here? Like, I get it. There's like a trope of a boy and a dog, and they like die in pursuit of something. Sure, but all right, where are they going from here? That's a fine first hook. But if your second and your third hook are the same thing, if this were Dark Souls, you'd fucking dodge them both times and be like, where's your, like, what are you doing? It's the same attack. You'd be bored with the game. It's the same shit. It's literally if you had one boss that just R1'd you constantly. It's not a fun fight. You don't care. And then you're like, all right, whatever, fuck it. Like, you don't care. They have no, like, there's no, like, even as much as you want to be like, oh, here's the same emotional stakes. Oh, they did this thing. It's the same R1. You've set up the same premise and it still follows through the same way. There can be a time skip. There can be all these other things, but functionally it's still an R1. And it's not compelling. And as much as you want to say, oh, it compels the character, the audience is the important thing. You have to hook the audience to keep going through the story. If you keep hitting the same moral, it sucks. Unless you're a dipshit and you think
Now, what's the
R1
moral
is
of the
different
story?
because it's got a different mask.
Hard.
you should be a rock. That's the moral.
What was the moral of the story that you got from reading it, Mountain Walk?
I mean,
Oh, yeah, no, what did you get it? What did you get it? Sure, fine, fuck it.
being a human is tough, man. That's the moral of the story I got. It's
Hey,
hard.
what different complexities of human understanding did they go through?
What?
Yeah.
Well, think of someone that is not even a human at all.
No. I'm
And then,
asking you.
but
No, I'm asking you as a viewer. I'm asking you as a viewer, as someone who interpreted what's happening. Don't try and equivocate me with like a rock trying to interpret these things. What did you understand about the story that you came away and said, okay, no, that's something different that I have to realize? What sort of thing? What sort of like?
Dude, I don't get my
What moral
fucking
did you take
philosophy from anime. All right, I didn't learn.
I don't
anything.
think you should. But I think
Then what
they
the
should
fuck?
hit
I
on
just
different-
told you.
Okay.
I just
okay.
told you.
He told you it was being a human is hard.
Being is hard like rock. Be hard like stone.
Yeah, but did they even like span the scope of human totality? Did they even try? Did we get anywhere with that?
That's right. That's not insane. Yeah, dude, just span the all of human experience.
Okay,
Yeah,
wait,
that's
wait,
totally
wait. No,
that's a
okay,
reasonable
no.
request.
Hey, Mount Walk. No, I would like to ask you. Okay, so no spoilers. You don't have to go into it. What's the depths of human complexity that they went into? If we have a show about trying to show what the human complexities are by literally making an object the subject, so I'm pretty sure that's exactly what they're trying to go into. What sort of human complexities did this rock absorb? Can you tell me?
What it means to be human. That's what it learned.
Okay.
Right?
No.
So-
So what I'm asking you is, how did they exemplify what it means to be human to this rock? What were the lessons?
I mean, think about you. Do you understand what Maslow's hierarchy of needs? This show kind of goes.
No.
through that.
I'm asking you through the show. No, you're carrying water for the show. Tell me what the show did.
What?
Stop it. Matt. You don't have
I'm
to.
literally
you
asking
don't
you
have-
a question.
I understand what Maslow's hierarchy of needs is. Yes.
Okay,
You
what's
don't
the
have to
first
explain
one?
it to me.
What's the first one? What's the
What
first
is it?
level?
It's shelter, water, food.
Shit, fart,
what was the
I'm
what was-
hard.
What was the first things that the character did? He had to learn how to get food, how to defend himself, right? I mean, then you have all of these additional things that he's going
Well, they
through.
fucked up.
Well,
on
he
Maslow's
first had to
then.
learn
What do
that
you
he
care?
needed food.
Why did we even bring up Maslow's if he didn't even go after the first thing? He went to the third. I'm asking you. Okay, Mountain Walk. Do you understand how you're like obstructing what I'm talking about? I'm asking
What
you.
am I obstructing, so to speak?
I'm
I think we
asking
should
you
move
in
on.
in the totality of this thing, what were the different range of human emotions that this character absorbed?
Well, did you watch the same thing I did or not? Do I have to tell you every
I
fucking
didn't watch
episode?
all of it because it was
I'm gonna
so
lose my
fucking
fucking
boring. I
mind.
skipped
This
out.
is retarded. I'm done with this
I
shit.
think you're retarded. All right, yeah, no, fine. That's fine.
Do you want me to tell you? Do you want me to open up Wikipedia and read the synopsis of every episode to you?
If you can't fucking, if you don't
just-
have like a compelling thing that you can tell me as a viewer of the show, then you don't know. If I say what was the complexity of Soma and why that was interesting, it's about the fact that you don't have like It's about the fact that you're like a non-constant human being, and it's about your memories. Is what makes you a fucking person.
What
I
all
can
that
talk
I've
you
about
heard
it,
wanna
about
you
the
want a
story
real face
is-
cam? No, dude, I
It's
don't
dog
show my
shit.
face to randos on the internet. Fuck off, bro. All right, sorry.
I haven't heard any arguments as to why this show is actually compelling.
Yeah, well, exactly. It's because it's all carrying water for something you've gotten emotionally invested
Like setting
in.
aside all of the literary criticisms about the right ways to tell a story, what's the sell?
I mean, it's
Tragedy porn.
It's an interesting little story. It's kind of
It's
novel.
a one-note tragedy porn that
Mhm.
doesn't.
You know,
like,
it's
delve
an
into any
interesting
human
concept of going
characteristics
from
ever.
being like a non-sentient being to like a sentient being, and kind of the artist's conception of what that would look like. That's kind of interesting, I think. You know?
Sure.
Like I just think
Okay,
it's a compelling, like, you know, like, oh, you know, this is an interesting premise, right? Like there's a lot of ways you could go wrong with it. and I
It's an
think-
interesting premise. Where do you go from there? Where's the hook from the premise? A lot of
premise
shows
is
have
the
a good
hook.
premise,
Yeah,
and they
it's the
suck.
whole
No,
premise.
a lot of shows have a good premise and they suck dicks. That's the problem. It's about execution and where you go.
Yeah. I would agree with you.
It's
Yeah.
fucking.
I don't know, I just
terrible.
think it's an
It
interesting
sits
little
in
story.
the premise. That's actually the problem. Is they have a good premise and they completely belay the whole show. It never gets off the ground because they sit in the premise.
Yeah, I just watched that episode with a dog in the rock, and I can say it didn't really make me want to watch more of it.
That's fine.
Well,
That's-
like I will extend more courtesy and said, okay, I'll watch a little bit more of the show. I watched 2 arcs past what you watched, and it was completely uncompelling because it was the same story over.
That's fine.
Like, even if that doesn't sink your hooks in, I can understand why somebody would say, like, oh, I like the show. I didn't like the show. I watched the premise. The premise wasn't compelling. And, like, I could still sympathize with Ghost and Mountain Walk.
I mean,
but
like, look, I mean, you
I
don't like the
can't
show.
watch
That's
2
perfectly
or
fine.
Well,
Yeah.
Well,
You know,
exactly. That's
we
what
have
I'm
different
saying.
You leave it
tastes.
there.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but
like,
if
honestly,
you-
like, we have different tastes.
Oh, but no, my problem is it's a bad show because if you go into the second and third iterations or acts of your show, it's the same thing. You have a shit show. It's taste in the first part. On the like second and third part, if you fall for it again, it's a bad show, and you've like been manipulated to thinking it's good. Like you've not
I mean,
fallen for the premise.
I'm
You've
enjoying
fallen for the
seeing how
same
it's
thing
developing.
over and
I mean,
over
it's an
again.
interesting exercise looking at, like, oh, you know, how would a non-sentient become a sentient? You know, like, what's the path to that?
Yeah, okay, so what's the
You know,
complexity of
in
human
this-
beings and where did you learn
This
it?
fantasy world, I have no conception of, like, the history or the lore or what's going on. Like, yeah, I'm kind of curious. I want to figure out what's going on.
Okay, so you said history and lore. You know how you didn't fucking you go like every time you talk about the show, you don't talk about the characters, and it's completely character based. It's an emotional drama, and it completely
It
sits
did
in
seem
that.
like that.
Yeah, no, that's why I don't know why you keep going to this like ancillary thing. Don't get me wrong, it's fine to like.
The character is
So-
literally a blank slate to start with. Like, he has
It's
no
about
individuality originally. He's just
Yeah, but
literally
even in the
nothing.
first episode, when he's the blank slate, there's the other characters, and the other characters,
Right.
while he's a blank slate, occupy that central role. And
Yeah. I mean,
Ma-
you know, the
if
kid-
you were
the
going
kid's
to
a
make
fucking
that-
the kid's delusional. He's mentally ill. You know, he's gonna die.
That's
if you're
why I
going
gave
to
you after-
make that more interesting, you should start with a character that isn't relatable, and you don't like because if you're telling this story through the eyes of
The
something that's
Rock.
learning about humanity, you should start from a place where
Complete
like,
alienation.
you aren't feeling anything for the characters on screen.
Exactly. No heartstrings, complete
Sure, but there's a
alienation.
there's
that
a
would
clear
be more
distinction
interesting.
between the
Oh.
audience and the character, right? Like the audience feels because like, oh,
Exactly.
this
Yeah,
kid's
but you
fucked
should-
over, you know, like he's got
The
nothing
problem
going
is-
for him. He's gonna die.
Ghost
I think it would probably be more interesting if it were told if it put you in the shoes of the thing that's learning about humanity, because otherwise
Sure, but like
it's
how? Like how could
it's
you
just
do
the
that? Like how
story.
could you take away
Complete
people's ability to
alienation.
perceive things?
Well, yeah,
like
just
you know,
make the character completely unrelatable at first. make
Exactly.
him a totally unemotive
The
robot.
secondary characters, you make them completely unrelatable.
Mhm.
You show the fact
Yeah.
that there's like a
Sure,
dog.
you
But
just
the
withhold
show is not
information.
through the lens of the character, right?
That's the
Yeah, I'm just
problem.
trying to
This
make it
is
more-
actually the core problem of this show.
The
that
show
you're
is through the
saying
lens of
what-
probably whatever created The Rock.
No, it's not. It's through the lens
Yeah.
of The Rock. You've been saying it's through the lens of The Rock the whole time. And then that's why I'm saying this is uncompelling, is because you have to compel the audience to empathize with The Rock, what The Rock is being compelled through. So
Karn
if you
says
tell
he
the
likes
same
being
story
tricked
over
into
and over
liking
again,
things.
Sorry?
Karn says, I love getting tricked into liking bad things.
Well, yeah, no, I think you and Ghost have similar tastes. The problem is if you have the same story to inform The Rock again without a different lens to inform.
So are you trying to say that the Gugu
different-
story is exactly the same as the story with the little girl?
Can you? Isn't he the one that's in that? Or are you talking about the sacrifice?
No.
girl?
The girl is going to be the sacrifice to the monster, and it's really just that they don't actually need to. They're just trying to lower the population by killing their fertile young women over and over.
Are you gonna try and tell me that it's not another tragedy story?
It is a tragic story, but they're different stories.
Why is it a different tragic story?
I mean, like, serious? You think they're the exact same story?
I don't
Like,
think
yes,
they're
they're both
exactly the
tragic,
same,
but
I
they're
think
different degrees of tragedy.
everything about these degrees of tragedy.
Different
bullshit.
degrees of
That-
tragedy and different kinds of tragedy, right? Because,
But
like,
not every human. Okay, okay.
Gugu's
If I'm trying
tragedy
to, okay,
is
well,
more
no,
personal,
okay,
right?
wait, no, I
And,
got,
like,
I got
little-
a very simplistic question to ask you, Ghost, before you even fucking launch into your thing. If I had to teach a rock how to be a human, why would I always subject them to tragedies?
But it's not that. It's
Why
not
would I
that. Like,
always
there's not like some
subject them
like the
to
outside force
tragedy?
isn't forcing him to make friends with those people so that they'll have tragedy.
The show, no, an outside force called the show is compelling him to like experience tragedies. Why is it always a tragedy? Why is there no happily ever after? Why is there no just unfulfilled? Like, why are we not going through the depths of a human being? And it's always a tragedy. It's one note. This isn't the complexity of a human being is not exercised through a tragedy every time. It doesn't work. It's bad writing. It's literally you're not even empathizing with the Rock, and you're not visualizing this through the Rock. You're talking about your own heartstrings. That's why you're simping for the show.
But wait,
that's literally what
I want
it is.
I want to just ask you that question though. Is it the exact same thing? Those two stories?
Is it a tragedy book?
I mean, the way but they're different stories, right? Like the little girl is.
What's the
about,
difference
like,
in the stories? Can you
the little
point them out?
girl's tragedy is like her collective, is sacrificing her for literally nothing. Literally nothing. There's no reason she should die, right? Like there is no benefit at all. There's just this weird blood ritual that their society does to appease like this other society that controls them, right? Like that's the little girl's tragedy.
Blood ritual.
Okay, well, no, like, what's the
going
whole
on
little
with
girl's
things.
tragedy? Like, what's her whole
That's the
story
little
then?
girl's tragedy, right? Is that
Well,
she's
I
the
can't
victim.
remember this whole show because it was
I know,
so
but
fucking
she's-
blasé.
But I'm
It's
saying she's the
terrible.
victim of her collective that is, enslaved to this stronger society,
So is the
right?
boy.
No, Gugu's tragedy is personal.
No,
It's individual.
The original boy with the dog. He went out to go fucking become another part of the collective. He was compelled to find his own people and died doing it.
Well, yeah, because he had no food and no water, and he was going to die anyway.
He subjected himself to that to be a part of the collective.
Right, he was going
The
to take
same
care of
way
all
the
the
girl
old
did.
people, and all the old people died.
It's not just the old people. It's not a tribe of old people. Old people don't
No,
make
no,
kids.
because all the younger people left to try and find a safe place to go, and they all died. and they left all the old people who were too weak to make the journey with him. And he was supposed to look after them, and they all died because, you know, he didn't have food or resources to keep them alive.
Again, it's the same tragedy of, like, I don't think you understand why.
But Gugu's
there's more to
tragedy
human
is
depth than
not
just
is not
tragedy.
the collective. Gugu's tragedy is his inability to be confident in himself and to address his, like, fucking absolute disfigurement.
No, the Gugu's tragedy is the fact that he sacrificed himself for someone that he loved. And then
Yes.
as soon as he garners the love of them, he dies unceremoniously, just like everyone else.
I mean, I wouldn't say it was unceremonious. She got to live because he sacrificed himself.
What does that help Gugu?
Mountain
How does
Walk.
that?
Mountain
Well,
Walk,
the
what do we
person he
say?
loves
The
is
problem
not
is-
What do we
dead.
say to
Wait,
get them to
wait,
stop talking
Ghost,
about this?
Ghost, if he fucking absorbs the situation, if he absorbs Gugu's fucking information, what does he get from that? He doesn't get the fact that she lives and says, like, oh, now I'm gonna be a widowess and, like, get to understand all these things. He gets, like, okay, I was validated from the fact that somebody loved me and I died cold in, like, an unbearing circumstance, just like the boy and the dog. It's the same thing. It's just a harsh environment that fucking murdered him while he still had, like, some, like, requirements that somebody fucking loved him before
Well,
he
no,
died.
no. It wasn't the harsh environment that murdered Gugu. It was the monster
He died
chasing.
from
It was the
being
monster
covered in
chasing the
rocks,
rock. The monster that was trying to kill him is what killed Gugu.
He got covered in rocks, wasn't that it?
Right, because it was the monster that's
chased
trying
the
to
rock?
kill him.
If you can't
Like,
catch
the
a
difference
rock, you're not
between
very
a
good at chasing
snowstorm
people, are
and
you?
rock. Fuck it. Like, he
Right,
got
the
killed
rock
by,
did
like,
not make the snowstorm happen. The rock did not abandon him
It
in that
doesn't matter
village.
to the tragedy. It's the same note. It doesn't matter who caused it.
Imagine getting abandoned by an inanimate object.
It's fucking stupid. The fact that you don't get, like,
It's okay, Lotus. My pet rock can't run away from me. I'm okay.
Yeah.
it's a real tragedy. That's why you should always be compelled to. You're gonna have that first hook. You're never gonna let that fucking pet rock go because it's so tragic and compelling over and over again.
All right. Well, I
Fucking-
think we're at the
yeah.
point where we should just all agree to disagree.
Yeah,
Yes.
no,
We were
no,
at that
good
point
point.
about an hour ago.
yeah. Well, trust me, I fucking labeled it out, but it's so insensitive. I don't know.
Don't worry. I would
I have no idea
never
why you-
I would never impugn upon your opinion of yourself. So don't worry. No, I think we're gonna leave that
I'm-
topic
well,
behind.
No, I mean, I tried to extend, like, abilities for you to understand what I'm talking about. And I don't think you even engaged with me. I think Lotus understood what I was talking about and then, like, absolutely engaged with it, and we're on the same page without him even
Rock.
fucking seeing it.
Hard like rock.
Exactly.
Hard in kidney. Hard in the root.
Someone does try to fuck the rock, Lotus.
Oh
Good.
god.
Oh yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, it's really
She wants
Those
she wants his
jizzle-
rock babies.
Oh yeah.
God.
She wants rock babies
Throw
that are
the
monsters. Okay, but Fed, what are your thoughts on the Elon Musk acquisition of Twitter?
This motherfucker's got a thing where he's trying to put it in your spine, and it's gonna tap you into, like, all of the
Oh, the
internet.
Neuralink thing.
He's also, yeah, the Neuralink, and then he's
We
also.
Did you hear that a bunch of the monkeys that were being tested on that thing died in like excruciating pain?
Perfect. Thank you. Do
Yeah.
not let the Neuralink fucking sync up to Twitter because
Like clawing at their heads and shit.
it's literally gonna produce a whole bunch of people that
I just-
empathize with The Rock in this stupid
Uh-huh.
rock show. And that's
It
why
was
we cannot
literally
let
like
it-
some shit out of a like body
Like a
horror
sci-fi
movie.
horror movie or something,
Uh-huh.
like dystopian
Yeah.
horror. Yeah. No, obviously, don't put the fucking Neuralink in your brain. That's not the question. I'm just saying he's buying Twitter. What do you think about that in the vacuum?
Oh, well, I mean, that's the most horrifying combo is if he has the Neuralink and the
only can log into
Neuralink.
Twitter if you have a Neuralink.
Coming to metaverse.
I mean,
We're going to
but-
metaverse.
Yeah, the
We're gonna put
Neuralink
chips in our
plus-
brains. We're gonna eat the bugs.
Yeah, like the combination of these two elements is fucking terrifying. And
You
I
ever
mean,
think about people like Bill Gates and how he's like this fat, effeminate loser, and he gives all of this money to Africa, and what does he have for us? He's got shit water and eating bugs. That's what he has for us.
Well, I think he views this as like
Bill Gates is
I
the first
mean,
pregnant man. I think that's
okay. So this is the
Drink the shit
Lotus.
water, eat the
It's
bugs.
the $20 banana question. Whenever you ask a politician, you're like, "Hey, I want you to go buy a banana," and you're like, "Okay, how much money do I need to buy the banana?" And they give you fucking $30, and you're like,
Okay,
"Thank
I'm keeping
you,
this.
sir. I will go buy the banana for you." He thinks we're all Africans. Anybody that doesn't have $1 million is an African, and he's like, treat him the same way. Fuck him. He thinks we're all the same. Like, there's no.
I did love when Bill Gates was like, Elon, let's collaborate on this climate change stuff, and then Elon just said, "You still have that $500 million short on Tesla?"
Oh, sure. Yeah.
That was pretty funny.
Yeah, I remember that.
Well, I mean,
Yeah, like,
the whole. If you really want to go into it, you sure?
The fucking wealthy people in the United States have this weird mindset where they want to like LARP like they're still poor. Like they live in one-bedroom style apartments. I think Michelle Obama treated Xi Jinping to vegetables grown in a White House garden. I'm sure he really appreciated that. It's like this cult around worshiping people.
It's
who
like the
aren't
homeless
using-
sheik kind of thing, right?
Yeah, and
Yeah.
like it's a really. I wish like when you're wealthy, when you have money, your mindset needs to change. I'm like, oh, we need to be very frugal. We need to concentrate on no excess. You need to change your mindset. You're not aspiring to wealth anymore. You're not a client, you're a patron. And you need to patronize people. You need to be a patron of the arts. You need for that money to bear some fruit in society. People need to
Yeah.
appreciate you. And you need to be something that people want to be, to look up to. And when you're Bill Gates and you're walking around with a fucking potbelly dressed like somebody who's still living in a one-bedroom apartment and telling people to drink shit water and eat bugs, it's humiliating.
When you can afford
It's
literally
boring.
anything in the world without
Well,
question.
it's implicit in their argument that they don't understand what the
You
struggle
could
is.
resculpt your body from like marble with the money you have, literally.
Yeah.
I mean, but you could also say like, I mean, you could say like, all right, got a spokesman of like the working class. Like, here, understand it from their perspective. I don't need for me myself to tell you. Like, I will literally filter through working class people. I will give them money. to
Yeah, I'll
make
filter
sure
them
that
out
they
for
can-
what's useful.
Well, I would literally say like you could literally do good by like saying like every day for a year I will give you. I will literally do a lottery where I'll give you like even $1,000 and say like, hey, here's $1,000. I'm gonna get a working class opinion on this. I don't care if you agree with me or not. Give me your opinion. But no, it is literally here, eat the bug, sit in the concrete barrier. I know it's good for you. It's
Get in the
completely
wage cage.
alienated. Yeah,
It's,
well,
it's more than that
disgusting.
though, right? It's like when people like there's these awful cultural trends in the United States where people buy pre-torn jeans. People aren't buying.
God,
People who have torn jeans aren't wearing torn jeans
Because
as
it's
a
their only
fashion
pair,
statement.
they're doing it because
It's
they were
because
torn
they're
when they
poor.
bought them, and they think
And-
that's what cool
and
people
like
wear.
even in like
Motherfucker, those
cuisine
jeans
and
are
Mexican
comfy.
food.
It's not that I'm poor. Those
Pre-torn
jeans are
jeans?
still comfy and they fit. No, the
No, I'm sorry,
non-pre-torn.
they're not as okay. Normal jeans, sure.
I work
I
in
guess,
shop
I mean,
floors. I do all this.
Slacks, I think, are far more comfortable and they look better. But
Motherfucker, I go to shops. I work out in the field. I do all this stuff. I work in the fucking lab. I talk with like CEOs and shit, but I also work in the field. I wear the same
Sure.
jeans for all that shit, and fuck them if they try and make
they
me
don't
wear
give you
something
coveralls or anything.
yeah, no, we have FRCs and stuff sometimes, not all the time. I work in like different like depending on if I'm in like a fab shop, if I'm working in a different lab, like if I'm working like not in like I
Slacks are honestly alright.
stuff. I mean, I do a bunch of stuff, but I'm not gonna fucking dress up like super hoi polloi in case we have a fucking meeting that I'm unaware of.
It's kind of fun to dress up
Yeah,
once in a
no,
while.
I'm a motherfucking tech.
Oh, I dress
Literally,
up all the
I'm
time.
on the, I'm in the fucking like, I'm like shit. If you knew what it looked like and you looked up the right company, you could literally look up promotional material that I had to sign like away the rights to like. Oh yeah, you can use this picture of me to like have in promotional material while I'm doing stuff. And I'm wearing the same fucking jeans. Fuck them.
Well, my current
Yeah.
employer,
I
like
dare
they
you
don't
to
have
make
any
me feel
pictures of me. It's the best.
Fuck off.
Lucky you.
I don't even have my photo on like my email. It was like, yeah, we don't do shit in the office, so we're good. You don't even have to turn your camera on half the
They
time.
literally added because nobody else could do the stuff that I was trying to do. And then they were like, well, we want to like advertise this like line of service. You're the one that like, we have a bunch of pictures of doing it because we literally had to document you doing this because nobody else gets what you did. And it was like, it's literally, I mean, not only is it promotional material, but it's also in like mechanical process support, where it's like, okay, you don't get what I did. Here's how you do it. Don't deviate from what I did. If you try and do what I did, and you fuck it up, or if you don't, if you have any questions, literally my phone number is on every one of these fucking pages. Call me because you're gonna fuck it up. Don't deviate from this because you're gonna fuck it up. Stop. Think. If it deviates from what I did, talk to me about it because it doesn't work in very many other circumstances. So like, it's the name of the game, especially when you come up with something that there's no other way to get around.
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm pro. I don't know. A comfy pair of jeans is nice, but slacks are.
I'm not against jeans, and I'm talking specifically about people who buy like pre-torn jeans.
Oh yeah. They're
no,
irredeemable
It's a fashion
jeans. I
statement.
understand.
Of your
Or
argument.
people who buy $500 sneakers and hoodies. Like this is poor person's food. Or people who go to expensive Mexican restaurants. Mexican
Whoa,
food.
whoa,
is
Lotus, have you ever been to a
poverty
good
food.
Mexican restaurant?
Yes, and I'm not saying that they are incapable of making good food. There are good Mexican dishes, but you'll notice that when they prepare it in the traditional way, it's almost always with low quality ingredients. It's with less ingredients, and it tastes like fucking garbage. We doctor
No.
that shit up.
Wait, no.
Americans made Mexican food good.
No.
Mexican food in Mexico fucking blows ass.
No,
I
he's got
had
a
it.
point about that.
Fucking slaps, and it is.
It's all-
the synthesis.
It's corn,
Tex-Mex.
it's ground beef, it's
No.
beans
No.
and cheese,
Fajita.
and it's all
Fajita.
thrown together.
No.
Yeah, I mean
Oh.
that's a burrito usually.
It's
You don't
poverty
live
food.
Oh no. Well,
poverty
okay, it is poverty food. Don't get me wrong, but the best Mexican food you'll ever have is a hole-in-the-wall Mexican restaurant
it's-
that's named after the street that it's on, and that's the
It's
best.
chemically designed to blow your ass out. That's Mexican food. Give me lots of beans and ground beef and cheese. My fucking intestines love it when you just eat that shit all the time. It's great. I don't have the fucking constant diarrhea at all.
Alright,
Fucking-
well, okay. Lotus, I love you. Do we gotta talk over stuff where people understand things? Yeah,
Mm,
watch the movies, whatnot. I'll definitely.
yes, movies. Yes, Mad
Yeah,
God.
yeah.
Mountain Walk. Mountain Walk?
It's been more than 3 weeks you've been asking Matt Walk to watch Mad God. I want you to
Mountain
tell you.
Walk.
I know.
Mountain Walk.
No,
I've been-
don't you fucking segue. No, you talk to
Fucking-
him after this. No, I'm fucking shortcutting you, fuck. I appreciate
Yes.
you. Yeah, no, watch the Double Babble thing this Sunday. Great
How you
show.
doing, Dark Cat's Eye?
Look at the clip. What?
Sorry, there's someone in Twitch. I'm supposed to say hi.
Oh, yeah, no, sure. What was the guy's name?
Dark Cat's Eye.
Yeah, Dirt Cat's Eye. Thanks for coming around. Appreciate it. I'm checking out, but you should stay here. And this one's for you. Dirt Cat's Eye, Lotus, Mountain Walk, Ghost, everyone else. Appreciate it. Cheers. Thanks for having me
It was
on.
good to have you back, Fed. It really was.
Yeah,
Nice
I
chatting
want
with
to
you again.
fucking kill myself after that conversation. I'm not gonna lie. That was fucking cool.
Yes.
I
You
wanted
shouldn't
to be
do
on-
that.
I
to
love you too,
yourself.
Fed. Don't worry.
Yeah, that was terrific. But yeah, I'm down to be on to shit on things that you might agree with the way they shit on them.
Well,
don't know
make
why.
sure you're here for our viewing of The Last Jedi. Whenever we decide on that, I'll make sure to
That's
give you.
on you, motherfucker.
I will make sure to give you like a month notice, heads up.
Yeah, there you go. And
Alright.
if you wanna stop by the Bibble Babble at some point, and, like, hang out. As long as you do the format,
Yeah, I wouldn't be averse to hanging out.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think I just would fucking suck ass on a structured show. So I don't think I think fucking.
Oh, rub it in, why
This
don't
doesn't
you,
exist
Lotus?
On a structured show. That's why I like the structured show so much more. Because, I mean, oof.
The structure of
but
my
yeah.
show is ADHD. Leave me alone.
Yeah, I mean,
I'm
fair
just
enough.
much better in a conversation format.
Yeah. Oh, I mean, fair enough. Like, Lotus, at some point, you want to fucking hop on the Bibble Babble if you got some fucking jokes in the chamber, whatever.
Yeah, maybe.
I mean,
We'll
fair
see.
enough. Yeah, but I appreciate all, and I do appreciate, especially. So I did the thing where I said Lotus first, but here's one more cheers. Ghost, thanks for having me on. I know we have our absolute differences on like almost everything. But
Hey, man, it's fine. You're always welcome here, man.
appreciate it. I actually had no second thoughts about being welcome.
Sure. And if you ever hear a topic you're really interested in, if you're ever just hanging out on Friday, just come by.
The second part, sure, absolutely. I don't know. Man. But yeah, no, again, here's the last one. Cheers to the chat, Twitch chat, YouTube, Provo, either way. If one of those doesn't exist, I'm not gonna acknowledge it because I'm not there to not acknowledge it. So, cheers to them. Also, again, thanks, Mountain Walk and Geeky for letting me just run shot. Appreciate it.
Yeah, no worries, dude.
Geeky was happy to have you back for today, too.
Well, I mean, I like talking with Mountain Walk and Geeky as much as, well, I don't think we can disagree very much, but
We'll
Mountain
figure
Walk
out
and
some
I
time to do some Elden Ring stuff, too.
Yeah, sure. Well, I you know, it looks like a reply to what you said, but I just completely, like, I was working on I worked, like, I was doing 16 hours days for 3 days in a row. Like, when you sent that, and I just didn't respond to shit.
It's
I
fine.
was covered in fucking oil and, like, just detritus. But, yeah.
It's fine. I mean, like, I've got a new promotion, and I've got, subordinates and shit I have to manage, so I'm busier myself.
Yeah, well, I mean, I heard about that, and then, well, there you go. There's the last, second to last cheers. Cheers to your promotion doing that. And, everybody here, I appreciate what y'all do, and please hit me up if you have anything interesting to talk about, or anything in general. Like, hit me up. I find you all interesting, so hit me up for that, and I'm willing to talk about it in free time, or like if there's any way that I can fit it on something, I'll let you know.
For sure, man. Keep in touch. Don't be a stranger.
Good night.
Oh, it's not good night. I'm going to fuck off and do something else.
Oh, okay. You're staying up till 3 in the morning.
It's 3:22 here right now.
Yeah, goddamn, dude. What the fuck?
Well,
I'll have fun with that.
Well, I fucked off of my normal plans 2.5 hours ago. So now I gotta.
Wait, where the It's 3:22, like PM. Are you saying?
It's like
Where the
mountain
fuck
time,
are
right?
you?
AM.
Yeah, okay, that's what I
CST.
thought. Yeah,
No,
you're fucking.
CST.
You're awake and very
Yeah, no.
bad for you.
Today was
Well,
my day
my,
off, Fed. It's nice.
Well, my sleeping schedule, like, it goes around, but, like, I mean, I had headphones in, and somebody sent me a text, and I fucking, like, Exorcist lurched forward in the middle of my sleep and answered it, and then went right back to sleep at, like, 5 a.m. yesterday. I'm a late sleeper. I'll wake up fucked up and do whatever. But yeah, I'm off to go fuck around with other individuals. But I enjoyed my weekend, and thanks for making it a little bit brighter. You'll do the same. Appreciate it. Like I said, I'll try and come on as a little bit of more on topic on I try it until
There is no on topic for this show, but we do love you, bro.
yeah,
Don't worry.
All right. Well, hit me up. Have your fun, and later's. Cheers.
Later. Yeah, see ya.
All right. What do we have left? What else? Lotus, what are your thoughts on the misinformation board they just made?
I think it's misinformation. I think Mountain Walk has been misinformed on Mad God, and he needs to watch it.
Okay, so you think Mount Walk needs to learn about the Mad God? Okay.
There
That's
are
interesting.
beatings in order.
Whoa! Beatings.
my
Uh-oh. Mountain
advice.
Walk.
Yes.
Run, Mountain Walk. Run!
My
He's coming for you.
recommendation,
Oh, he's gonna be beaten and coming, that's for sure.
Oh no.
Ignoring my directives are not without consequence.
Oh, gee. Good.
He must.
Lotus is a rough director. That's what I know.
Hmm.
But yeah, no, it is interesting. It's very interesting. If Elon wants to know, I would like free promotion on my Twitter account. Thank you.
Cool.
I never talked about exploding Teslas or, the self-driving potentially causing almost horrible accidents. I never discussed any of these
Personally,
topics
I think
at all.
causing monkeys excruciating pain is metal as fuck. That's pretty
I mean,
cool. It's
let's be
not-
fair. Better them than
Elon,
us,
give me
right?
money. Yeah.
That's true.
Yeah, it's an interesting experiment to run. It's just like, that's nice and all, but I definitely don't want that in my brain. Thank you.
Yeah.
Oh.
Can we test this out on like death row inmates first, maybe? I feel like there's a good anime we can make out of this.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah,
Prison arena.
I'm not a big fan.
Transhumanist prison arena.
Transhumanist prison.
Yeah, like Deus Ex Battle Royale.
Yeah.
We just
And get bottom surgery. That's like half of the contestants.
Ugh.
I had my dick placed with a
Laser.
snapping turtle.
No, I would.
Yeah, I do.
Yeah, definitely. If I had to replace the phallus, it would definitely be with like a laser beam.
Yeah.
Something very destructive. Maybe a missile.
I think
That
I'm
was
actually gonna. I'm gonna get the
yeah,
neural
until daylight or something. Yeah. Me too.
Mount Walk, you need a few more beers for this conversation.
Control it via app.
Oh, I can't wait. I'm gonna put. I think actually, the more neural links you get, the stronger you are in the metaverse. So
Oh,
I'm pretty.
interesting. A little bit of Mark and Elon collab is what you're pitching.
Yeah, I'm gonna get like 3 neural links. The problem was the monkeys didn't have enough. So
Well, like, here's the problem, right? If you're just accumulating neural links, what happens when they reiterate and make better neural links? Like, is it permanent? Like, can you uninstall it and like reinstall a better one? Or is like any neural link you put in, would it be like permanent? Like it's like, sorry, we can't take it out. Why? It'd fry your brain.
I imagine it's just hardware and then the software, right? So.
But if it's hooked up to your brain, there's got to be some sort of like electronic signal sent to your brain, right?
Yeah. So we can just download the new software, right? Just like I do for Discord every other fucking day. So.
I feel like it would be a not wise decision to be permanently connected on the air, It's like, oh, sorry guys, we found out that there's a no breathing error. I hope you got a good Wi-Fi connection. You gotta download this update quick.
Oh, yeah. Oops.
Like kind of like the Boeing planes. You remember like when they would just randomly just go straight down and kill everyone on board.
Yeah, that is a little strange.
Kind of a design flaw, I would say.
Oops.
So, boss, we've got good news and bad news. Okay, what's the bad news? Well, the bad news is the plane occasionally the stabilization software will make the plane.
I know somebody who worked on that project.
Oh no!
Oh, really?
Mm-hmm. Not closely, but
Occasionally, the plane will start a direct downward plummet into the Earth and potentially kill everyone on board. What's the good news? Oh, it's Friday.
Yeah, that's one hell of an error, right? I don't know.
Who wants to be the guy that's like, yeah, my team was in charge of the stabilization software?
Oof.
oh,
Boss? I know what you're thinking.
I heard that the team lead was kind of an asshole and didn't really know what they were doing. At least
That
that's
makes
what I
sense.
gathered.
Oh, Lotus, did you see the Philly cheesesteaks I made at home and posted in chat?
I did not.
Let me repost them. They were pretty cool. I did enjoy them. There we go. I have reposted them.
Okay.
Ooh, it looks like cheesesteak.
Yeah, it looks not bad. A little bit too much cheese, I'd say.
Yeah, I put a little too much provolone in the roux that I made. It was like,
Yeah.
I put probably 10-20% too much cheese, but it was just like, it was like whatever. It turned out fine.
Yeah.
I'm sure someone lactose intolerant
Yeah.
looks at that and it's just like they're already dead, you know.
Like
Exactly. Someone lactose intolerant is already, you know, breaking into a billion pieces from Kenshiro. Yeah, that's what's happening. But that was a while ago. I was like, you know what? They were selling like shaved like beef or something. I'm like, you know what? I'll make myself a Philly cheesesteak. I can do this. I'm from California. I can make Philly's monstrous cheese and beef dish, right?
I mean, apparently. So,
It was good.
Nice.
It was indeed good. Have you played Vampire Survivors yet, Lotus?
Vampire Survivor? I don't know what that is.
It's what he's
Oh.
playing right now.
It's a $3 game on Steam. It's pretty good, actually. Like, the central conceit is, like, you're like a dude, and you're trying to kill a vampire, and, like, monsters are just constantly attacking you all over the map. And so, like, you get powers and upgrades, and, like, you get, like, up to 6 different weapons, and you get a bunch of different upgrades, and you can, like, evo the weapons to, like, better forms and stuff. Like, right now I'm throwing minecarts at my enemies. But it's, for $3, it's pretty good, and the dev is this crazy Italian dude who keeps updating it.
Sure, yeah.
All the weapons have, like, Italian puns for their names, so I have no idea what the fuck any of them are talking about.
Oh, really? That's funny.
Yeah, like the one-up is called the tiramisu or something, which I guess is like tiramisu, but like some pun in Italian or something that I don't know.
That's funny. Good shit.
But no, it's good. It's kind of a bullet hell game in ways, but if you ever play a Toho game, I think that's the best way I've heard described.
Yeah, I'm not too into those.
Oh, really? What are you into, dick?
Let's see.
It's gotta be dick.
But are you a Clussy man, Lotus?
Classic?
Clussy. You don't know about the Clussy?
Yeah, the clown. Yeah, of course I know.
Okay.
I'm down with the clown.
Down with the clown. So Lotus confirmed Clussy man.
Start drinking Fago. I'm talking about magnets.
But for any question, Dark Cats, I guess. Clussy is clown pussy. It's clown women, basically, in layman's terms. Any girl that puts on, you know, a ton of clown makeup, as opposed to the normal clown makeup, that would be...
Yeah, like, women aren't scary enough as it is. They need to put on fucking clown makeup.
But no, this Vampire Survivors game, it's pretty good. You don't like clown girls, Dark Cat's Eye? What do you mean? Clown girls are hilarious.
Hmm.
What? This is outrageous. Who would not like clown girls? Are you telling me you don't like Harley Quinn? What?
Yeah, I did not like Harley Quinn personally.
She's the mainstream clown girl out there. I'm sorry, Lotus, we can't.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
No? Alright, that's fair.
She's more of a jester, though, isn't she? I think that's technically
Yeah, she is more of a... But... Yeah, she's more of a jester. That's fair.
different aesthetic.
That's fine. That's fair. I mean, but what is a clown but not a modern day jester, right?
I mean, yeah, technically.
You know, it's...
But the look is different.
Yes, the look is different. You have the silly hat, you know, with the two bells on it and whatnot. Yeah. You know, clown, you just think like clown makeup, Joker, Kefka, etc.
You know the origin of a court jester?
I do not.
So, back
I assume it's something
in
deeply
ancient
offensive.
Greece, it was the wealthy would have, and this is actually the origin of the word parasite too. It's someone who didn't want to work a wage because working a wage was considered undignified in ancient Greece. So they would just have wealthy patrons who would have them over for dinner parties and such, and the hosts would make jokes at their expense, and these people would like pay them compliments and such and things like this, just to be there at the dining table, so they could just eat. And yeah, that's the origin of.
So they basically just kind of had like, here's my poor person that I have here that we're going to make fun of.
Yeah,
they don't
actually
want to
very
work.
pathetic. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
It was like Shakespearean clowns and jesters. I just thought they were very interesting characters in those stories.
Yeah, and like that, they still kind of occupy the same role. It's like someone there for the nobility to kind of kick around and make fun of. It's not necessarily that they're funny in themselves.
It's basically they were the butt of the joke, basically. is what you're
Yeah,
saying. They're basically like, oh, rather than make fun of someone that could, institute punishment against you, and you could hurt their feelings, and
That's why midgets became so popular as a jester, a court jester. You would have collections of these people just because they looked funny.
it was like, oh, look at these tiny people, basically. And, it's not like they can
Pretty
make
much.
themselves taller. I mean,
Yeah.
there's nothing they can do about being tiny. It's just like, it's just their genetics. They rolled
Yeah,
a
look at my
they-
collection of tiny people.
They rolled a natural 1 on their con. It sounds
We
like
put
your
them in
job,
a
Dark's
tiny
Cat's
village.
Eye. That's unfortunate.
Did you ever read that story about the bodybuilders who made a small village so they could walk around like giants?
Wait, what?
Yeah.
Bodybuilders made a small village so they could feel like they're big? What the heck?
Yeah.
That's
Yeah, it's hilarious. Like,
This
all
is the
the
most
buildings are
insecure
slightly
thing
too
I've ever
small for
heard.
them.
I want to do that.
It's pretty hardcore, yeah. I kind of like it. I can respect that.
I feel like I can have a level of confidence. Here
Yeah,
too.
the next step is to like populate it with midgets, right?
Oh yeah.
Gotta
Oh
be.
yeah.
Well, I feel like at that point you're just like making like a village of dwarves. I mean, and dwarves live in mountains too, so it doesn't even make sense.
Yes.
Dwarves are mountain folk. Like this is outrageous, Lotus. I am deeply disturbed by this.
Oh,
This
actually,
lack
now
of
that I think about
knowledge.
it, they'll be like cave trolls. Like,
They would be like
midgets
cave
turn
trolls?
on them.
Amazing.
They'll turn on them and like domesticate very well. Maybe that would be implausible, but let's just say it
I feel
happens.
like once they start like raiding and kidnapping them, then it goes a little too far. Like
Mhm.
I feel like this is one of those things. It's like it seemed real fun at the time, and it's like as they're being arrested, and being tracked away.
Mhm.
What do you mean we can't do our LARP like this, guys? Your higher managers act stupid and act like children, but make fun of us. Well, that's not cool. You should get a better job.
Yeah.
But, so they made a tiny village. They didn't even put people in it, right? They just
Tiny
wanted
village.
to...
I think they might have, or I might be confounding it with a village in China that's populated entirely by midgets. It's also short. I don't
That'd be
think it
amazing.
was technically the same thing. There is something like that in China, though. I know that for sure.
Really? Based?
Yeah.
It's an
Yeah,
interesting
there's an entire
subculture
village
there.
just tiny people.
Did they just, like, put them together so that they'll, like, form relationships and make more tiny people? Like,
Yeah.
it's like the
Like, yeah,
reverse
there's
Yao
a
Ming
whole-
thing, you know? Like, instead of doing, like, a controlled breeding program to make a giant, it's like, oh, we gotta make sure we have dwarves for... What?
It's a tourist attraction.
I just found it.
The mysterious Chinese village of dwarves? This sounds like a fantasy novel or something.
Uh-huh,
or something.
yeah.
This is
We
really
call
cool.
it Moria.
Yeah, it's real.
A mine.
It's very neat.
Friend and enter. Oh my gosh, what? No! What the- oh my god. Come on, that's not the picture they chose, right?
I mean, hey,
Oh, come on. No!
I'm just saying that's the one that was there. So
I just... Did they, like, mine gold there? Like, what did they do?
no. These are long-lived
Where's like the really really tall like homely girl there that's gonna be like their Snow White? Like where?
Yeah, now we're talking.
Just think about it. There used to be little villages like this across the Nordic countries, but the Nordic pygmies, they were gnomes. They all got picked up by vultures and eaten.
Wait, really?
I'm gonna have to
Fucking
press
old
X to doubt on that one,
fucking
Lotus. I do not think the vultures dealt with the
I made
Nordic
it up.
pygmy. I think you made that
This
one.
one was invented by a writer.
I
Totally false. Total fabrication. Absolute fiction.
yeah.
This one was written by a writer.
Thank you, Riker. Yeah, very cool. But it's actually true in New Zealand. They used to have like these giant terror birds. So these things that used to live like
Yeah, there are actually pygmies in over there, right?
well, yeah,
They're like
in Southeast
4 foot
Asia.
tall adults.
Yeah.
I'm not
So this-
really clear. What is a pygmy?
Well, it's like
Very
a
short.
yeah. I mean, there are groups of. I think pygmies are specifically like a certain group.
I gotta show you the pygmy monkey video that I have. They're very cute.
What about
Oh,
the
yeah.
Ligma monkey?
What about the Sigma monkey? Huh?
What
Does
the hell
not
is a
explain self.
Yeah, just is a Sigma, does nothing, leaves.
Poops everywhere, throws it everywhere, does not explain self, leaves.
Yes. It's really good. Just shit on everything.
Leaves.
I want to see
What-
this. I want to see this Ligma monkey video. I want to.
You know what's the most Sigma creature out there? I actually do know what it is. I'll tell you.
I'm gonna say it is a parrot.
Nope. It's
Does
a
it say the
tree.
antler? Oh, really? Oh, that's
Yep,
pretty
the
sick.
most Sigma animal possible is a tree. Why is that, Mountain Walk?
Because it just is.
Because it always leaves!
Oh,
Hey, look at those monkeys. Look at those tiny monkeys.
holy
Because
shit,
it leaves, Mountain Walk! That's why it's a Sigma!
That's terrible. I give you 0 points for that one. Oh shit! Look at these monkeys. These are really small monkeys.
They're tiny. What the heck?
They're really small.
I mean,
There's grapes. They're peas.
You're
great.
done,
I
Dirt
love it.
Cat's Eye? I did it. I finally did it! Alright, sorry to kill you, chat. I I have done all I desired to do. I've
Wait,
made the joke.
What are we killing? Fed posted a thingy. He said kill them all. What are we killing?
He posted a message saying kill each other. Well, that will be that'll happen. We're gonna have an officially sanctioned fight in Florida, definitely. I think. You know.
There you go. Just beat the shit out of each other.
Apparently, that's what we're doing.
I'm fighting Boogie. I'm gonna be on him like those little monkeys were on those little peas. And fuck him up.
You're gonna fight Boogie?
Mm-hmm.
Boogie Cousins, the NBA center?
He could feed a whole village of midgets. In fact.
A whole Chinese village of midgets.
Oh, yeah.
What do you
No,
think, Lotus? Am I right that trees are the most Sigma creature?
Yeah, but we have to fight, and I'm still mad that Mountain Walk hasn't seen that god, so,
It's gonna happen. It's gonna happen. I've just been busy and or lazy. So,
yes, I understand that
Fight
you've been
now, dance.
lazy and or lazy.
Fed wants us to dance and fight. Should we do it?
oh yeah.
I don't have any
definitely
dance
do.
animations yet. Sorry.
I'm dancing right now. You can't tell.
Yeah, I'm literally dancing right now too. So.
None can stop me. But yes, okay.
Yeah, cute
That's
monkeys.
actually really cool, though. That village. It's just like
Just tons of tiny Asians. And they're so tiny
they
already.
all have stabs too. Like what? Like they look like they're about to go to help. They look like they're about to go to Mount Doom to save Middle Earth. You know, like they're all gonna go on a quest to save Middle Earth by throwing the ring into the fire. I imagine this is the POV from like Elrond going like, "You must
That
take
reminds
the
me of
ring.
something.
You must take the ring. It's too much power to entrust." Oh. You know what? Here's what we'll do, Fed. When I'm in the Pacific Northwest, me, Lotus, and Mountain Walk will all fight. We're gonna have a big fight. I don't know what it'll be over, but I assume it'll be over. It'll be over.
Yeah.
What? Oh my god. Why is Beppis there?
They're going from penis to vagina. It's an adventure.
Why is Beppis there?
Vagina. I can't believe this is real.
It's so cute.
That's awesome. I love it. That is so wonderful. Oh. Wow.
Oh, it's been a good week, man. It's been a good week. You know, it's like I've settled into my new promotion. I've got a whole bunch of hilarious news to go over. Fed showed up and we screamed about anime for an hour. It's been a good week.
We almost
We avoided DC talk for 99% of the show. Like, this is a banger week. I got in like fucking 9 hours. I gotta go drive to fucking LA to go play fucking Twilight Imperium for 12 hours.
Twilight Imperium. What the fuck's that? What's that song from?
You never heard of Twilight Imperium? It's a long-running space sci-fi 4X board game about conquering. It's Dune. It's fucking Dune.
Oh, okay.
It's basically Dune. There's a planet in the middle that's mysteriously very important to all these galactic. So it's fucking Dune. They just didn't get they couldn't renew the license for it, so they put a generic sci-fi like story over it instead. But it was supposed to be their Dune board game, and it's on its 4th iteration.
Huh.
It's really good. It just takes like 12 hours.
Yeah, that's a minute. It's gonna be a minute. It's a long time.
Oh my gosh. Such a good build, but I have to survive for another 30 seconds, Mountain Walk. can I do
Yeah,
it?
I'm looking at this fucking disco you have going on. Like, what?
I know, it does look like a disco.
I'm looking at monkeys.
You do
Oh,
not care about the
monkeys.
fight. You couldn't donate the other thing. It was good to have you back, though. Those pygmies are pretty cool.
I can't stop watching this thing. This is just crazy. Like all this shit.
Do you remember the bear cam that they had on DLive, right? Where it was just like a bunch of bears in like a river just eating fish.
No, there was a duck one though. and
Oh,
I
the
still
duck
watched
one!
that.
Oh my gosh, the duck one was so good.
Yeah. I still wait. Why does it say game over?
Oh,
you
because it's
completed
30
it.
minutes and Death showed up to fuck my shit.
Gotcha.
Because that's what happens. This game can't. I mean, unless you cheese it, like this game can't go longer than 30 minutes.
Oh, okay.
You have to kill Death, and even if you don't kill Death in a minute, another Death will show up, and then another minute after that, another Death will show up. It has a finite end to it.
That's
one of
awesome.
my items was called No Future.
Yeah, apparently. Very appropriate.
We got him.
Yeah, we don't want to deny Fed's character. Not for 2 hours.
Denying your character through emotional trauma? I didn't deny your character. I accept you, Fed.
Yeah, we accept.
I
you
accept you for who you are.
You are a Fed Zeppy.
I accept nuclear Armageddon.
No, Lotus. Oh, come on, it'll be fine. We'll make it.
Oh
Yes, after I will. Mass depopulation.
All right, calm down, Bill Gates. Come on.
Global population should not exceed 6 million.
This is a bit.
Women enjoy camping because it reminds them of being carried through enemy territory.
For a second, I thought you were talking about Gurren Lagann because it was like
Oh,
1
yeah.
million people. Yeah,
Yeah, something like that.
it's like, oh, that's why they had to stay underground. All right.
Mhm.
But now, wait a minute, Lotus. If there were less than 10 million people on this planet, what makes you think you'd make the cut?
Because I would be making it happen.
Oh, I see.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
Okay.
he's-
But
Yeah.
why would anyone work with you?
I mean, this is a
Like,
pretty.
you can't do this
Probably
alone,
yourself.
right? Like, you don't
Yes.
have like a magic super weapon, right?
I do.
Oh,
Concentrating on the magma chamber.
Yeah.
but how is your magma chamber going to leave that many people alive? Is what I'm trying to
It's
figure
not
out.
his. It's not his. It's Yellowstone.
Yellowstone.
Yeah.
But how are you going to survive the magma chamber?
Well, like the eye of the
There
hurricane.
are portals.
Portals. Yeah.
There are portals. Okay.
There are portals.
So you're gonna get 10 million people into portals to wait for the magma chamber to do its job, and like what? Then all
it's
this.
just me. Not everybody needs the portals.
But what about your genetic legacy? You're gonna like freeze a bunch
Yeah,
of
hot
eggs, or
I can make friends with the pygmy monkeys. Doesn't need
That's
to be
what-
people.
I don't know if you've planned this out very well, Lotus.
No,
Very
no, I like
small.
The more you
lizards
hear about this plan,
and the
the more
birds, they're friends.
The birds? I thought it was the squirrels that were the evil cabal,
Not
but
some
the birds.
Small
It's been the birds.
lizards and amphibians.
Hitchcock was trying to warn us, is what you mean?
I saved them from the microplastics. They'll be my friends.
true.
I feel like they won't care, though.
They know. They know. They understand.
They get it.
But you're putting a lot of faith in them, is what I'm saying.
Hmm. They have. I can't let them down. I need to make it happen. They're all counting on me.
True. True.
How will the frogs survive if I don't get rid of the origin of the microplastics?
But what about the rock person that could throw a wrench in your whole plans? Have you dealt with him?
He is stuck right now. I don't. Yeah, I haven't seen him for a while. I've been on the run for my entire life, but he doesn't seem to be following very closely.
Well, no, he
don't
could
understand
like
why.
ruin your whole plans. Like he could be like the new genesis for an entire civilization that could throw your whole everything into turmoil.
It's okay, worry about it later.
I mean, but it seems like an important issue to deal with.
He's rock, man. Hard like rock. Stuck in kidney.
Oh man.
He could become the kidney stone that blocks your entire plan.
Mm.
These are the real questions.
Yes.
Here on Coast to Ghost, we address the real issues. We know what's going on.
Yeah. Let's talk about how hard you are. Like a rock.
Rock hard. Look, I'm just saying, that lady wanted to fuck him, okay?
Oh yeah.
She wanted the rock baby.
She
I don't even know if that would
pursued-
work, but like, I guess if he's pretending to be a person, right? Like,
Yeah. I guess he's like got all the functioning parts. So.
I mean, does he though? Like, he doesn't even have to like eat and shit.
I don't know.
Venus.
Venus?
Vagina.
Venus.
All right, so Lotus Magma Chamber 2024. That is his political position. You can find him at Get Away From Me, You Glowy Feds at yahoo.com.
Yeah.
Matt
You
Watt,
ever-
you still
you
working on your
ever-
Ravnik video? Sorry?
You ever make an obviously satirical joke about political violence and then somebody says, you know, actually, a better target would be...
Oh,
you ever
no.
have somebody do that?
Yeah, that's
I've
always
had
a
a
disturbing
couple of
thing to
people do
hear. You know, where it's just like,
Please don't tell me that.
yeah. Don't give me the these people have addresses argument, please. Like, I like not being on a list. Could I stay off said list? you sped.
I think I'm on lists. I think people might not be telling me this if I weren't on lists. I get that impression sometimes.
So I assume you watched the gym spanking of Nick, right?
Oh, of course. I watched
so
like half of
I
it.
mean, what did you think of being a criminal is based?
Did he say that?
He didn't. You didn't know? You missed that part?
Oh,
Yeah.
like I said, I only caught like an hour.
Oh
of it.
no, yeah, he literally went out and made the argument. Like, dude, being a criminal's based, yo. You saw him threaten to. He said where he threatened to kill Baked Alaska, right?
Oh, sure. Right.
Like-
yeah. Okay. I can't remember that now.
Well, that wasn't like the whole being a criminal is based part, right? Like that was
Right.
another thing where I was just like, are you?
If he snitches or something.
Yeah, he said if I find any snitches, I'll make sure he's dead.
Yeah.
It's like, dude, like what? What? Why would you say that? Like what? What sane person would go out there and be like, you know, I'm looking for a way to like completely dismantle any, you know, like anything I can do and any argument I can make. You know, oh, you know, let's just threaten to kill someone. That's which is amazing too, because then Baked came on that same stream. It was like it carried water for him. Although, honestly, of all the people who came on, Baked was the funniest because it was just like he would like go along, rah rah, cheerlead, and they'd be like, no, Jim's right about this. Like he just like would randomly just like turn on like a dime. Like no, this happened. It's just like the weirdest, like most fucking surreal thing. It was just like, oh no, like that happened.
My favorite part was when Medicare called Nick Fuentes gay.
Yeah, it was pretty funny.
Yeah, that was the best part of the whole debate. That was the only thing I tuned
All-
in for.
All I
It was
remember
I
from
mean, it
that
was such
debate.
a gay thing. Like,
Hey! All I remember was fingering women is homosexual. That's what I heard.
Yeah, I
Um,
remember that. Yeah.
You know, I can honestly say, it's not giving me homosexual thoughts. You know,
Mhm.
it's a weird thing though, right? You know, it's like, oh,
yeah, that's probably not particularly.
That's the funny thing. That's why it works on Nick, because Nick can accuse Jim maybe of being a degenerate or a loser, but he can't accuse him of being gay.
We have the video evidence. I mean,
No, literally, we do.
well, not
So,
video, but we have the audio evidence of
Yeah.
him pleasuring his significant other
And
on
not
the
being
street.
gay. Yeah.
Yeah, that was a very strange thing. I'm like, what the fuck is going on in this
What?
street?
Yeah, I was like watching it. I'm like, what's your angle, kid?
Yeah. Like, way to own yourself, dude. There's something you've never done.
Well, it was just
Your
like,
entire
it was
life.
like, okay, yeah. So what's the problem here? Like, oh man, it's so rough that he has an intimate physical relationship with his girlfriend. Oh man. Oh, could you imagine,
Yeah,
Lotus?
that argument might carry water if Nick were less gay. But it doesn't, because
But
he
it's
is.
just like the weirdest thing, you know? It's just like, wait a minute. Someone calls you gay, and then your response is, you had
figured it out on
some
the train.
form of heterosexual relations with your lady, and we have evidence to prove it. Like, I would imagine so.
Oh.
Like,
Oh no.
like it was like, yeah, like so. I mean, Madwalk, Lotus, Geeky, we've all had girlfriends, right? Like, I mean, like. None of us are here going like, oh man, dude, it's so gay to get physically intimate, right?
I'm never gonna touch my girlfriend there again. I think I might start liking dick. It's terrible, you know.
What?
They never tell you about that.
Uh-huh.
I mean, it's no, you know, who would do that? There's cooties down there.
Yeah, exactly.
That's right. A lot of cooties. A lot of cooties.
A lot of cooties. You know, the most dangerous STD out there, guys. It's cooties.
You know, Nick, I remember now, Nick actually did the bit where, oh, women are so gay. It's so gay to like women. They do all of these little things. They think I want to go on these cute little dates with them. What would make you, what you know about me make you think that I would want to be asked out by a woman?
It's just a
That's
weird
my
tack
favorite
to make.
podcast.
You know, someone arguing that we need to return to family morals and values. Go out there. I mean, like, I don't know. It's like it's an interesting tack, sir, but I don't know where you're going with this. I'm kind of lost.
Yeah, it's if all that weird shit with that Catboy stuff and like some of the other conversations I've heard that Andy recorded.
Dumper shit.
Yeah, I'm just like, wow, what? This sounds
I mean, what it all comes down to for me is like, even if all of that is just really him being a dumb 20-something spurg, like, none of that changes, like, the core of, oh, you're just a thin-skinned loser who talks shit, and then when people, like, call you on it, it's like, oh my gosh, this is the worst thing ever, I'm gonna flag you! I was removed from all these platforms by a bunch of thin-skinned losers, so now I'm okay to do it, because that's the right thing to do.
It's
Let me
so
talk to you
stupid.
about restoring morality to America now, okay?
Yeah.
You know.
It's a stupid thing. Like, you don't look cool or awesome or smart by flagging people and engaging in like gay shit. Like,
Yeah, like the whole online Christianity thing. Like,
It's a
how far
grift.
do
I
you
mean,
think-
it's what it is, right? Like,
How
I
far do you
think
think
a
you're
lot
actually
of-
moving the needle? Like, it's-
no, not
It's
at all.
totally useless. Like,
It's-
have you talked to your congregation in real life recently? Like, what are you doing with them? Are you
Right.
doing anything?
Right.
What do they think?
Yeah, I
And
think
you're spending
a
your
lot of it-
time arguing about how atheists are losers and pagans who suck dick, and yeah, it's so like it's just as obnoxious as the edgy internet atheist thing
no,
was.
it's really bad.
back-
It's probably worse
yeah.
than you would think. Like, it's a
really
lot of it.
annoying.
It's performative, right? A lot of it
Yeah.
is
Oh
like,
yeah, that is exactly what I mean. Yes.
yeah, it's really depressing because it's like, you know, it's so easy to fall into this kind of thing because it's the same thing like what leftists do when they're in group and they're just like, oh, I gotta do XYZ and I gotta like get all these cummies and stuff, you know. And it's the same
Affirm
thing.
my very specific policy points on religion, or
Right.
I'm
Yeah.
sorry. Wait, you need coming? What?
Upcomings. Get your upcomings. Your upvotes and that kind of thing.
Oh, like
It's
updudes.
such a fucking uninteresting way to conduct political dialogue, and it's so fucking common like everywhere. Like you can't get. It's the only way that people have conversations about these things anymore. It fucking sucks. Like I can't talk to anybody without them telling me about how we need Hitler to or nothing at all, or how we need trad cath universalism, or etc. 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 It's so
So instead of talking about ideas,
Fucking
they're just
tired.
talking about
Yeah.
like just these
we need
weird.
this.
You need my snake oil, sir. Lotus.
Yeah, my very
I-
particular idea of what the world should be like. And if we don't have that, then we shouldn't have anything at all.
But
Yeah,
what if I
it's-
have like some really good snake oil, Lotus? You haven't considered the potential. of
Yeah.
this.
Yeah, I mean, I think, yeah, that's a big issue, unfortunately. I mean, I think a lot of it is because, I mean, just the online versus IRL kind of discrepancy. Like, people are just going to act completely different. But
Yeah, and like the minute differences between policy points being amplified just because of like the way that people conduct dialogue online
right, yeah,
heightens, like because you're constantly interacting with these other groups, you're constantly aware of the tiny little things that they disagree with you on, and those
Right.
differences get magnified.
narcissism, small differences,
Yeah,
100%.
What's wrong with
Yeah,
narcissism?
it's-
I'm fucking great.
yeah, me too.
Yeah. See?
Yeah, I mean, there's no, I mean, in some respects, it's like, it could be improved, but in other respects, it's like, you know,
Yeah.
I'm not sure how much we'll really able to actually get, because I mean, think about intelligence in general, distributed on a bell curve. I mean, this kind of thing is pretty hard-coded into people, so you're not really going to get like this utopia where everyone's like a turbo genius, right?
Yeah.
So
Mounwalk, Neuralink, baby. Once we figure out the screaming, dying monkey problem, we're just gonna upload, the new firmware updates, and everyone's just gonna, be weird, transcendent geniuses, and it's gonna be great, man.
I actually
Okay.
have 2 neural links, one in each of my butt cheeks, and let me tell you, I haven't sat right for a week.
They're just
What
constantly
what you're saying is you
vibrating
like the way it
all
feels.
of the time. Every time somebody gets a text message.
Oh my
Every
god!
single time.
In the middle of a meeting, somebody gets a text message, and my fucking ass cheeks just start rumbling.
It's the interference, man. The interference.
Oh, I need to get some water. I'll be back. I'm dying.
Did you forget to turn your neural link on vibrate? Zzz, zzz. You imagine like the ringtones people's Neuralinks will have? Like, it's supposed to be all internal. This is dystopia. This dystopia is a lot more fun than I thought it would be.
Yeah.
I'm enjoying the abyss more than I should. I don't know. I mean, people will do whatever gives them dopamine. I think that's what it comes down to, Lotus.
Yeah, me too.
You know, it's like, ah, yes, I'm correct. Yes, nothing makes me more erect than being correct. You know, basically, is what it comes down to.
Yeah, and anybody who disagrees with me is an existential threat.
Yeah.
Needs to be murdered.
It's pretty much a lot of
That's the thing.
down to that.
I would not have a problem with Nick Fuentes, even though he's fucking gay, and I think what he's doing is stupid. I would not have a problem with him if he didn't constantly fuck with other people and then suddenly turn around and say, "Oh, why can't we all get along?"
When did you say we all get along?
Oh, that's just what I hear from the fucking America First type people all of the time. And I do hear that from Nick Fuentes sometimes too. I know when he was talking to Rambot, he was like, I don't know why you guys are going at me when, like, people like Rambot and or like the fucking America First people have been going at people like him for years now. And then when they talked to him about I think it was the dude who owns Cozy, suddenly it's why are you even?
Well, it's not that he
about
owned
this?
Cozy. He was on the board of the company that
He's
made the
DNS or
InfoWars
whatever.
website.
Yeah, I don't
He
care.
was on like the
I don't
board of
really
the
care.
company that runs the InfoWars thing. So basically,
I think
people-
I do think the whole spat is fucking stupid, but
I mean, it's
fucking Fuentes
basically
started
what it comes down to is like, you know, A doesn't like B, therefore, oh well, this must be true because I don't like you, right? Like whatever is the most horrible thing I can think of has to be true about you. And
Right.
reality
Yeah.
is, it doesn't matter.
he invited that shit. He invited that shit.
Yeah,
by
no,
fucking
I'm
going
not saying he
into, like,
doesn't deserve.
4
The
years.
turnabout's not fair play,
Yeah.
and it's like, oh wow, really? You know, when you talk a whole bunch of shit and like a whole bunch of people, like surprisingly, they treat you
Yeah.
the same way, and you act like, what is wrong with everyone?
Mhm.
Yeah, it's just one of those like, what did you expect? I mean, you know,
Yeah.
like it's the Dane Cook problem, you know. Like the Dane Cook,
Mhm.
you know, he was really funny for about 5 minutes, and on the way up, he was an asshole to everyone. And then he's shocked as he like, you know, collapsed. You know, no one will go to his shows anymore. Like, why is everyone being so mean to me? Because on the way up, you were a Titanic asshole. You know, like,
Yeah.
like what do you mean? Why is everyone not being so nice to me? Because nobody likes you, dude. You're an asshole. Like, don't expect us to just like treat you kindly out of like some weird mystical like.
Yeah, I mean, Fuentes has done just like a lot of really dumb shit. You know, just like
Really fucking dumb shit.
yeah, just like I'm too high on my own supply. Thinks he can do no wrong. He just like
Yeah.
fucked up for no reason. And
I mean,
it's
he lives in his own little echo chamber, you know. Like, you
Yeah.
know,
Yeah.
like either you're on team me or like you're fucking out, and you know all the bottom feeders that latch onto him who are smaller than him and use him to like promote their profile. They're never gonna tell him something he doesn't want to hear. You know, that's why when Jim goes on a stream and just says, "Hey, you're a thin-skinned little bitch," you know, it's like you see him just implode and just like, no, I'm the cool one. You're the cringe one. Huh? I called you cringe, huh? Look how cool I am.
all over again. You know, I mean, it's like well, I mean,
Well,
what's
he's
your
like
brain
a-
condition,
it-
right?
it-
Like
He's a zoomer, and he's just like, look, it's irony, bros. And meanwhile, oh my gosh, we're gonna save civilization, guys.
Yeah.
Like, what are you irony bros, or like, are you serious? You know, like,
yeah, the irony
like,
stuff
are
is-
you trying to make like constructive change, or are you like dying on hills with people that like have, you know, are literally just using you for their own personal
Yeah.
gain and like no benefit?
Is it fucking Kai dude going at fucking Beardson now? I did see that they were on the fight title for some reason.
Wait,
one of the
Kai?
two of the Grugger people are fighting
I've never even heard of this one.
on the Kai on the title. I don't know if they still get along or not. He's the dude with the fucking like long hair and wears a suit everywhere he goes.
Wears a suit everywhere he goes.
Yeah.
Do you even own a suit, Lotus?
Oh, no.
I actually don't. I do. I have nice clothes, but I do not actually own a suit.
I don't either. Yeah, I just have my.
You guys are fucking
my,
peasants.
like-
I have like
don't
a
like
blue. I have like a blue like mobster suit that I fucking love.
I
Had that since
got
high
nice
school.
jackets. I got nice
Ooh,
wool
oh
jackets.
yeah, a good jacket. That's
Yeah,
where it's at.
got a good Michael Kors fucking thing. It's pretty nice. Good wool shit.
At Goodwill, man.
Okay.
No, you're not wrong. Goodwill, you can get some great fucking shit from Goodwill.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah.
Where is what wrong, Fed?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what he was referring to. He says this stuff in chat, and I'm like, I don't exactly know what he's trying to say. That's
But yeah,
okay.
Michael's Kors, nice jackets. Nice jackets indeed.
Yes, they are.
Honestly, I found some good shit in like just thrift shops and shit. You know, I know it's like the most hipster
yeah.
thing you could potentially do, but like you can find some good
that
fucking
shit is
clothes.
way too fucking expensive if you buy it new. It's like
It's
200
fucking
bucks.
ridiculous.
Yeah,
Dude, I can't
I
wait
got
to
mine
buy
for about
some-
80.
I just want to buy some new, really authentic, distressed jeans. I mean,
Distressed jeans.
Distressed jeans, yeah.
You know, like what's like you know what I want to do sometimes. I want to get myself like a nice suit, but it's like the tailored one, but not like the one where you spend like 10 grand, the one where you spend like 500, 600 bucks and like send it to like the Philippines or like Malaysia.
Yeah,
you know?
yeah,
It's just
sure.
like it's perfectly in your size, and it's just
Get it
like
fitted with your measurements.
yeah, but I don't want to spend a fucking arm and a leg and like walk into like a $10,000 like suit store, like in London. No, I just want to like send it
You know,
off.
if I
some
were gonna get a
sweatshop.
suit, I can think of the exact one I'd want. Do you know the villain in Leon the Professional?
yes,
He's got a nice fucking suit, doesn't he?
he does.
That kind of tan color, with a white undershirt and the belt. That kind of.
Is there anything more hetero than a bunch of dudes talking about suits?
I mean, you could maybe conceptually come up with something.
I have reservations at Dorsia later this evening, by the way. Can you get a reservation at Dorsia? I don't think so. I don't think so, baby.
I don't even know what the fuck Dorsia is.
That's
tasteful
American
thickness of it.
Psycho. Yeah.
Oh, Jesus Christ! It even has a watermark.
Oh, that's American Psycho. It's been fucking forever.
Yeah.
Watch that.
That's the.
It's
that's
embossed.
right, that Bateman can't ever get a reservation at.
Yeah.
That Paul Allen could.
Oh, that movie's good. And the book's good too.
It's a good movie. I haven't read the book.
Be a stray cat.
Christian Bale's so good in that.
Yeah.
It's embossed. Oh, have you seen the meme where they do it with like Pokemon cards, Mountain Walk?
Yes.
He does the business card scene with Pokemon cards.
Let's see Paul Allen's sandwich. That's a brioche.
Oh no.
They do 1,000 sit-ups, and then take a shower, and then
Yeah, that's such a.
I believe in a balanced diet and a rigorous exercise routine. I can't ever remember what goes after that.
I mean, almost every scene is so memeable. It's like, oh yeah, I
Yeah.
have to return some videotapes.
You're not terribly important to me.
Oh man. Yeah, it's just totally ridiculous.
it's a great film.
Yes. Can you
Who
tell
directed
I've
that?
seen it recently?
Oh,
Oh, I don't remember.
wasn't a lady? Didn't a lady direct that?
Maybe.
American Psycho.
I'm not sure.
I'm gonna look it up right now.
So do you
'Cause I
guys?
do-
All right, I got the hard question. It's better than Fight Club, right?
Yes,
I really like Fight Club.
I like Fight Club
Fight
a
Club.
lot. It's
I like Fight Club. I think this is a better film. I hate show.
Do you think he actually killed anybody?
no, it's
No.
insane.
No? Yeah,
I think
that's
he's
kind
too
of
long.
my favorite interpretation, too.
He's just
I think
insane.
he's so lost in the sauce. Like,
Yeah.
yeah.
I mean,
That
the film
he's
takes it
living in
more.
this hyper-competitive environment where he's cultivating physical fitness, like he's cultivating a body that's fit for war, and it manifests into a hatred of everybody around him and how effeminate the world is, and he has this violent need to like act out on the world around him, but he's constrained by this ridiculous office environment where the challenges are all artificial, the space is all owned, there's no real accomplishment, so all you have to do are these petty status games that you play and get obsessed with. And if somebody like has a nicer reservation than you, or a better suit, or a better business card, then
Something
it
that's
makes you
completely
worse than
mundane
them.
and irrelevant.
Yeah. And it drives the main character just absolutely insane. He can't think about anything except murdering them. That is the part of Patrick Bateman that is very relatable.
Yeah. I mean, it's like keeping up with the Joneses, except 1980s edition.
Yeah. You're a fucking ugly bitch, and I'd like to stab you and then play around with your blood.
That's great. So apparently, it was directed by a woman, and it is
Oh, was it?
Mary Perry.
I'd believe that.
So yeah, I didn't know that until like a couple of years
Yeah, me
ago.
neither.
So
It was Brad Easton Ellis was the writer, though, right?
I mean,
author.
I will definitely
Yeah.
say I think
he
the
wrote the
movie made it much more, I think clear that he was just insane. But the book, it's a bit
Yeah.
more ambiguous, I'd say.
Yeah.
And the,
I mean,
the
it's
movie
kept a
makes a
little bit
clear
ambiguous.
like interpretation, but it's such a good movie.
Yeah.
It's one of those movies you watch during you initially watch during like your edgy phase in like high school or teenager, and then like you get older and you appreciate it more.
Yeah.
You're like, oh, look how edgy and cool it is. Then when you're older, you're like, oh.
Patrick Bateman is literally me.
Yeah, exactly.
yes.
Yeah.
Wait, did you know? Apparently, according to the Wikipedia, apparently Cronenberg was going to possibly direct this American Psycho.
Oh, that would have been good.
Yeah, it would have been like fucking, I don't know, Jeff Goldblum showing up.
Body horror.
And, yeah.
Yeah. Naked Lunch was a good movie. I like that one.
That was a good one, yes.
Yeah.
That's fucking funny. This... oh, man.
I don't think I've ever seen a Cronenberg film.
Oh,
You probably have.
My only cultural reference point for Cronenberg is
The
from Rick and
thing
Morty.
wasn't Cronenberg. That was someone else.
Careful, if you start talking about the thing, you'll summon Fed again.
The thing was John Carpenter.
Oh, shit, you're right. Yeah, duh. Yeah.
Yeah. From Beyond, that was Cronenberg.
You'll summon.
Uh,
talk about
so
the
it's Ram
thing and its
Man.
terrible special effects.
I think Videodrome was one.
Videodrome was, Cronenberg. Videodrome was really fucking good.
Wait,
yeah,
Video of-
Scanners.
Video of Rome?
Existence was in Videodrome.
Oh, Videodrome.
Television is reality, and reality is less than television.
Based.
Yes.
Yeah, except a lot of his recent things, I forgot, like History of Violence or whatever.
Wait, History of Violins, the instrument?
The violence. Not
Oh,
violence.
violence. Yes.
Yeah, a lot of his more recent stuff isn't like weird body horror kind of crazy shit that he was sort of known for. I think like Scanners or something. But
There's a movie called Scanners.
yeah, it's kind of like people with like
Oh, he did Scanners?
Yeah.
I didn't care for Scanners that much.
I think its cultural impact is a little outsized, but I did like the film. I think it was
Yeah, it's okay.
pretty cool.
I like when the guy's head exploded.
Yeah, hell yeah. That's sweet.
Dude's head explodes in a film?
Yeah, you've definitely seen it before.
Yeah.
Even if you haven't seen the movie, you've seen the scene of the guy's head exploding.
Mhm.
It is that GIF that everybody used to post everywhere of the dude's head exploding.
Yeah.
That's where it's from.
There you go.
Kind of like when Kingsmen, when they all had all their heads explode.
I haven't seen that movie.
Oh, really?
I don't
It's
remember
alright.
that scene.
Yeah.
It was the end of the first Kingsman movie. The guy made Samuel L. Jackson made the thing to like make everyone's head explode except all the global elites in the bunker, and then they instead made all their heads explode instead.
Oh, that's funny.
Okay.
Based.
And they have like that really
Kill
hot
Brave.
chick with like the blades for the legs that the dude has to fight.
Damn.
Oh.
Disappointed in all of you.
I haven't watched that movie in 69 years, so give me a break.
Yeah, I haven't watched it in 420 years.
Damn, that's even longer than me.
Yeah, not bad.
I like them. They're good movies.
Man, I'm tripping balls just watching what the fuck ever you're doing.
I know. I just got my lightning ring upgraded.
All this shit is like...
I've got Bibles flying around me to attack these, and then I've got holy
Yes.
water. Actually, it's not holy water. It's Santa water.
Damn, dude.
Alright, gentlemen, I gotta go to bed.
All right, Lotus. Thanks for coming by, man. I'll hit you up when when I'm up in PNW.
Oh, yeah. Where's the button? There it is. Good night. Good night. Good night.
Good night. All right. It is Mountain Walk and I.
Yes. Yes.
We are here. We are still here.
Easy peasy, lemon squeeze, you know.
We will not be defeated again.
Nah, again.
Again. That's so cute. The image of all the Pepe and the Beppis is all going to nowhere.
Yeah, I love it. The Ben is to vagina. I love it. I love it. This shit's so funny.
We all know. We all know who we'd bring with us to Helm's Deep or Mount Doom.
Oh yeah.
Comes the time.
Fed. I'm bringing Fed because I'm thinking like, if there's any chance we could talk someone to death, I'm bringing Fed. Like,
No. It's just we'll find a phoenix that gives us like a riddle. It's like, we will give you riddles 3. All right, Fed. Talk to him for the next 3 hours. We'll be going. Wait, you can't go. They haven't answered my riddle. He's still answering your riddle. Go ahead.
yeah, it'll even be like the really easy one. The what walks on like 4
What
legs.
walks on 4 legs in the morning,
Yeah.
3 legs in the, in the evening, and 2 legs in the afternoon.
Yeah. And then Fed that'll go off about, the seasons and like the solar cycles and what does the afternoon mean and just like,
What does it really mean, the afternoon?
yeah,
I just can't get over the dwarf village there. That's freaking hilarious.
I can't believe that was real. I thought it was just bullshitting. I was like, I don't know.
It seems like one of those like urban legend things you'd hear about. You know, you're like, yeah, whatever, Grandma.
Yeah. Like, oh yeah, the village is
I
worse.
was there. I've seen it. I was there.
Yeah. Where's Snow White, Granny? Shit.
I freaking love. I always love that meme when they do with Elrond. You know, like I was there.
Mm-hmm.
So you agree with me though? The fight's never gonna happen, right?
I think the Boogie and Sam Hyde one will because
Really?
Boogie tweeted specifically like, yeah, if there's money for it, he said he'd go out there, flap his arms like a chicken, and get punched in the face. or something to that effect.
Did Sam Hyde agree?
Yeah, because I think Sam proposed it, and then someone tagged Boogie, or he responded, or whatever. He's like, "Fuck yeah, I'll do it for the money," which is, I mean,
How are they going to raise the money?
I have no idea. I have
Like, is
no
it
idea.
Kickstarter? Is it like a get kicked in the face starter? Like what are they doing?
I guess they book the acts, and then like they sell the tickets, and I guess that's how they do it.
And there's like a prize bag or something for the winner, and then the loser gets something too.
Gets the shit kicked out of them or something. I don't know.
Well, they
But,
get money too.
Yeah.
This is
I'm not sure how it's gonna work. I mean, we'll have to see, because I just heard about this yesterday or something. I think Andy was talking about it, so I'm
like
just
it's not happening. Like as fun as it would be to
imagine.
watch. Like, come on.
Yeah, I don't think Ralph is gonna do it at all. I think he'll just back out of it, So
But like my prediction is, I think Boogie will back out. I think Boogie will be like, I don't want to do this.
I think Boogie has no shame. He's not like Ralph, where Boogie's just like, yeah, give me the money. I mean, half of his videos on YouTube were just him humiliating himself. His Francis character or whatever, which is just him being like very pathetic, kind of sad sack kind of guy. And, I think he'll do it. If the money's good enough,
Really?
I think he'll do it.
So you're telling me by him doing it, it's going to take away Ralph's easiest out?
Oh, yeah, good point. Yeah, because that is...
Because like my prediction was, right, that like, Ralph and Andy are going to say this, and Ralph's going to latch onto the idea that, we're the down card on the Boogie Sam Hyde fight, right? And that as soon as the Boogie Sam Hyde fight falls through, see, I agreed to fight that. I didn't agree to fight, without that in the works,
Right. Yeah, I can see that 100%. I just don't think that first one is going to fall through at all. Like, I think Boogie likes money too much. I think Sam just wants to... I don't know what he wants, but he wants whatever the fuck this is.
It's not about winning a fight, Mount Walk. It's about sending a message.
Yes, that might actually be the best way to put it. That might be the best way to put it.
Die
So, yeah.
hard. It's not about winning a fight. It's about sending a message.
Yeah, Sam doesn't really care, about lots of money. Like, his favorite things, gasoline, matches, very cheap, right? So he's only going to bring his
Oh my god. I love it. Mount Walk. You see Nick trying to do the Joker posting, and then Mount Walk comes in here and out Joker posts him without even trying. Without even freaking trying.
It's okay. I've literally been doing it all day, so no biggie. What can I say?
Wow. You're probably... You wanna know how I got these scars? You wanna know how I got this clout? Well, let's see. There was this guy. They called him the Boulder King. He made little videos about every week, every few days, just to match the algorithm and give milquetoast takes on everyday stories. But turned out he didn't like people making fun of him. There was the Dame Pesos, as he called him. And the Dame Pesos, he made some comments about him. And so he took that knife. He took that
He
knife.
got a little drunk.
One night, he got a little drunk. He talked to Susan. And Susan was a fiend. Susan was looking for any excuse to get rid of me. So Susan took my little video down, removed my monetization, kicked me off the platform. It was... What was I going to do without my Susan bucks?
Oh, man.
So, he was all fine and dandy until one day, someone asked him a very little question. One little question. something no one had thought to ask. Why don't you show us your history? Show us your flag history. You know, any smart person would have said, here, let me go set up another account real quick with no flag history. But no, little Boulder King, he thought this was gonna work out the way he thought it did.
That's good. That's good. It works for anything. You can just make anything some sort of long Joker post.
Pretty much. You know, and like, look, I still think Matt's a soy-filled bitch for what he did, you know, like absolutely despicable and shit. But like, it's also funny that it's like,
Yeah.
you know, people that always make the joke like, you've become exactly what you talked about. Well, in his, you know, like his whole entire career for that hot minute, right, Val? What was it about? I got flagged by Zoe Quinn. Zoe Quinn flagged my channel. Tried to take away my income on my little 5-minute videos I make. It was so terrible. Oh yeah? Let's open up those tabs. Look at all those tabs! Gosh, that was magical, you know. Just the Bhutanese butcher himself, Zidane, just coming through with the fucking assassination there, you know?
Yeah, what he should. I mean, that was. Oh man,
I would follow Zidane into fucking Mordor.
Yeah, that.
Because I would not want to get on his
brutal.
shit side.
Yeah.
He would destroy me. Let me tell you, I gotta grab water real quick.
Okay. All right. Now that everyone is alone with me, I posted a cat in chat. Tell me what you think about the cat. Of course, this cat is shocked. You know. Which makes sense, right? I don't know where this emote thingy came from, but it's a kitty cat. I'm drinking a beer, drinking some dead guy.
What's new, kitty cat? Wow! Sorry.
That's terrible.
Water. Oh. You know, like that fresh, like, water bottle as I absorb the microplastics, you know?
Yes, yeah, I love it when the plastics are leaching. Like
My soul. I gotta say though, that game is so cool. Vampire Survivors. It's just like it's so simple, and it's just like, you know, it's just like all of like the processing you do is like on the end of just like, all right, what do I pick? You know, what are my powers gonna be? Oh, it's so cool. Also, Stove Tender. Thank you for the lemon. I missed that. I don't have lemon alerts set up. I'm sorry. I failed you.
You could be the lemon king.
It happens. But oh, it's good, man. The first sip of that like fresh water bottle, you know, and like for about like 15 minutes, that's like fucking ambrosia, right? And then in like an hour, it's just like, what is this garbage that I'm like suckling on, right? It's so terrible. Like, it goes from like water of the gods to like terrible in like seconds. It's I don't know why. I wish it were better, but it's just not. But yeah, man, I'm very excited to see who Elon unbans and kind of like how.
I hope it's me. I've been banned for so many years. I can't wait to get back to shit posting on Twitter.
You know how many Undertaker memes there are gonna be over this?
A lot. There's gonna be a lot. People are gonna be so upset, and I'm so excited. I can't wait for it.
He's gonna fire the CEO, the head of legal. Like, here's my ideal Elon Musk first like staff meeting as like the new Sauron of Twitter. I'm doing this staffing meeting, and I have a Zoom call to start us with. We're gonna bring someone in on Zoom. Mr. President Trump, would you please tell them? Yeah, you're fired. You're all fired. Get out. Thank you, Mr. President. Like, can you imagine? He would do it too. That's the best part.
I love it. I'm a big fan of that.
You're all fired, and you're all banned from Twitter forever.
Man, yeah, that would be really funny. That's the good stuff. That's what I need.
Elon,
That's
hire me as your
fucking-
head of HR.
Yeah. Oh man, I would be. Well, I mean, depending on your outlook, I could be the best head of HR, or I could be the worst head of HR. Because I just would not care about anything. Like, whatever, it was a joke. Who cares? Whatever. He said the R word. Who cares? He said the F word. Who cares? He said sorry. Who cares? It's fine. Like, that's what I would
For
do.
the last time, we're not banning people for saying naughty words. Why? Because the new definition of free speech here is that people I don't like can say things I don't like, okay?
Easy peasy.
Yeah, the disturbing part about all this is, they've got their misinformation board, that the executive branch has made. And it's just like,
Yeah, that
I was
whole
like,
thing is
it's-
depressing.
is there anything like more un-American, right, than a misinformation board?
I mean, this
Like-
is literally Ministry of Truth.
It's literally the Ministry of fucking Truth! It's like, we have to fight disinformation! Like, dude, like, do you know how big of a, like, Orwell boner everyone has right now? Because you guys are, like, come on! Like, you
Yeah.
can't...
It's so insane. I mean, I know Sargon says this all the time, but it's, it was just a piece of fiction, not a handbook, right?
Yeah, this was not an instruction guide. This was a warning of like what the worst of a totalitarian like thought policing regime could be, right? Like this was supposed to be hyperbole, for how bad things could get, under like a complete totalitarian like dictator state, right? Like this is supposed to be like, holy shit, this is the warning, not the fucking instruction manual.
Yeah, exactly. And I think, I mean, this is just sort of how totalitarian kind of governments act in societies or whatever, where like you have the people sort of policing each other, say like in like the USSR.
Roll through fear, it's just like, hey, if you hear something, say something, like everyone tattle on each other. This is how North Korea works, it's like they all do like weekly meetings, like, hey, anyone having dissident thoughts, anyone here, it's like that's their warped, that's community, that's their church.
Yeah.
They all gather together and like, all right. We
yeah, it's just it's fucking crazy, man, and I can't believe, I mean, just like, and it's so stupid. Like, did you see the lady that's the head of this
oh my
department?
gosh, like, yeah, her videos, holy crap.
Oh man, just, I thought like stuff I've done is embarrassing. I mean, I look like a fucking genius. Like, fucking
no,
man of
it's
culture
one of those
compared to
things.
this
It's like,
bitch.
this is the great lie of like superhero films, is that villains are these genius evil masterminds, who by some tragic trick of the system or something fell through, made them, instead of being a boon to society, they're stupid people. Like, they're stupid people that through their ability to just like not care and not, at all respect any of like human decency or dignity, are able to rise and be, gain power, basically. Like the burglar is not a genius, okay? The burglar is someone that 90% of the time can't make a living doing like a respectable job, not because they can't, but because they won't. Because it's like, well, no, that would require like hard work and years of building up skills and shit, and like all these things that fucking take time and effort. The burglar is lazy. The burglar is like, I don't like these people. They have things I don't have, and I want them, and I want to get them without effort or trying or building anything. I just want to take it because it should be mine. They're not rocket scientists. They're not people that, like, if you just magically put them in the private sector, if you gave them, like, a chance, they would just absolutely succeed. No, they'd fuck that up, too. They'd be like,
It's not like some sort of Ayn Rand, like, libertarian utopia or whatever. It's just like, oh, yeah, just remove the barriers and stuff.
Well,
and like,
it's not a fucking, what's it called? It's not, they're not, what is the term? It's the pour, you know, like the whole idea that like people are water, right, and they can just be poured into a container.
Oh, sure.
The
Yeah,
tabula
yeah,
rasa. People are not the tabula rasa. You know.
Yeah, tabula rasa. Yeah.
And that's not
Exactly,
saying that like, oh, they're just made wrong, or right, or like there were a series of circumstances that led them to it. Yes, right. Like everyone has a fucking story, you know. But at a certain point, you know, people. Like yes, you know, you're victims of your circumstances. You've lived your life, you know, you have your circumstances, but at a certain point, you made a choice, you know.
Yeah.
You know, you made a choice. You didn't, or you made one, or you didn't make one, or you didn't, you know, you didn't build skills. You didn't make yourself a valuable person. Like all these things that like you had opportunities to do all this, and you chose not to do it.
Yeah.
You know. But you know, this lady, she's just a terrible person. She's a terrible person that, you know, because she works in government, she's, you know, completely, absolutely immune from consequences. You know, is going to get paid. You and I are going to be paying her pension and her salary, no matter what. Like, it doesn't matter, you know. She's not a fucking plumber, you know. Like, if you have a plumber that came in and was like, man, I just wanna, you know, I wanna talk to kids all day about sex. I wanna go talk to 8-year-olds, you know, about discovering themselves sexually. If you had that plumber, you'd be like, yeah, we're never using that plumber again. But, you know, in government, it doesn't matter. That fucking plumber can do whatever they want. You know, there's you know, it's like, you can't be like, excuse me, sir, you work for me. Yeah, you do, but you're not their boss, you know?
Yeah, there's no oversight.
Yeah,
I mean,
there's
like,
literally zero oversight. Like, there's nothing you can do about them. You know, they say a bunch of horrible, despicable, you know, disgusting things. It's just like, well, can I do anything about them? Well, no, because their boss agrees with them.
Yeah.
You know, and I get to pick their boss's boss every 4 years. You know, technically, but like, does that mean I get much say in what happens? No, not really.
Not really. Yeah, these people aren't elected. I mean, and this new Ministry of Truth is just another piece.
They're a bunch of another group of unelected bureaucrats that are going to have an outsized impact on your life that you have no say on. You know,
and they have no accountability to anyone. The whole system is complex.
And all that's going to happen, if anything, is they're going to be ruled that you weren't allowed to do this many years later by a court. You know, after this goes through the legal process for like a decade. And it's like, no, obviously the First Amendment precludes this.
Yeah.
That's where you're doesn't matter what party they belong to, they all answer to the party. That's true. You don't get to pick your candidate, right? Because, like, there's no way they're going to get on ballots. There's no way they're going to get enough support. You know, the establishment parties will always pick who they want. That's true. Unless, you know, there's some ridiculous confluence of circumstances or an insane billionaire takes over. Like, that's pretty much the only... That's pretty much the only answer we have, you know, to any of these problems right now, is that, hey, we got to go trust some insane billionaire. You know?
Yeah. I mean, especially with, like, these bureaucrats, like, you don't know who they are. You don't know exactly what they do.
Yeah, no, exactly. You need someone that's got billions of dollars to burn, who doesn't necessarily want, who actually looks clear-eyed at the world and appears to have one of those things. I think they call it, I don't know, empathy for human beings.
Yeah, maybe they should put the Neuralink's in the butts like me. That's a good plan.
You know, like this whole idea where we have to like count on that Elon will do the right thing. It's not the situation I'd like to be in. But you know, compared to 2 weeks ago, it's a lot better than. I would say. I think the circumstances for the world are a bit better than they were 2 weeks ago. You know, like obviously the system's gonna fight back against it and do everything it can to diminish the impact of it. But I would say the possibility of peaceful resolutions to our problems have increased slightly. You know? And the possibility of this ending very violently and shittily has decreased, if only slightly, you know.
I would say that it was probably always going to be a false flag kind of thing, where they create like this problem or issue or whatever, like, oh, look at this segment of this population of the United States. All these guys are, spreading misinformation. Oh wow, they just did this nasty terrorist attack, and like.
Yeah, that's what I totally expected that to be the way they pushed, their goal of creating a Ministry of Truth. Like that was what my theory was. It'd be like, okay, it's gonna be something, like a small group in like Appalachia or something, or I think they really tried to push it with like the Whitmer stuff, but fortunately, they they got there.
Yeah, it didn't.
Fortunately,
exactly
the feds are not very good at doing their job.
Yes. Yeah, because they're all incompetent, which is impressive in a way.
But that's what I expected. But like the fact that they had to respond to like Musk's purchase of Twitter like this is kind of, it gives me some hope, because it's like, okay, they're actually concerned. They tried really hard not to call it the Ministry of Truth and ended up naming it something even more dystopian. Yes, it's like the Department of Misinformation.
Yeah, which is...
And the best part is, like, they don't say, like, our goal is to, like, safeguard, that truthful information's being... It's literally just that misinformation as we define it. And by the way, there's no such thing as misinformation, right? Like, even a lie is information, right? Like, everything is information. Whether it's true or not, that's the truth's job. If it's true, it's true. If it's not true, well, then it's not true. But it's still information. Even the lie itself is information.
Right. And a lie can tell you a lot about, like, a person's sort of motives, about what they, about themselves.
What they're trying to communicate to you, if there was a bunch of Russian misinformation about the war in Ukraine, it'd be like, oh, they're trying to win a propaganda war that tells you what they're trying to do, and you can respond to it,
Right.
At least the USA Patriot Act sounds nice. Yeah, like, oh, exactly. Like, at least it's like, oh, yeah, it's patriotic. Yeah, you're gonna fight the terrorists, but like with Department of Misinformation, it's... What the fuck?
Yeah.
Like,
that's strange. I mean, that's a total goal. Like, why would you call it that? I mean, it's like Department of War, Like, same idea.
Like, it's what it is, but like... it sounds like you're taking a belligerent stance, if you've got a Department of War,
Right, exactly.
Department of Defense, they have the sense to be like, well, it's moral to defend yourself, so it's attacking you,
That's right.
So, like,
That's
of course we have a Department of Defense. Well, there are threats in the world. We have to defend ourselves.
Yeah, there you go.
Stay back! Sorry. Yeah, no, it's one of those things. You're just like, wait, what? Department of Misinformation, the acronym. It's the DOM. Okay, they don't want us to make sure they know they're not subs. Okay, they're DOMs. Okay. Just. Yep. That is. It is the current year, right, Mountain Walk?
It is. Yeah, it is. Definitely
it is most definitely the current year. Where
Oh my gosh.
To our face, they will tell us, do not worry. You do not need to think about this information. We have already thought about it for you.
Yeah, don't worry. Don't consider things. Yeah.
That ginger lady at the White House, or no, it wasn't her, but it was someone on, like, some talk show. They were talking about, Elon being in charge of Twitter, They're like, well, think about it. If Elon Musk was in charge of Twitter, he could promote whatever candidate he wants, and he could make their messages seen and make their opponent's messages not be seen. And he could do all this stuff. And we wouldn't even know until after the election this had been messed with,
Huh. Interesting.
Like, huh. So the thing fell out, you're like, excuse me, did we watch the same tech companies? You're literally telling us what they do, and I'm like, yeah, we know that. That's.
Wait, but I thought the tech companies told me that election fraud was basically impossible. I mean, how does this work? Like, is it possible or is it not possible? I'm a little confused.
Yeah, I mean, are you telling me that it's possible that these large tech companies with 99% of a donor base to one party might, I don't know, the Trust and Safety Council might use their position and power to swing an election one way or the other? I mean, that's a pretty serious accusation to make.
Yeah, that seems pretty serious. Good point.
All these vets go to fight for Ukraine, discovering these aren't Bronze Age primitives with stolen weapons. What, the Ukrainians?
I mean, they have Soviet-era weapons, I think, mostly. But,
Yeah.
I mean,
But
I don't know. Yeah. Yeah, Ukraine isn't in the middle of nowhere. It's Eastern Europe, so I think most people are pretty aware that they have some level of civilization that matches our own. So,
Yeah, I mean, like, the reality is, no one here on this panel cares.
yeah.
No one really cares about what happens to anyone in Ukraine. Even Coach Red to go, like, hey, look, dude, there were enemy troops that invaded the country you're residing in. You should probably go away until this sorts itself out, right? Like,
He is still alive, though. He is
Yes.
still alive, right? Yeah.
he is still alive, but it's just like, dude, what the fuck are you doing? You've got kids. Like,
Yeah,
there's
not
shelling
sure why
that's
he wants
happening.
to-
People are dying every day. Like, what the fuck are you doing here? Get out.
Yeah. I thought he would have left, but I guess not. He's still there, I think, so.
What was it that convinced you of your conspiracy theory? Well, what started happening is they started saying it publicly in front of cameras.
That's funny. Yeah, who radicalized you? And then you just literally look right back at them? I mean, like, yeah. Yeah.
Oh, I don't know. Who told me all these things? Wow.
Yeah. And then you confront them, and then it's like a Mott and Bailey. They're like, "Oh no, we don't do that," and then they turn around and immediately do the thing that they just denied doing.
Oh, we didn't
It's
do
this
that.
very
Marwan. We
brazen-
wouldn't do that.
Oh yeah.
Okay, well, so this thing that we accuse you of, that we're all guilty of, just ridiculously guilty of.
Mhm.
Don't worry. Don't worry.
Don't worry about it.
Don't worry about it. It'll be fine. No, I'm not feeling fine.
Well, speaking of feeling fine, I am not fine. I'm feeling a little under the weather, so I think I should probably call it a night.
What
So-
put you under the weather? Who's this weather? How can I find them? Where is this weather underground you speak of, Mountain Walk?
Weather underground. Yeah, I think it's just the coof. I got a little bit of coof. Although, I mean,
Rip and
Like-
pepperoni, Mountain Walk. It was nice knowing you.
yeah. So.
But
that's okay.
thank you for coming on. I'm sorry we didn't have you last week. It was
Oh, that's okay.
a really fun show we had.
Yeah, I watched a little bit of it, and I'm just like, some of it was funny, some of it was just like, just fucking kill me. This is so stupid. Like,
Yeah, Jim was very charitable with
yeah.
thought he could have been a lot meaner, but he just, he was just like, I could do all these horrible things to you, but I'll let the audience do that to you.
Yeah.
My favorite was, it was like they did the poll, right? And they had the poor Ellen Page looking kid, who ran the
That's right.
debate, did the poll, and it was just like 70-30 Jim, and I'm just like, dude, that's rough, right? Like, are you kidding me? Like, I mean, that kid is only even like known in like Groiper circles or whatnot, right?
Yeah.
And so obviously, most his followers would be, well, what do you expect, Groipers and whatnot, and like still, either people outside of his sphere went and voted on it. You've been doing renovation at the store and breathing in all that dust and equipment exhaust has you coughing by the end of the day. Oh shit, man! I hope you're feeling better, man. Do not want you to be sick.
Yeah, don't be sick.
Do not be sick. I demand you to be healthy. That works. That most definitely works. You want to know what's crazy, Mountain Walk?
What's that?
I have a game of Twilight Imperium I have to get to. I have to drive to fucking LA in 7 hours. Fuck.
Ugh.
Oh, God, it's terrible. I have to drive to LA in 7 hours. So you're actually going to be here when I close out the show. Because we're going to close out the show in the next 2 minutes.
Excellent. Very based.
Excellent.
Very based.
So Mountain Walk, Ravnica.
Mhm.
Turn to Ravnica. That's the video you've got coming?
Yep, and it's going to be one of those big full spectrum things examining like what the story
This
is.
video will be on the Spectrum. Imagine going to
Oh,
LA.
yeah.
Could be me. It's to play Twilight Imperium, Lester. I'm gonna go play fucking Legend of the Galactic Heroes IRL with friends, okay? And board game.
Alcohol is man's oldest friend. All right, you just need to understand. That's right.
Is it
That's
the
what I've
oldest
learned from-
friend? I feel like women are man's oldest friend, but we have like an on and off relationship with them. You know, it's like we like them, then we don't like them. You know, it's like we're born like, oh, that was great, my old home, and then like, oh, now I have to actually get to know my home as a person. And it's like, oh shit, you know, and then like you get back in, and you're like, okay, sex is great, and then it's like, oh god, they get old and they nag. You know, it's like men and women have a very on and off relationship with women, but. Okay, so Ravnica, you're going to talk about the story of Ravnica or like the cards that are in the set?
Basically everything. So the story, the cards in the set, the tournaments, the different decks, like what was going on in the game in general at the time, like so not only in just like standard, but in the in the older formats and stuff like that. So like the whole shebang, kit and caboodle. So I think that kind of stuff is pretty interesting because I lived through all this time, and I remember basically like what was good, what was bad, and so I think that kind of stuff is interesting to sort of preserve or at least just put out there for people to learn about or whatever. So yeah, but yeah, definitely
we're gonna get the quartering to retweet this video. Okay, and Mount Walk's gonna have 10,000 subs and be too big for this show, and run his weekly.
Big.
He's gonna run a weekly Friday Night Magic podcast instead. And he's gonna make tons of money. And it's not even gonna play the game. It's just gonna be Friday Night Magic talk.
That'd be wonderful.
No, I mean, I would honestly, I would be insanely happy for you. I wouldn't even care if I lost a co-host as long as he was amazingly successful.
I'm just
Women were
happy
created by the
200
gods as a punishment for accepting the fire that Prometheus stole from them. Not untrue.
Oh, that's true. That's true.
They listened to the serpent and got kicked out of paradise. I'm just saying the serpent had an interesting tax plan, okay? That's all I'm saying, all right? I'm going to analyze the story from a George R.R. Martin perspective. What was God's tax policy? What was the serpent's tax policy? God demanded a 10% tithe. The serpent said, we'll talk about it later.
We'll talk about it. I mean, look, there's other books where it talks about, I mean, this is like 300 pages long of Eve debating, fiscal policy, right, with the snake.
But did these Eve talks pass the Bechdel test?
No, there was literally only 2 people in the world this time. So unfortunately it doesn't, but there was talking snake. So
talking snake. Honestly, okay. What serpents are like dangerous animals, right? Like they are, but like even in the garden, right? They weren't like bit by snakes before, right?
No, because
they were like in harmony with like nature and shit, right? So how would they know like a serpent's a bad dude?
Yeah, exactly. They wouldn't know because
like wouldn't you like assume like you'd be like, oh, like hey, look, it's a messenger from the G-Man. He sent us a serpent friend.
Right. Yeah, I mean because
we're gonna make serpent terp later.
Serpent terp. Oh no. Well, man,
come on, like it's a talking little reptile thing. All the animals in the garden, we're all in tune with them. Like, how are we supposed to know he's a bad guy? Like, you said don't eat from the tree. You didn't say, like, by the way, serpents are dangerous animals. Do not trust serpents, right? Like,
I mean, yeah, the problem was, like, man was naive, like, intellectually and morally and basically every other way you can think of, right? He wasn't there for very long, relatively speaking. So like he's not going to be able to turn to like the snake like Socrates or whatever and
Right,
like
but Lester
epically
Kane
own him.
says after Lucy betrayed God as he was cast out of heaven, he turned and said, "I have one request. These creatures you have created, man, they will need laws." God replied to him, "Do you think I will let you write their laws?" And the devil said, "No, I want them to write their own laws."
That's funny. Yeah, I mean that's sort of what we kind of see that eventually ends up happening, like in the present day, you know. So
I mean,
but,
if he wanted to write them, he would have written them, right?
yeah, I mean, just in the general sense of like
Like he
man,
laid
just like
down some stuff, but he didn't. You know, like what about if I? I don't know.
yeah,
We could go on for hours, but we've both got shit to do. You've got to get to sleep.
yeah,
And I've actually I also have to get to sleep. What the fuck?
very base, very base.
We're in limbo world, but I had a good day off. Mountain Walk will be doing a Ravnica video over on his YouTube channel soon,
Yes.
and we're gonna get the quartering to notice it, and then we're gonna get Jeremy on the show, and we're gonna talk to him and be like, "Yo, what's up, quartering? We're gonna talk about Magic the Gathering, a subject I'm completely out of my depth on. So let's go!"
That's funny. I love
Yeah,
it.
I like I'm a Timmy, okay? That's my Magic play style. I build up big creatures and then lose to players that play blue because they don't like fun. And I play Magic like an
Sounds about
engine
right.
building game, where I build this big engine.
Mhm,
Tell
mhm.
Jeremy about painter's tape. Painter's tape.
Painter's tape. What's that?
Is painter a person? Like, are you mean like tape that you like corner stuff with so that like like you don't like
You don't
things
get to
you didn't
paint on stuff?
Yeah.
Or
I'm not really aware of this. Oh wait, Chubley! Chubley, I'm actually closing out the show tonight. That's what's happening right now. We're closing out the show. I'm so glad to see you there, Chubley. I'm sorry we can't go much longer, but I have to go conquer Fake Dune pretty soon.
I have to go conquer my bed and go to sleepy mode.
Mountain Walk's about to conquer's bad fur day. Oh, actually, Mountain Walk, did you watch the video that got posted in Weeb? Hold on, let me make sure you've seen this.
I didn't see it.
Let me find it. Not the Marine one's pretty good. The one that's called Kabocha by Too Many Snacks.
I did not see that one.
It's really cute. It's from Corone's playthrough of Banjo.
Oh, Banjo Kazooie?
Yes.
Okay. Is it near the bottom?
It should be near the bottom.
Okay.
何これ気持ち悪い。
Too many snacks. Here we go.
美味しいスープ
Yeah, too many
作ろうか
snacks.
なやめて。かぼちゃ棒感かぼちゃ棒感
What the fuck?
いい感かぼちゃんパンプキン棒感なんか分かってきたよみんな分かってきた
Put the.
Me, 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 me. I am the great mighty Pooh, and I'm going to
This is
throw my
ridiculous.
shit at
Make it better. You may remember Conker's Bad Fur Day.
What the?
Yeah, you don't remember? You don't remember Conker's Bad Fur Day?
That was like 20 plus years ago. I mean, I
But it was
remember
by Rare.
coming out.
It was by Rare.
Oh yeah, well it was. It was notable because it was very, not
Edgy. Not safe for
yeah, it
work.
was, yeah, very not safe for work. Man, yeah, that was
And next
it's
week we'll
fucking
watch the Marine we'll watch the Hosho Marine anime opening that she had made for her,
oh sweet.
which is really funny because it has Rushia in it, and Rushia. Yeah, how do you forget the Great Mighty Pooh? Is the question. Rushia, of course, has been fired by Hololive for being a, someone that leaks out personal company shit, and
Uh,
you know. But it's really
that's-
funny that she's in it. I just imagine like the Stalin meme, where like slowly like they edit someone out.
yeah. That's funny. That's funny shit.
Yep. But Hololive still owns the character of Rusha. She just, her.
Oh, the lady
Actor.
who plays her is okay.
She's been removed. It'd be
Rip.
funny if they made her character. She was like a mute. But regardless, Mountain Walk. Thank you so much for joining us. It's been a good week. It was not the same to not have you, even though Karn filled in a pinch, as we laughed at Nikki J and Jim the Jim Mediker man, whose fucking Year of the Chud review video I have to miss to drive into LA and play a board game. But I'm thinking we pick a day, you, me, and Geeky. We'll watch that and maybe comment on that if you're good. We can pick a night. Because I think that'd be a lot of a fun group activity.
I think so. I think that'd be pretty awesome.
There'll be a lot of hollering.
A lot of hollering. Yeah.
Yeah. I think Andy, Andy's doing good on his show. It's good to see, they're making mad bank off, Signal Boot and stuff, it's, you love to see it. You love to see your friends massively successful,
Mm-hmm.
You love to see people that are good and nice to you, and, like, do very well. So,
yeah.
And obviously here we don't wish even people that we have disagreements with to be, hurt in any way or do poorly. Like, we want them to be successful too and to just get along. But hey, that's not the world we live in, right?
Yeah.
Making money, making money and hosting shit fits and fights on the internet. It seems like a simple thing, But nope. That's why you got to come over here to Coast to Ghost and just watch us just have fun and spurg out about To Your Eternity, as apparently
Holy shit.
Apparently a show about a rock becoming sentient is formulaic.
I can't even remember the last time I lost my temper over something. That was so
It
stupid.
was just so ridiculous. It's so formulaic, dude. He just keeps having tragedy happen. And it's like, I'm not wrong, right? They're like, yeah, of course shit keeps happening, but that's because, like, tragedy follows him, like, functionally. Like, there's a functional force that is, like, tragically trying to get rid of him. And at the same time, like, the tragedies that happen are different kinds of tragedies, It's not, like, the exact same thing, The kid's abandoned by the village. The other girl is literally going to be killed by the village. And then the kid, just like, what the fuck, dude? They're different things. And then the fucking slave island. Like, what? Like, what?
Yeah, it's like, the
island.
penal colony or whatever.
The penal colony he goes to, like, the girl lives from the penal colony, too. All her friends die, but, like, she makes it through that story.
Yeah.
And she's gonna be an old lady when he comes back, because he's like, because he's tired of having everyone he cares about die. Like, it's like, well, why wouldn't you do something different? Did you watch all of it? Like, that was his whole conceit. It's like, I don't want to get attached to people because they'll just die. Like,
right. Where he sequesters himself away from everyone, so like the things don't attack other people. He's on like an island or whatever, I think.
Yeah.
And like that's like a big turning point for like the story and just character in general, where he's like, okay, like me being around other people is bad for them, and
because you think about his development, right? Like with the kid, it's like it's like a pet companionship, right? So he kind of like he understands like relational kind of like the relation,
right.
Like, oh, like I value this person functionally, and maybe this like, but it's not like, emotional, like love and care. Then he meets the two girls, the little one and the older one, and the older one lost her sister, has like a closer bond. So he starts developing closer bonds, right? Because he kind of takes their bond, and then then it's like love, with Goo Goo and the girl, like so like he's slowly escalating like his understanding of relationships and emotions.
That's the whole fucking point. Yeah,
right. That exactly. He's like, the idea is he's the screaming 1-year-old, and then he's the screaming 2-year-old. Like, he's taking steps to what's probably going to be a much more satisfying and compelling story going down the line, but like he's still like a piece of clay just being molded into whatever he sees, like he's still if you know anything about child development, right? It starts with imitation and then eventually gets to higher level thinking, right? Like it's not like you can't just like straight line that process. But
Yeah.
oh well.
Oh,
It was pretty frustrating, just being like, what's if that's formulaic? What the fuck isn't formulaic?
Yeah. Sometimes I'm just like, I'm just giving up. I'm like, there's no way I'm gonna convince Fed of
He
this.
put Geeky to sleep with that too.
Poor Geeky.
But still, Mountain Walk, the Chad, the last man standing, the Dino King himself, Geeky, good friend Geeky, Fed Zeppelin, Yellow Lantern, and Lotus Machine. What a show. What a fun, disorganized show. All praise new king Elon Musk of Twitter. He is the Twit Lord, the Twitter man. He is king of Twitter, and we will see where he goes with that. To everyone in the audience, Lester Kane, Chubbly, Dark Cat's Eye. Who else was here? We had people. Clash and Gash stopped by. Everyone that came by. Thank you for making this a great show. I will see you all next week on Coast to Ghost. And I don't know when tonight's show, Saturday night show is going to start. It could be 6. It could be 10. I don't fucking know. I'm going to be in LA. I'm going to be playing a long-ass board game and then probably get shabu shabu and some shit fun. It don't matter. It's going to be a fun night. Mountain Walk, I will see you later.
All right, dude. Sounds good.
And to all the audience, I'm going to play for you the same thing we always end the show on.
みんなバーイヤイヤヤみんな楽しく一緒に歌えたかな？今日は夜はもう遅いから良い子はゆっくり寝てくださいね。Good kids should go to sleep now. Good night, motherfucker!